Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to have a compilation of some true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. Our first story was submitted by u/Brunsdon Julia on r/Interscare. This all happened back in 2020. I'm a 21-year-old female from Australia, and the legal drinking age here is 18. This happened in October, probably a couple of days after my birthday. I had just turned 18, and my family and friends wanted to celebrate by taking me to every pub and club in my hometown. I live in a relatively small town with only 3 nightclubs and probably 10 popular pubs. The entire night was a blast. The last place we went to was a nightclub, and we ended up making friends with some backpackers that were out. They invited us back to a hostel nearby where we could continue to party. I obviously didn't know any of these people until that night, but I could see who was a part of the group and who wasn't, and even in my drunken state, I had this weird gut feeling about one of the guys who was hanging around our group. I just noticed that he didn't seem to be talking to anyone, and no one had said a word to him while we were still at the club. After we left the club and started heading up the road to the hostel, I noticed that man that I had a bad feeling about was following us. I guess I had just explained this away by telling myself that perhaps the people that we were with did know this guy, or maybe he was staying at the same hostel. Every time I made eye contact with this man, he gave me a very creepy smile. Once we arrived at the hostel, we walked up a long flight of stairs and walked down a pretty dirty and run-down hallway. We entered the community kitchen/lounging area where everyone was dancing and talking. Half the group was on one side of the room, sitting around a table smoking weed and chatting, and the other half was closer to the doorway, singing and dancing to very loud music. I guess it must have been an hour or so of this, and I had not noticed the creepy man, but it wasn't long until I did. I saw that he started standing near the doorway, and I became immediately aware of this, as I could sense that he was eyeing me down while I was dancing with one of the girls that I had made friends with. At some point, she walked away, and for no longer than 5 minutes, and immediately the creepy guy approached me and tried to start dancing with me. I was naive and extremely wasted, so I wasn't aware of how stupid my decisions were at the time. So I just smiled and continued to dance, leaving a little distance between us. Now, this is where it starts to get scary, and the creepy man quickly came right up to me and grabbed my arm. It took me a minute to realize what was happening, but once I did, I saw that he was pulling me towards the doorway. I tried to yank my arm back away from him, but his grip was very tight. This man must have been in his late 30s or more. I quickly realized what his intentions were because of how tightly he was holding me so that I could not pull away. In the last few seconds of this encounter, I started to panic as the music was very loud, so no one would hear me if I screamed, and I did not know my way around this building. As I was realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl I had been dancing with earlier had noticed what was going on and ran over. She grabbed me and pulled me away from the creep. I suppose because of the alcohol, we did not tell anyone what had happened, and I did not mention this to any of my family at the time. I guess I never really acknowledged how close I came that night to being in danger, until recently. But I will forever be grateful to the girl that saved me from the creep that night. Thank you for reading. Some friends and I took a trip to Cincinnati to play in an SCG. For all people who do this, it's not all about how fancy the room is, since you're going to be playing all day. So I booked us this cheap room super close to the event. We pulled up around 6 a.m. so we could settle in and then register. This place was really creepy. One, it's kind of away from things. We pull into the parking lot, and there was a room on the bottom floor with its door wide open. As we're parking, a man was standing and appeared in the door frame with a camcorder. This guy's room at a glance looked like he was living there, not staying the weekend. As we were walking in to register, he definitely was watching us, as he's following us with his camera as we were walking. That was the first creepy incident. Later that night, we come back to sleep, and there he is again. But this time, he makes it known that he acknowledges us by giving us a head nod. This time, you can hear other people. Later on, we went to grab some ice, and the guy and what could appear to be his family was hanging out in the parking lot drinking beers and smoking with that same camera. So we head to bed, and a couple of friends decide to draft a couple of packs that they bought with some beer, and a friend decides to go grab a Coke from the machine. He uses the elevator. The door opens, and there stands a boy, only wearing a diaper. Please understand that this was about 2 a.m. with no adults in sight. The boy follows him out, and as he's picking his drink, the little boy is trying to hit the button as well. So he gave him a little hand check. The boy went his way, and my friend went to bed to wake the next day to tell us about this crazy stuff. I feel like this could have went sideways real quick. This happened not too long ago. Although it's not too crazy, it definitely had me freaking out after it occurred. It probably didn't help that I frequent this subreddit very often. I had just moved to a new apartment building, and it was my first time living alone. It was actually my first day, and I had moved my stuff in and headed to school and was coming home for the evening. My parking is in an underground basement, which was scary, as is for the first few days. So I would always leave my car and book it to the elevator so that I could get out of there. As I stood waiting, it was taking quite a while for the elevator to come down, and I could hear it beeping on the different floors that it was stopping at. Once it finally arrived, the doors opened and there was a tall guy that was clearly disheveled and on something. The minute I made eye contact with him, my senses went off, and I get the most uneasy feeling. I hesitated, as I was on the last floor, so whenever someone was in the elevator, they were always getting out, and I waited for him to do the same. Instead, he just stood there staring at me, and I managed to blurt out, "Are you going up?" He mumbled some sort of yeah. Alarm bells were going off, but I thought maybe I was overthinking, so I awkwardly walked in and stood against the wall as far as I could from him. I asked him what floor, as there was no floor selected, and he stuttered between numbers, and happened to say the same floor that I was getting off on, which scared me even more. I tried not to panic, but as soon as I entered, I tried to keep my gaze down, but he was just facing and staring at me with the most uncomfortable look in his eyes. The minute the elevator started going up, he started to shuffle and was moving towards me when it ended up stopping on the first floor in the lobby. I was in the left corner near the doors, and he was basically right in front of the door, stepping towards me when the doors opened. I was honestly freaking out, and as soon as the door slid open, I scooched out and went straight out the doors onto the main street. I stood there for a few minutes with my heart pounding because of how scared I was, and I remember him staring at me confused for a minute, and then he stayed back in the elevator as the doors closed. I remember that there were two guys standing in the lobby who witnessed the whole thing, and I nervously laughed that I was just creeped out by the guy in the elevator. I believe that they were just door dashers, so they stared at me and they were like, "Okay." I ended up taking the stairs up and was scared out of my mind. I was praying that he was just someone's guest, hence why he was so confused and weird. My dad came to visit me the very next day, and I was telling him how badly the guy freaked me out, and that same night we ran into him again. He was waiting for the elevator, and the minute I saw him, I told my dad and made him take the stairs with me again. Thank God I haven't seen him again, so I'm really hoping that he was just a guest. But if I ever see an elevator with just one dude in it, I do not take the risk. May have just been me overthinking, but something was definitely not right with him. Tonight, I was out riding a little motorcycle that I was doing some work on, up and down my street, making sure the chain stayed tight. My engine shut off. I tried to start it a few times, out of gas. So I start walking it back to my house, and I see a man with no shirt covered in tattoos walking straight towards me. Immediately, I had a terrible feeling. This guy isn't just crossing the street. He's approaching me, saying absolutely nothing. He had this look on his face, not friendly, like he wanted to eat me. I realized I had no weapons, not even my phone. I keep walking. He gets about 4 feet from me and throws his hands up and says, "What's up?" I don't say anything back and keep walking. I look towards my house to see if my brother, who was helping me work on the bike, was standing on the corner, but I didn't see him. Oh boy. The guy asked something along the lines of, "I've got a question," to which I responded, "Nah, man, I'm not. I can't." I just kept walking, mind racing. He says something else that I couldn't quite hear over my own adrenaline. He's following. What do? Do I throw the bike down and run for my life? My ACL is completely torn in my left knee. I could collapse. Do I yell for my brother? That could escalate things. So I went with instinct. Get the heck out of there. My fear was definitely noticeable. My pace was now a speed walk. I check my back every few seconds and he's still following me from a distance. Whatever I'm doing, it's working. Or maybe it's not, and this guy is holding back. He's still following me, but I'm moving much faster. I make it to the corner of my little townhouse street, and my brother comes around it at the same time. I tell him we're in danger and to run to the garage. We ran as fast as we could and made it into the garage where I dropped the bike and hit the garage door button. Had my brother lock the doors while I grabbed a firearm. I called the non-emergency police number and warned them about him. My main concern was that I felt lucky to be alive, but the next person they encounter might not have that on their side. Before I go to bed, I will have to secure the perimeter Steven Seagal style. I live with a Great Dane, which makes me feel safer, but I'd hate for him to get hurt. Wish me luck. Short backstory. This happened almost a year ago. I'm a 19-year-old female and I live in a small town in Australia. I always take my 13-year-old Jack Russell mix for a short 20-ish minute walk down the road at about 7 to 7:30 p.m. On this night, I had to take him at about 8 to 8:30 p.m. as I had to work late, and the sun was just setting to the point where I can see, but not very well. That could have just been my poor eyesight, but it was enough to manage without needing a flashlight. Although I did have one on me, I just didn't want to use it. We had just made our loop around a small community garden. As I was leaving the gate, I looked to my right and saw a person in all black heading towards me. I was also wearing all black, so we both looked pretty suspicious. But out of panic, I crossed the road and headed left. They did the same not 1 second later. I'm a naturally fast walker, but I made myself go faster. All I had to do was cross the road one more time and turn right, go down a few houses, and then I'm home. So, walking faster, but not enough to where it was obvious, I crossed the road and turned right. This person didn't cross the road, but turned right and stayed on the other side of the road. We were about parallel to each other on the street. I knew that if I crossed, I could run, and I wasn't too far from home. When I got into my yard, the person stopped across the road. At this point, I realized the door was locked and I didn't have a key. The person stayed across the road, so I rang the bell and was pounding on the door. My older brother answered, and the person had just made it into our yard. My brother told the person to leave and walked back the way we came. My brother asked who it was, and I explained all of this to him. From this day, I take my dog for a walk before work, early morning rather than after work at night. I do enjoy sunset walks, but for my safety, I have stopped, even a year later. I was on a long drive and decided to spend the night at a crappy motel in Chattanooga. I had the lights on and didn't draw the blinds all the way, and was laying on the bed with a window above the headboard. I sat up briefly to plug in my phone and noticed what looked like the figure of a man through the blinds. I immediately got up and opened the blinds, and lo and behold, there was this guy with his hands in his coat pockets and hat pulled over his face staring at me. I could tell that he wasn't homeless. I yelled at him through the window, "What the heck? Get out of here." And he quickly turned away and walked away nervously. Probably a voyeurist hoping that a woman was going to walk naked out of the shower. In any case, it was creepy, especially given how little there was around. This happened pretty recently. I, a 23-year-old female, work in property management. I was not supposed to be working alone that day, but my manager and coworker called in sick, and my other coworker had requested time off that we all forgot about. I voiced my concerns because the property is in a crime-ridden area, and I've had some bad experiences in the past. I actually transitioned to a different role because I no longer felt safe, but they offered me a lot of money to come back, so I did. The front doors stay unlocked during business hours, so literally anybody could just walk in. Also, it's a large and busy property. I needed someone with me just to help me with all the tours and residents. Nobody was able to do anything, so I called one of our sister properties and begged for their leaser to help me. They agreed, but the leaser was going to have to leave early. I agreed and was just happy to have someone helping me. Flash forward to an hour before closing, and the leaser had to go. Literally as she walked out, this disgruntled man walked in holding a duffel bag. I hate to profile him, but he was clearly homeless and not all there mentally. He walked up to me and handed me his ID. I asked how I could help him, and all he could say was, "You don't respect veterans." I again asked how I could help him, and he couldn't give me a straight answer. I was getting fed up when the coworker who had requested the day off happened to come in just to say hi. My coworker instantly knew something was off, so he came over to investigate. The homeless guy didn't like my coworker asking him all these questions, so he opened up his duffel bag and started sorting through it. He pulled out a piece of woman's lingerie and threw it on my desk. Then he pulled out a box, and in that box was an SD card. He was trying to put it into my computer, and I told him not to do that. He listened to me, but proceeded to rummage through his bag. He seemed very irritated because we kept telling him, "If you can't tell us how we can help you, then you need to leave." At this point, I'm getting scared that he's going to pull out a gun and just light us up. Instead of a gun, he pulled out a knife. Instantly, both me and my coworker start screaming at him to put the knife away and leave. He eventually did put the knife away, but he refused to leave. I messaged my manager who was out sick, but lived on site to please call the cops, and told him that there was a guy with a knife in the office. My coworker who was with me didn't physically force him out, but he guided him out by walking towards him and making himself look threatening. Finally, the dude leaves, and we immediately lock the doors. He kept trying to come back in and was cussing up a storm outside. Eventually, he made his way to the convenience store that is attached to the building. Within 30 seconds of him going in, about 4 squad cars pulled up. We pointed at the store and they ran in there. The guy got aggressive with the police, so they beat him and ended up detaining him. I told the police to look in his bag for the knife and they found it. I identified the weapon and answered some of the police questions. I didn't press charges because this was clearly a mental health crisis, and jail isn't going to reform that. He needs serious professional help. The DA pressed charges on my behalf, and the courts granted me a protection order. They also let him go without bail. The last update that I got was that he didn't show up to his court hearing, and now there's a warrant out for his arrest. I wonder why. I've not seen him since the event took place, and that is all that I really care about. This happened when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I'm 18 years old now, and for a little bit of context, I hated anyone touching my hair. And my mom would sometimes touch my hair and talk about how much she loves it because it was curly and thick. And I'd always be like, "Ooh, Mom, don't do that." And it was a mutual understanding that I disliked it when people touch my hair, even family. So we were in Dollar Tree, buying some snacks and stuff, standing in the checkout line, and I'm behind my mom just zoning out. And I feel someone behind me toss my hair up and just started touching it and was like, "I love your hair." This was really creepy. Actually, she just came behind me and started touching my hair with no warning and complimenting me, like about how it was so thick and pretty. And like, "Thank you, but come on." My mom kind of brushed it off and was like, "Yeah, I know you don't like it when people touch your hair," but I was mortified. Thankfully, I've had no more hair touchers, but don't just sneak up on a teenage girl and touch their hair with no warning. That's freaky. I saw a post on Let's Not Meet about a hair sniffer at the pharmacy, and it reminded me of this encounter. Edit, just to clarify, since I see some people talking about it and don't want to give off the wrong impression. I'm not a person of color, and I don't have 4C hair. Also, the more I think about it, the more I realize that at the time my hair was very damaged because I was bleaching it a lot. It was not pretty, nor very well taken care of. This one's short, but considerably creepy. For context, I was about 10 or 11 when this happened. I live fairly close to a mental health facility for middle-aged to elderly patients who require psychiatric care. You can see it from one of my friend's gardens. One day, me and all my friends are outside playing, chilling, hanging out, the usual. One of the workers from said facility approaches us and asked if we've seen X person with Y and Z clothing and characteristics. Nope. Thinking nothing of it, we just kick about as normal. A couple of days pass, and one of my friends, who's been staying out late and having sleepovers with other friends, tells us that things have went missing from his house, specifically his bedroom. We are all of the opinion that he's just being silly and trying to get a laugh out of us. Either that or his mom moved him. Again, we forget about it. We are all out the next day. Friend is nowhere to be seen. There's a police car outside his house, and again, a bit of commotion and hassle in the immediate area. Confused and curious kids, we check it out. My friend appears and tells us the most spine-chilling story. That morning, he's walking upstairs in his home, and from his point of view, you can see into his room, and specifically under his bed. To his horror, there's a grown adult hiding under his bed, asleep. Long story short, it's the missing patient, and he'd been in the house for the last 2 days, whilst the man posed no significant danger and didn't have any malicious intent. This still creeps me out to this day. Normally, I wouldn't have believed him, but his mom confirmed it, and it was the talk of the neighborhood for a while. Safe to say, I never stayed at his house again, or even stepped foot inside of his house. So this happened to me about a year ago. I had just shifted to a new city for work. I was a 23-year-old female at that time and living alone. On that particular day, I was working from home and I heard a knock on the door. I was preoccupied with something and opened the door without checking the keyhole. There was a Sikh man at the door. Sikhism is a religion in India, and people who belong to this religion wear a turban. He told me that he was collecting a donation for Langar. Langar is a community kitchen of a Gurudwara, a place of worship of Sikhs, where people are fed irrespective of their caste, economic status, religion, etc. I decided to donate some money, and as I was reaching for my purse, he told me that he has something to say. He went on to guess my parents' name, the exam that I was preparing for, and many such information that was not available on social media, and only someone who was close to me would know. At this point, I started to freak out and wanted to get rid of him, and he could sense that I was freaking out, and kept telling me to not be scared and to maintain eye contact. This went on for a good 10 to 15 minutes, and then he told me to donate 7,000 rupees, and I will be blessed with good fortune. I told him I cannot pay that amount, but he was insistent, but I was firm with my decision. Then he asked me to give at least 500 rupees. I gave him the money because I wanted to get rid of him. This incident really creeped me out. I still don't know how he got all the information. I was new to the city, so nobody from the city knew of any of this information. I later found out from a friend that in Sikhism, they do not go door to door to collect money, and if people want to donate money, they have to directly donate it to the Gurudwara. So basically, this guy was a con artist dressed as a Sikh person, but how he knew so much about me is still beyond me. So, at the time of this story, I was a 6-year-old female, and I was coming home from the movies. I was with my little brother, who was 3, so we were pretty small. First, we had to drop off my aunt, so my mom headed that way, and I was just playing on my tablet, and we got to my aunt's house. My mom went inside with my aunt. 3 to 5 minutes pass. I see a man walking by the car, and he opens the car door. I was in the back and quickly turned off my tablet, ducking a little. I glanced at my brother. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I think he was asleep. It was pretty late, 9 to 11 p.m. I heard him rummaging through my mom's cup holders. Then he closed the door and walked off with his hands in his pockets. Right after, my mom came in and she didn't see her phone. She took me and my brother inside my aunt's house and they had the cops called. I described the man and went home not thinking anything of it. I still wonder what or if he had any other motives. What if he did see me or my little brother? It's not too scary, but I just think, what would have happened? About 3 years ago, when I was 18, I was working as a waiter in a restaurant in the mall. I'm very introverted, but it never affected my relationship with customers. But speaking to people I wasn't serving gave me major butterflies. I had just finished my shift around 1700 and was walking out, when I noticed a woman who looked in pain holding her stomach was looking at me. I had to walk past her to get to the exit, and I was trying to avoid her because I was not looking for conversation, and I hated when people asked me for money. I know it's selfish, but I worked really hard for the little money that the customers tipped me that day. I maneuvered my way around the people, but she called out to me. I acted like I didn't hear her and moved faster. Eventually, she ran to me and grabbed my arm, crying, "Please, please, brother. I got children and I got cancer of the tummy." She lifted up her dirty shirt and showed me a large surgery wound across her stomach. I told her that I didn't have anything, but she continued to badger me. Eventually, I just ran to the stairs and went upstairs, and I saw her chasing me, but I was way faster than she was. She slowed down at the second case to catch her breath, and I turned in to get off at the third floor where she could not see me. I took the elevator next to the stairs back to the first floor so that I could get to the exit. Eventually, I got to the bus stop and was on my way home. When I got off at my stop, I went to the corner shop to get bread. At the end of the road, I saw the woman from the mall and her boyfriend. They must have definitely seen me, even though I made a solid effort to take a way longer way home so that they wouldn't have seen me. Around 1900, I get a knock at my gate. I live in a house that has 2 slide gates in front of the main entrance. I looked out of the window, and to my horror, I saw the woman and her boyfriend. I stayed quiet and hoped that they would just go away, but they stayed outside my house for 2 hours until my parents arrived. They begged my parents for money or food to feed their kids. My father found it weird that they were there at 2100, so he told them that we didn't have anything and to get away from the house before they called the police. Surprisingly, they left without any hassle. I told my parents that these people were begging me for money at the mall and that they followed me home and stayed outside the house for 2 hours. Thankfully, we never saw them again after that day. I used to be an assistant martial arts teacher at a school that taught kids aged 5 to 18. It was located on a military base, so we had a variety of students who had traveled around the world and had experienced more than most kids their age. Different personalities, open minds, and a willingness to explore were common traits among the children. There was this one little girl who possessed a completely different trait. I was 20 years old at the time, and this girl, let's call her Olivia, was around 10 years old. She had black hair, a fair complexion, and was always smiling. She became quite attached to me and always found ways to get my attention. Sometimes she would run up to me, playfully hit me, and then run away giggling. Other times she would misbehave in class out of spite just to gain my attention. Overall, she seemed like a normal young girl, discovering herself and the world around her. That's what anyone would assume. However, one day I noticed that Olivia began acting strangely, unlike her usual self. She appeared heartbroken about something, looking tired, yet antsy and nervous. I asked her if she was okay, but she simply replied with a yes and didn't elaborate. I would have raised my concerns with her parents, but they were never present. As the days went by, Olivia continued to appear downcast and sad. Then, one afternoon after class, she ran up to me with her familiar smile on her face, the one that always made me smile too. She handed me a folded piece of paper. "What's this?" I asked, starting to unfold it. "I drew it for you," Olivia said with a smile, giggling. As soon as I saw what she had drawn, shock instantly coursed through me, leaving me at a loss for words. A chill ran up my spine and my hands trembled. It was a crude drawing of me dressed in my martial arts uniform, with Olivia depicted stabbing me with a kitchen knife. Multiple stab wounds on my body were oozing blood, which also covered Olivia and the knife that she held. Strangely, both of us were smiling in the drawing. "It's me killing you," Olivia exclaimed, laughing. I quickly folded up the drawing and returned it to her. "Thank you, Olivia, but you can keep it," I said, my voice still flat, still in a state of shock. I didn't see her that afternoon. She had quit the class. Deep down, I felt relieved that she had decided to quit. Even though Olivia had left, her impact remained. I was left grappling with unease that refused to subside. The image of her drawing was etched into my mind. An eerie reminder of the complex emotions that children can harbor. I don't know where Olivia may be in life now. She would be the age that I was at the time that she handed me that drawing. I hope she's a healthy young woman, mentally sound and living a good life. I only hope that the drawing was a single occurrence with Olivia, and no one else had to experience such a disturbing situation like I did that afternoon. I'm not much of a storyteller, so I'm going to jump right into it. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I attended a Halloween costume party this past weekend. I had gone with a couple of my friends to a mutual friend's house. There was a big bonfire, booze, and some of that green stuff going around, so there was a big crowd. To make matters a little creepier, the friend's house is far off the main road, no neighbors for miles, surrounded by sugarcane fields, and the nearest paved road was about 2 miles up the dirt road that you had to drive down to actually reach the house. Given the natural spooky season vibe, there was a natural chill factor. I was getting food from the food table when a guy walked up and stood across from me. He was wearing a burlap scarecrow-looking mask. I've seen it before at part stores. It's creepy, yet very commercial-looking. Halloween is just a night for girls to dress up like skanks. Nice to meet you too. Now, get away from the mac and cheese, please. I can't believe you actually left the house like that. What did I do to you? I'm just trying to get my mac and cheese and buffalo chicken dip. I ignored this guy because I could immediately tell that he was hoping for some kind of attention. It's a little tight around the top, isn't it? Okay, Scarecrow. I don't know how Dorothy did things in Oz, but I can't necessarily control how manufacturers make costumes. And it's a Ghostbuster costume. I know, skanky as you would put it. Have fun doing whatever it is that you're doing, I said, as I got my food and walked back towards my friends. Something about the Scarecrow seemed off, aside from his abrasive personality. I tried my best to avoid looking in his direction, but when I did, he was either sitting alone or attempting to talk to some girl that managed to find herself briefly alone. I had lost my friends for a short time, and my good pal the Scarecrow came over and had a seat next to me. He just sat cross-legged and let his arms drape over a surface behind him. "Where do you stay at?" he asked. I got up and walked away. I don't know what world he lives in where he thinks that I would answer that question. At least, no one that I live on. I knew probably about 60% of the party, but I couldn't place his voice. It didn't sound familiar from voice alone. Nerd moment, but he kind of sounded like the Bretons from Skyrim. I hope someone knows what that means. I told my friend whose party we were at that the Scarecrow was being a little creepy for my taste. I asked if she knew who it was, but she claims that she hadn't seen anyone in that costume. I pointed him out to her, but she didn't know who he was. It was getting late, and I was attempting to leave. I was only one of maybe a dozen people left standing. The rest had either gone home or were dealing with alcohol-related roadblocks in their journey home. There hadn't been any sign of the Scarecrow for about an hour. As I'm about to get in my car, look what the cat dragged in. A 6-foot-tall Scarecrow man who thought that it was a great idea to pop out from behind a vehicle. What's your problem? I've been trying to talk to you all night and you won't give me any of your time. That's the problem. You all look like people, like me, like we're not good enough. Geez, this was uncomfortable. I wasn't talking to him because he was being disrespectful. He was mean and a jerk. And this was just another step towards being uncomfortable. I wouldn't give somebody like that my time. I told him that I wasn't interested and that I needed him to leave me alone. He kept rambling on, and I finally asked who he was. His response was simple and unsettling. He chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare show you what's underneath, Carly Beth." That's a line from Goosebumps, to those of you that don't know. I had to look it up because it sounded familiar. Suddenly, my friends and boyfriend ran over towards me and stopped when he was between me and the Scarecrow guy, out of breath. "Sorry," my friend's name, "told me to walk you to your car," he said. He looked at the scarecrow and waved him off and told him to fly away, little canary. The scarecrow guy turned away and left. Not sure where he went, but it wasn't near me. I was finally able to leave in peace, but I kept checking my rearview mirrors for anyone that might be following me, because I'm also really cautious. I checked under my car for tracking devices. Maybe a bit of an overreaction, but I've never been kidnapped. I texted my friend and asked about the guy. She still doesn't know who he was, but she theorizes that it was a party crasher who showed up with the intention of scaring people. Regardless, it was creepy, and I hope that me and this scarecrow never meet again. So this happened about 11 years ago when I was about 16. Those days, after school let out, my grandparents would drop me off at a local youth center. It was a very small, old building on a rundown street. Right next to the youth center, there was a bar. I had been told time and time again to never play around outside. Since the area was rough, anything could happen. Now, for a little bit of extra context, the youth center receptionist/guide sat at a desk and watched over everyone. They also had a camera system mounted on a wall inside to ensure visitors in the front area were safe. One day, there was 4 of us at the center. We were all doing our own thing, working on homework, reading, playing games, etc. Kyle, a friend that I had made at the center, stopped by. Now, Kyle was a grade above me. Nice enough too, but he was a little bossy. Anyway, he grew bored setting with us and said that he wanted some air, pressuring me. Come on, are you really scared? At this time, it was getting dark out. I could see the sky going black from the front window. For some reason, we still followed him outside. I remember trailing him across the street to a big dirt lot full of debris. As we huddled all together, laughing and dancing and just goofing. That is, until we saw a strange man waddling down the empty street towards us. He was about 30, had tousled neck-length brown hair. He was skinny, pale, dressed in a dirty hoodie and jeans. He was smiling a lot, like creeper-level smile. Hey, he rasped. You kids having fun? Kyle was unfazed, cheerfully answered with a duh. The rest of us were quiet, put off by the man's arrival. Want to come hang with me? This moment stays with me, because I remember getting a bad feeling in my stomach, like I knew that he could hurt us. And then the man tucked a hand into his hoodie, slowly, deliberately. Kyle and I started making a bunch of noise, and we all booked it back across the street. I heard the man's hyena shriek laughter as we ran into the center. I'm forever grateful that we got out of that situation safely. After that scare, I continued to visit the center, never mentioned the incident to my family, but I was much more careful staying indoors. Always trust your gut, folks. Okay, so just to preface this was on Friday the 27th, and my boyfriend and I had smoked cannabis before going out to eat and catch a movie. So my friend and I are in line at BK and trying to decide if we want to split a meal or get separate meals. My friend orders her food, and when I get to order, I straight up get asked if we smoked weed. My first thought and question was, is it that noticeable? Now, I could barely hear this guy because he was speaking low, but he was asking about a certain strain that I could really care less about. But it gets to the point where he tells me how much I could get for a certain price point, which I said I would keep in mind. Now, my friend and I didn't spray any perfume or body spray. We normally do, but we completely forgot to. I get to the table. My friend picked out, and I start telling her about what just happened. Not even a minute after I sat down does this guy come over and pass me a folded up napkin of this weed to sample. Now, my friend and I are just shocked and talk about this. I ended up putting the napkin in my bra because it was the only place that I could. I had no pockets. This guy ends up coming to our table 3 to 4 more times within a span of 15 to 20 minutes. When I went up to get my food before these other encounters occurred, this guy let me know that he got off at 7:30 p.m. and asked if we wanted to hang out. I straight up said that my friend and I were going on a date and we're going to a movie straight after this. After I got my food, this guy stopped at our table to ask what movies were playing, what his name was. I don't remember what he said, just that it has something to do with California's state bird. And the other times, I can't remember why he came over. He just spoke to me and not my friend, and I could tell that this guy was trying to get some information on me. Now, I'm a very private person, and also a very cautious person. I could tell that this guy was trying something and I acted dumb, even though I knew what was going on. My friend had noticed that after the last time he came over, that this guy was staring at me anytime he passed by. I could tell that he was staring at me because of the windows that made a reflection because my back was to him. It got to a point where I told my friend that we needed to hurry because this is making me uncomfortable. So we finished quickly and left. Now, my friend and I did originally go to the movie theater, but we decided to watch the movie at home because of how busy it was. When we decided to watch the movie at my place, we tried to hurry and leave because of the time, and that guy was going to be off any minute. I don't think I'll be going to Burger King anytime soon because my hair color is blue. It's very noticeable and not many people have that color in my town. Plus, it's a smallish town. I hope to never meet this guy again, and if I do, I may have to have a backbone, especially if he acts like he did this time. Not a very interesting story, and also trying to tell things days later doesn't help, but that's my creepy encounter. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I had a creepy encounter the night that I'm writing this. My parents opened up a haunted house in my dad's shop, and we had a few actors. Names obviously changed to their role. The actors were me, my dad, my mom, my sister, Bear, Ghostface, Cheerleader, Alien, Prisoner, Doll, and Skeleton. I know it's a lot. Let me explain how the setup was. The shop has a store in the front, a gym in the middle, storage in the back. Dad would lead the patron into the front of the store and ring the bell to let us know to get ready. Then the patron would pass Bear and Ghostface. Then they would get jump scared by Cheerleader, me, and Prisoner, and then pass through the rest. Alien would follow them. Simple. So when we were near the end of our time, Dad let in a guy, like normal. He shall be known as Creepy Guy. I think now that I should mention that most of us were minors. Sister, Bear, Ghostface, and Skeleton are middle schoolers, and Cheerleader, Alien, and I are high schoolers. Creepy Guy touched Bear's shoulders and almost pulled a knife on Bear and Ghostface. After he passed them, he didn't notice Cheerleader, but grabbed Alien and scratched his arm. After that, he stared at Prisoner and ignored me. He then started speaking in a different language. It sounded like chanting, but I don't know, towards Skeleton, Doll, and Sister. Mom then ran him off. We were on edge for the rest of the night. I have 3 theories. Theory 1, he was a druggie, commonplace in my town. Theory 2, he was a really religious man praying over us. Or Theory 3, he was cursing us. I'm leaning towards 2, but it was still very creepy. I'm not entirely sure if this is the right place for this, but here it goes. For some context, I'm a 30-year-old white guy. Anyways, I decided to go to TJ Maxx on a Saturday, which was already a bad decision to begin with. I get there and I go to the guys section. As I'm hunting through some pants, this guy, 30-ish, close to me strikes up a conversation about how busy it is and blah blah blah. I entertain it and I'm polite. He proceeds to ask me more probing questions about what I do for a living, and then about my plans for the future. I'm not really in the mood to give my life story, so I find a polite way to see myself out of this conversation. I leave and make my way to a different section of the store. Long story short, 3 more guys around the same age try to strike up a conversation about the store and the deals. One guy even proceeds to mention how he loves thrifting, as he has on a Supreme shirt. No judgment thrown towards that type of stuff, and maybe he even thrifted that piece. It all just seems really convenient and strange. I've never had this happen to me before while out shopping. The only thing that I could think of is maybe some sort of secret shopper thing, or some scam that they're running. Has anyone else ever experienced this? I'm a 35-year-old female, and I used to work at a small startup that had a small warehouse in the city. I enjoyed it because it had great benefits, perks, and a pretty easy commute. I just walked a few blocks to the metro line in our city. Usually I worked the day shift, so my walk to the station wasn't too bad. I just encountered normal city life. On the occasional time that I worked into the night, I usually walked with some coworkers I knew, or my then boyfriend would pick me up. If I had to make the walk by myself, I'd wear giant headphones to deter catcalls and other annoyances. I had a doctor's appointment that morning and was allowed to make up my shift by staying after the day shift crew left. However, I finished my shift before the rest of the evening crew, which meant that I had to make the walk by myself that day. It was already dark, and the street was pretty much deserted, except for this one really tall burly dude walking just ahead of me yelling into his phone. I had my headphones on but nothing playing because I wanted to be aware of my surroundings. Big burly guy sounded angry and didn't turn back to look at me until after he yelled into the phone. I did my part, and now it's up to you to get rid of the body. I don't care what you do, just make it disappear. Then he turned around and stopped walking, looking at me surprised. I quickly stopped to not run into him and give an awkward grimace/smile, acting like I hadn't just heard him say that because I was listening to music. At the next crosswalk, I quickly crossed the street. He just stared, standing in place until I was a block away, and then turned the corner and disappeared. I don't know if this guy actually knew that I was behind him and said that to scare me because he thought that I was listening into his conversation. I hope. Or he was up to no good. But that was super creepy. I've never walked to the metro when it was dark after that by myself. I either had a ride or a buddy to walk with. This isn't my story, but my dad's. Around 40 years ago, when my dad was still in college, he moved quite a ways from Hai Chi Minh City in Vietnam to New Haven, Connecticut for college. He wanted to be as near as possible to his college, but also wanted to overlook the city skyline. He had already received the Form I-20 and went to the consular at the U.S. Embassy to try to get an M student visa. He was a first-generation immigrant, and though he had taken a fair amount of English classes in Vietnam, he wasn't fluent and knew nothing about housing in America. This is why he went the cheap route and rented out a podunk. Don't know if that's the right word to use, but I mean it was really shady looking. Apartment somewhere near Pine Tree Drive in West Haven. His landlord, as he told me later, gave off some serious red flags that he sort of brushed off because the apartment was only $250 a month. Firstly, the landlord's abode was directly next door to that of my dad's, and during his first night there, while he was getting unpacked, he heard a high-pitched screeching and weird opera music. Again, he brushed it off, for the same reason as said above, and also because he was very tired. The next morning when he woke up, he noticed a chair by his bed that wasn't there before, and when he went to the bathroom, his toilet seat was up, though he recalled putting it down. Not only that, but his door was unlocked. He again just brushed it off because he didn't want to stir up anything with his landlord by asking if he had come into his room, or by asking if it had been broken into, therein referring that the apartment was insecure. He also wanted to explore West Haven, as his college year did not begin until late August. He had come 3 weeks early. As he left, he specifically remembered locking his door behind him, but when he returned after a few hours out, he noticed that not only had the door been unlocked, but it was slightly ajar. This went on for weeks until his college year began. Things slightly moved from where he had left them, articles of food missing from his fridge, and other weird happenings. Finally, my dad had had enough. One night, he decided to stay awake until very late and try to catch whoever was doing this red-handed. That night, he finished his homework and then got into bed, but he remained awake. And sure enough, around 2 a.m, he sees his door handle turning and a hand sliding through. My dad froze. His blood ran cold. He then saw the landlord creep in and take some eggs from the fridge. Not only that, but the landlord then went to the bathroom, coming out a couple of minutes afterwards. He then slipped out once again, leaving the door unlocked. This creeped my dad out like heck, which is understandable, but for some reason he still decided to stay at that apartment for a few more nights before he finally confronted the landlord. This was because of money and wanting to save it, and that does some stupid things to the brain, I guess. This was before mobile phones, and even before decent cameras that didn't cost over $100. So my dad had literally no way to get evidence to show the cops besides mere accusations. The next night, he once more heard odd screeching and weird opera music coming from his landlord's room, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. That weekend, when his landlord went out shopping, he broke into his landlord's room, and what he found there was seriously disturbing. First of all, he found some weird adult doll, but when he investigated further, he found an old Kodak camera. Under this was some extremely low-quality pictures of him in bed, sleeping. He noped the heck out of there, taking the pictures with him, and went to the police station. He moved out of there shortly after, and he later heard that this same landlord had scared other residents of the apartment off after hearing the odd screeching and opera music, and after seeing all of their things moved around. The building my dad lived in was since torn down, and my dad decided to just dorm at Sigma Chi. He had at first opted to stay away from fraternities because of the heavy partying. We never knew what happened to the landlord, only that he would be facing some prison time. I seriously hope that he was never allowed to be a landlord again. My boyfriend and I applied to and moved into an apartment a few months back. I originally viewed it with my dad, who checked it out before I had. My boyfriend never viewed it, just trusted my judgment. I didn't mention my boyfriend to my landlord when we looked because it didn't cross my mind, and I figured that my dad probably noted it already. After we applied as a couple, my landlord stopped into my work and questioned why I hadn't mentioned my significant other. He was just questioning it, but didn't reject our application. That seemed to be crossing a line, as he would have only learned my work address from my application, and he could have just called. I brushed it off, thinking it may be a generational thing. He's like 80 years old. Months into my lease, my significant other had a family tragedy and needed to move back in with his mom. I started packing the apartment so that I could help advertise it to be rented to someone else. The landlord offered me half the rent for 6 months to help with the situation, mentioning that it would be helping us both out while he was away during the winter. He lives below us as we have the attic space, and no one would be there to watch the house if we couldn't find a new tenant. I met with him to go over the new lease agreement. He noted it was important that I didn't retreat the new agreement, and I would stay for the duration of the lease. The weird part of this was him being extra interested in the small possibility that I may separate from my significant other and be at the apartment by myself. He also ended up asking about my political views. It came up relatively naturally throughout some small talk, although he shouldn't have asked in my opinion. I was more than happy to be honest, thinking that he probably aligned with me. We ended up being on opposite sides, and that created some tension while he tried to express his frustration on matters that we'd obviously disagree. I backed away carefully out of the debate that he was trying to create because I felt that it was important to maintain a respectful relationship. Despite the uncomfortable conversation, the deal seemed too good to pass up, so I accepted the offer and signed. Since then, he has on multiple occasions came into the apartment for random, unimportant reasons, without notifying me in advance. He's left messages asking me to attend a local event, mainly circulated on political issues with him. He's run out of his side door, in his robe, while I'm trying to leave to ask me menial questions, as if he's always listening for me to be home. He comes into my work to drop off the flyers for the traveling speaker I mentioned, where he also sits and stares at me. I work in a coffee shop. And just today, I noticed that he installed a motion detecting chime that notifies him when I'm on the landing leading to my door. The chime is quiet enough for me to know that it's coming from inside the house on his floor. The last time he came into my work, I all but had a panic attack and started sobbing in front of all of my coworkers. It seems reasonable for me to be upset, despite what he might think is acceptable contact. It feels like he's holding this lease term over my head, in a way. I was around 12 when this happened. It was a Saturday morning, and my parents were going out of town for the weekend. They left my older brother to babysit, but as soon as they left, he did too. Great brother, I know. So I'm sitting in the living room watching TV when the doorbell rings. Instead of looking through the peephole like a normal person, I fling the door, eager for company. I thought that it would be my neighbor, not two middle-aged men looking down at me. Are your parents home? I didn't even hesitate when I tell them no. They're actually out of town for the weekend. Man, if I could go back in time, I would go back and slap myself silly. They exchange glances, and the older man looking says, "Well, I'm your landlord, and we need to come inside to check a few things out." That's when I realize how much trouble I'm in. I know my landlord. He's a friend of the family, and he's not either of the men standing in front of me. Thank God for quick thinking, because I tell him, "Yes, but I need to grab something first." And before they could reply, I shut the door and deadbolt it. I run to the kitchen, grab the phone, and dial my mom's number. I remember thinking, please pick up, please pick up, please pick up. She does, and the second I hear her voice, I break down sobbing. There's two guys at the front door and they want to come in. One said he's the landlord, but it's not Mario, and I'm scared. Come home now. Then I hear pounding on the window. My mom hears it too, because the next thing she tells me is, "Dad is on the phone with the police, and I need you to tell them that. Shout it at the top of your lungs that the cops are on their way. They know you're home alone, and they need to know that you won't be for long. I'll be there in 20 minutes. My parents are an hour away, and how they made it home as fast as they did, I'll never know. But through my tears, I yell as loud as I can, 'The cops are on their way.' Hey, we weren't gonna hurt you. No need to cry. It's okay, we'll leave." Then silence. It seemed like a lifetime, but was no less than 10 minutes when the police arrived. I will always remember the female officer who spoke with me. She calmed me down and applauded my quick thinking on shutting the door. She told me to never open the front door again unless it was someone that I knew, and even then not to do it if I was home alone, which I wasn't for a very long time after that. My parents pulled into the driveway like a bat out of heck, and my mom hugged me tighter than she ever had before. I was crying. She was crying. I got a lecture on opening the door for strangers and how lucky I was to be alive, and my brother got yelled at and grounded. Not that he cared much, he moved out shortly thereafter. The cops took a report and surveilled the area for 2 men but never found them. I learned my lesson that day. I have no idea who they were or what their intentions were, and I don't care to ever find out. So my boyfriend rents a master bedroom in a couple's house. It's a pretty nice space, big, roomy, private bathroom, fairly tidy house, and he's allowed to use the kitchen anytime. His landlord is the only downside. He tends to yell at his wife, drinks too much, and falls asleep on the couch most nights after drinking and watching sports. I've barely ever seen the landlord or spoken to him. Usually when I come by after work, he's already passed out on the couch. This weekend I was at my boyfriend's, and we were making lunch in the kitchen. Landlord comes around the corner and gives me a very long, creepy stare. I look back and say hi just to be friendly. Landlord keeps staring and then says, "If you're gonna be in the house, you could at least say hi." My boyfriend stops what he's doing and says, "She did just say hi, I heard her." The landlord scowls and shuffles off. An hour later, landlord sends my boyfriend a message. He says I'm not allowed to come over anymore because I give off an unfriendly vibe. The dog doesn't like me, and they don't feel comfortable with me there. For the record, the dog has bitten the landlord several times and has no problem with me. Anyway, the upshot is that we'll be hanging out at my place for a while instead. And yes, my boyfriend is looking to move out stat. Thankfully, he's on month-to-month rent there. Once upon a time, back when I was about 20, a friend of mine got into some trouble and went to jail. He needed someone to go and stay at his place and take care of his elderly dog and keep his bird fed. I immediately accepted, as I really didn't want to live with my mom and her new, younger boyfriend. Now, here is where I should probably mention that my friend was into some not-so-great things. That's how he ended up in jail. So naturally, that meant that some pretty shady characters were going around up there. Those characters usually waited until after I went to bed to start coming around and helping themselves to whatever they desired. That was bad enough on its own. But since my friend couldn't pay his electrical bill from jail, there was also no lights. Since the bedroom I was staying in had a deadbolt and another lock, I felt okay in there. I of course realize now how stupid and naive I was back then. After all, I'm only 5'3", and back then, I only weighed about 100 pounds. I guess my desperation for independence drove me to brave it. I would literally wake up the next day to find footprints outside the living room window, and I even found the phone line cut outside once. While all that was going on, my friend's creepy, teeth-missing, pervy landlord started randomly showing up. The landlord only lived like 3 football fields away. Apparently, my friend couldn't pay rent from jail either. He also didn't want me to tell his landlord that he was in jail, so I had to keep giving some stupid excuse about him being away at families. But that excuse only went so far, and probably knowing full well that it was crap, the landlord started showing up even more. And when he did, he started saying nasty things like, "My wife and I would be pretty excited to have you over, especially in a bikini." Soon enough, though, the landlord started being angrier and more frustrated each and every time he would show up. He would just show up at any given time, and since I didn't drive at the time, I was usually there for these unfortunate visits. Eventually, he just started straight up walking in, not even bothering to knock anymore. I told him that that was illegal, but he didn't seem to care at all. Remember earlier in the story, I mentioned that I slept in a locked room? Well, unfortunately, on that particular morning, I had already gotten up and made a trip to the kitchen for some water after the sun had already come up. Because of the daylight, I didn't even bother locking the bedroom door again. I just closed it. Not long after I had fallen back to sleep, a strange, slight noise woke me up. It was sort of a soft clicking sound. I gradually opened my eyes, but I didn't see anything, so I tried to go back to sleep. But then, I was suddenly startled back awake, as I could just feel another presence in the room with me. As I slowly focused my eyes in the light, I saw the old landlord standing over me and mouth breathing with a creepy grin on his sinister face. I instantly bolted upright, whilst grabbing the bed sheet and pulling it over my body. And then I went from 0 to 60 in less than 1 second. I jumped up out of the bed and yelled, "What the heck do you think you're doing right now?" All the while, I continued walking towards him angrily. He backed right up and practically ran out the front door. I locked it behind him, screaming, "I'm calling the cops." The cops came out, but since I had no proof and he didn't hurt me, they really couldn't do much. To this day, though, I'll never forget the sound of the old landlord's mouth breathing as he leaned over my sleeping, unsuspecting body. This happened to me last year when I was looking to move house. For the record, I'm a single female. I had been looking on a room renting website and found a couple of places that fit my requirements. One being a multiple occupancy student type shared house. Not ideal, but cheap. And one being a 2-bed house with one other occupant. Much more expensive, but nicer living conditions for me. These two properties also happened to be directly next door to each other on the same street. So I arranged to see both one evening after work. Shared house first, 2-bed, place immediately after. I had messaged the landlord of both places to set up a time, and the first guy seemed perfectly normal. And in fact, he was the whole time that he was showing me around the place. He was a skinny, middle-aged, slightly balding, and unremarkable guy who worked in IT in another city. Quite chatty about his personal life, obviously telling me what he did for a living, asking me questions about my hobbies, etc. Nothing too out of the ordinary. The only thing that seemed off was when I first arrived and knocked on the door, I was greeted by one of the tenants, who told me the landlord was upstairs so I should just go up. I did so, and followed the sound of voices to one of the rooms where the door was open. As I approached, I saw a man and a woman stood together on one side of the bed, and this guy on the other side. They all turned to look towards me as I walked towards the door, and it was a bit awkward as it seemed like I'd interrupted their conversation. But I guess they took it as an opportunity to wrap up as the couple said their thanks and left. The other guy introduced himself as the landlord, and I apologized for arriving early / butting in, but that the tenant had told me to come straight up. He said no problem, and that he didn't mind since he didn't want to rent to couples anyway. Fair enough. As we were roaming the house and chatting, he introduced me to the other tenants who were hanging out in the kitchen cooking, and he asked me what my interests were and if we all had anything in common. I told them that I was into the arts, movies, comic books, and a bit of a nerd. And he asked me if I watched The Big Bang Theory. I said sometimes, and made a joke that I actually tell most people the main characters are what my general friend group is like. He looked me up and down and said, "Yeah, you do kind of remind me of a weird hybrid of Penny and Leonard," then smiled a slow little smile. I was like, that's a weird comment, but okay. I guess I have a similar facial structure to Kaylee Cuoco, the short pixie hair like hers in the later seasons. But I was also dressed in baggy jeans, sneakers, and a boxy khaki military jacket with no makeup on. So I could kind of see what he was aiming at. As I was wrapping up to leave, he was asking me if I had any other questions for him. So I took the opportunity to clarify the deposit and rent amount again. He confirmed this with me and then smiled again and said, "You seem like a really cool person, so I'm sure that we could work out something cheaper. I just advertised that price to filter up people off, but I trust you." I thanked him for the offer, but that I still had other places to see, so I would let him know. The place next door turned out to be perfect, and I decided almost immediately that it was worth paying more for the privacy and space up there, as I've lived in so many multiple shares before and was getting tired of all the problems that came with it. After a couple more days and confirming with the landlady of the 2-bedroom, I agreed to sign the contract and move in at the beginning of the next month. I sent out a generic message to the previous few people I'd seen, thanking them for their interest, but that I'd decided on another property. And I only got one unexpected response from the landlord I'd seen before saying, "Sorry to hear that. You seemed really cool. I'd love to meet up for a drink sometime." As soon as I read that, I was pretty much like, no, and just never even bothered responding. Deleted his number from my phone and forgot all about it. Fast forward about a week later, and I was with a couple of friends in the pub. As we were catching up, I mentioned the house that I'd gone to see and the random message that the landlord had sent me. One of my friends, who is really immature, a typical prankster, was desperate to see the actual messages that he had sent me. I guess, for proof and for laughs, I guess. Well, I deleted his contact, but not the message history. So I found it and pulled it up for them to look at. They had their, "Ooh, that's creepy" laugh over it. Ribbed me out about maybe he's in the pub right now crying because I rejected him. Haha, very funny. I got up to go to the toilet, and when I came back, I saw that the two of them hunched over something, giggling, and when they saw me walk over, they went silent. That was when I realized that I'd walked away and left these two clowns with my unlocked phone. You can probably guess where this is going. The prankster of the two decided that it would be hilarious to reply to the guy's message, and he took the bait. Within the 4 or 5 minutes I had been away, he had started a flirtatious dialogue posing as me. Yes, this guy is a massive idiot. I tried to get my phone back, but we all had been drinking, and they convinced me it would be fine. They were just having a bit of fun. I wasn't happy about it, but they wouldn't let me see what they were typing, so I didn't know how bad it could be. After several more minutes of immature giggling and typing back and forth, my friends' faces suddenly dropped. He put his hand over his eyes and threw the phone down at the table in disgust. I caught the image of this man filling my phone screen before snatching it up, closing the chat and deleting it. I asked the guys what on earth they had said to make it escalate so quickly, and they apparently made out that I was a transgender woman with a neck fetish of all things, and this guy was really, really into it, prompting him to send those kind of pictures. I suddenly got another message notification, and the guy had added me as a contact on WhatsApp and started sending me messages like, "You make me so excited. I want to see what your mouth can do. And I'd love to bite your neck if you'll bite mine," along with more pictures of his outstretched neck. I blocked him before it escalated any further. The other guys found this hilarious. I was not nearly so amused because I had just agreed to move next door to the house that this guy owned, and I did berate them massively for their stupidity. I almost ended my friendship with the idiotic prankster because of it, on top of other things. He's taken my phone before and sent inappropriate messages to group chats that could easily have been my work or family. I'm all up for a joke, but this just went too far and made me very angry. Always keep your phone locked. I haven't heard from the guy since, although, funnily enough, when I first moved into the house and was chatting with the landlady, I mentioned the fact that I'd viewed the house next door, and she said without provocation, "Yeah, I know the guy who owns it. He's super creepy." I always got a weird vibe from him. I just sort of laughed in agreement. Needless to say, I am 1000% glad that I chose not to move in there. A couple of weeks ago, someone had dropped groceries at my door with 2 coffees. The groceries were very odd. Lubricant, lollipops, not your normal grocery shop. I thought it was delivered to the wrong apartment, and as there was no receipt on confirmation in the bag, I left it in the lobby, but no one claimed it. A week later, a letter was slipped under my door with $200 in it. The letter was by a man talking about his recent hardship and how he'd like to talk to me and hear my voice. Again, I was a little naive, so I took the note to my building manager, thinking it was for someone else. He thought it was strange, so called the number on the letter, and it turns out it was a man in the building next door saying he wanted to be my friend. The buildings are really close together, and you can see into the apartments if the blinds are open. My building manager told him to leave me alone and to stay out of the building. I thought it was over, but today I heard someone pacing in the hallway outside my apartment for a couple of minutes. I went to leave an hour later, and there was a coin in front of my door, dead center, like it had been placed there. The only way it would get there is if it was placed, or if my neighbor had dropped it, as my neighbor should be the only other person that walks past my door. But based on where I found it, it makes me feel like it was deliberately placed. I wouldn't think twice about the coin, but with what's been happening, it's making me really anxious. 2 days later after the coin incident, I left my apartment and a man in his 60s or 70s approached me straight away, telling me that he's selling his car and if I wanted to take a look at it. So I have a number plate, and I'm reporting it to the police. For background, I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live with my roommate, a 23-year-old female, in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. As you may know, Atlanta is super dangerous and crime-ridden right now, so we have a Ring peephole camera, perfect for apartments, and a digital lock on our door for safety. Now onto the story. About 3 months ago, the Sweet family from across the hall moved out, and we got a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say he's interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff that he was trying to fit into his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gives me hoarder vibes, but not my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a welcome to the neighborhood gift basket with some baked goods, dog treats, and poop bags for his dog, and seasonal candles. Apparently, this was not the correct thing to do. After that day, David got very creepy. It started out innocent enough. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going to give a quick chat. Or he would come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or toilet paper. Sometimes he would ask if we could come over and watch his dog. But within the past 2 weeks, things have really escalated. 2 weekends ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Braves Stadium. We ended up going home around 3 a.m., only to find David at the top of the stairs waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we had been, and requested that we tell him if we're planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face, and he called me a mindless Stacy, still not sure what that means. He also asked for access to our Ring camera so that he could make sure that we were safe. We laughed at him again and went into our apartment. Here's the scary part. We checked our Ring the next morning, and he sat outside his apartment staring at our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let them know that he was acting crazy. They told us to contact the police, so we did. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us. I assume the complex said something to him because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. This week, he's out of control. He is constantly sitting outside of our apartment. My roommate has started leaving for work an hour earlier so that she doesn't cross paths with him. I cannot leave the apartment during the day because he is constantly waiting outside for me. He's asked me out, left love letters on our door, on our cars, and in our mailbox. I told him once that I wasn't interested, and he told me that he would unalive himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I don't have that in writing, so the police didn't do anything. He has also put up a Ring doorbell of his own so that he can track all of our movements, and will leave really creepy notes when we're gone, so we find them when we come back. What do we do? Edit. For now, my brother is spending the night on my couch for the next few nights, until we can have a sit-down meeting with my landlord. We've collected all of the evidence and Ring footage so that we can show how much this has progressed. I'm sure the landlord and the police think we're being dramatic little girls or whatever, so we're not going to take no for an answer. Either he leaves, or we break our lease and get our full security deposit back. We're also going to file for a temporary restraining order at the very minimum, because some of the commenters said that that would be faster than going through the police. Again, thank you all so much for all of the advice. I'll update if anything crazy goes down. Edit. Thank you so much to everyone who replied in this thread and sent me direct messages. I really appreciate all of the kind words, advice, and support. Here are some updates. 1. We met with our landlord last week. Unfortunately, they aren't willing to work with us as much as we expected. They will not remove him from his unit. Since we didn't want to spend a ton of money to move, we asked if we could move units within the complex. The landlord offered us a 1-bedroom unit on the terrace level, so my roommate and I would have to share a room in what is basically the basement of our building. Not ideal. 2. We spoke to the police. They said that the notes and letters weren't enough to get someone on stalking or harassment, especially since he lives literally 3 feet away from us. He probably just thinks that you're cute, they said. They did keep the Ring videos and said that they would contact us sometime this week after they reviewed all the footage. 3. We've moved in with my parents for the time being. Shout out to them for being incredible parents. It really sucks spending $2,000 plus monthly on a place that you can't live. We're actively looking for other apartments, but money is tight since we would have to buy out the current lease and pay to start a new one. Also not ideal. So, not the update we were hoping for. But we're both safe now, and that's what's important. If anyone has any suggestions about raising $5,000 in a month, please let me know. When I, a 38-year-old female, was 18, I lived in a detached garage apartment that had a second apartment upstairs. My apartment was an efficiency and only had walls without doors to separate the rooms. The second floor was being renovated and no one rented it. At night, I would hear footsteps, and it sounded like it came from upstairs. I could hear someone going up and down the stairs outside at night. One time I had put my St. Bernard on a tie-out to party, and I went outside, and I heard scratching on the steps to find her wrapped around the stairs in a way that she couldn't have done by herself. I started having friends stay over because I thought that I was imagining things, since it was my first time living alone. One night, I was laying in bed and I heard a noise that woke me up. I looked up half awake and saw a shadowy figure at the foot of my bed. I could see the outline of what looked like a thin man or woman with shaggy hair and a top hat. I told myself I was just being paranoid and imagining things. I grabbed a hold of my dog and covered us with a blanket, telling myself it wasn't real. A few weeks later, my car had a baseball thrown through the window. I was out taping up my window, and my neighbor came out to talk to me. A young couple rented the house on the same lot. I asked her if she knew if our landlord had either been working on the upstairs unit or maybe rented it out because I kept hearing noises. She told me no, and offered to have her husband go take a look upstairs in the unit. While he was inspecting, she started telling me to be aware of a homeless man who was seen in the alley behind us. I asked her to describe him, and she tells me that he's thin, tall, dirty long hair, and always wearing a funny hat, kind of like the Mad Hatter. Her husband comes back and tells me that the door was unlocked, but the floor isn't done in the upstairs apartment, and there's no possible way someone could be up there because there was no place to step. I called my mom and she helped me move. While I was loading the U-Haul, I found 3 house keys in random places in my yard. All of them went to my door. I'm pretty sure that this dude was just living with me, and I had no idea. When I was around 7 years old, my parents rented out our basement to a young couple, a man and a woman. Things went smoothly for the first couple of months for the most part, save for the occasional loud party here or there. They were nice enough and would even leave their door open, which was under our backyard porch, for my siblings and I, the youngest being 5 and the oldest 9 years old, to wander in and out and use their basketballs, badminton racks, etc. whenever they were home. They would let us come and go as we pleased, although we didn't do so very often, because my parents weren't very comfortable with the idea, of course. As time went on, they started getting a bit out of hand, throwing loud parties until all hours of the night and disturbing the neighbors, sketchy people coming in and out, and my parents suspecting that they were growing marijuana in the basement, as the house constantly smelled like weed all throughout. My parents did end up finding a plant being grown in the closet under a lamp and evicted them immediately. Marijuana wasn't legal at the time. A few years went by until a family member who works in corrections came over one day. They began talking to my mom about our former tenants and asked if we ever knew where they ended up, and she said that she didn't. The family member then told us that a man was brought into the facility that they worked at who looked and sounded familiar, but they weren't able to place him. They suspected that the man may be our ex-tenant, who is actually being held on charges of SA and murder, but they weren't sure if it was him or not. Eventually, my mom was able to confirm the identity of the man as being our ex-tenant. He was arrested for R-wording and murdering his ex-girlfriend with his father. My parents didn't tell us until years later, but it was pretty wild news considering how many times he invited my siblings and I, without hesitation, into the basement, whenever we were out playing in the yard. I'm a 28-year-old man. The following happened a couple years back, when the city of the apartment that I'm currently renting with my brother was more gang-ridden. Fortunately, a lot of those people moved out at the end of last year, so things are safer now. However, at the time where I lived, it was rather dangerous, and the following shows that. It was February 2020, and the rent was due by the 5th. So before the deadline, my brother and I went and withdrew the money for the rent. Then, shortly after we came home, I left my apartment and I went down to the rental office to pay, got the receipt, etc. As I was leaving and heading back to my apartment, though, is when the encounter all began. As I was heading back, I looked across the street and I saw a tall, skinny man with his pants somewhat hanging below his waist across the street, going for a walk up ahead. I merely glanced at him, sort of like how people can merely glance at someone when they're going for a walk and they see someone across the street. However, as soon as the guy noticed me glance, he started screaming at me viciously. "Hey, ain't nobody talking to you. Ain't nobody thinking about you, man." I was pretty taken aback and kind of shocked. However, not wanting to give him attention, I pretended like I didn't hear him, and I continued walking, not looking in his direction. However, as I continued walking back to my apartment, he started screaming profanities and more at me. Then he started to cross the street to where I was going. However, because he was ahead of me, on the opposite street, when we decided to cross, instead of heading directly towards me, he did the following. He decided to cross the street and sat on some outside apartment steps up ahead to where I was going. The reason was so that I would have to cross his path if I were to get to the front of my apartment. He just sat there, waiting for me to pass him as I was walking. He was dead silent, but you could tell that he could lash out at any second, which gave me chills. My heart was pounding in my chest, and thoughts started running through my head. What if he had a weapon? Would he try and jump me when I passed by him? Would he follow me back to my apartment? With my thoughts racing, I quickly remembered the back entrance. So I went around to the back of the apartment and took the entrance there, which led me to my place. I told my brother what happened, and we immediately agreed that the police should be called, so that's what was done. The police were called, and it took about 7 minutes for them to get there. Shortly into waiting for the police to arrive, I looked out the window of my top floor, and there the guy was. He was walking about the area with a suspicious look on his face, quickly looking back every now and then to see if someone was watching him. Eventually, the police arrived. I told them what happened, gave them a description of the guy, etc. The police also agreed to do a quick sweep of the area. However, the man was nowhere to be found, though they said that they would keep an eye out, even though nothing came up again. Who that man was, I do not know. He may have been on drugs, doing illegal activity which caused him to become very paranoid, etc. Who knows? As for me, all I know is if my apartment did not have a back entrance, things could have ended really badly. This happened a few years ago. I was going through a difficult time, so I was looking for a new place to live without big commitments until I figured life out. I met this guy through a Craigslist posting. He said he had an apartment and was looking for a roommate. I got his name and number, called him, set up a meeting at a public place for a meet and greet. Everything went seemingly fine, and he agreed to show me the place. He seemed super nice and helpful. He was easy to get along with, was neat and low maintenance. It didn't bother me that he was a guy. We agreed on no drugs, no partiness, no craziness terms. We agreed on monthly payments, and I moved in a few weeks later. So it was after 2 weeks. One day he comes in early from work, has this very upset voice and claims that we need to talk. He says that I've been acting very inappropriately by having my boyfriend stop by on occasion. Not even stay or spend the night or anything like that. To see me for like 10 minutes every now and then. I began questioning him, and he just said that made him feel uncomfortable because everyone at the apartment complex thought that I was his romantic partner. I was so furious and couldn't believe this. It then escalated to a point that he said that the entire time he had known me, which is like for 2 weeks of very minimal interaction, plus the fact that I worked night shift, so he was by himself most of the time when he was home. He was convinced that, "I believe you are possessed. I can see it in your eyes." I knew at this point that this stuff had totally hit the fan, and that I needed to get as far away from this guy as I could. He acted all calm then, saying that I could take my time looking for a new place, and that our arrangement would not work. Yeah, no duh. So I told my boyfriend what had happened. I found an apartment I could move into, and had planned to do it the very next day. I told the insane roommate. The next day of my moving out comes, and I walk into the apartment to get my stuff. There's this wooden cross above my room's door frame with this cliché Jesus figure on it, which was pretty offensive since I'm a Christian, and this lunatic had decided that I'm possessed. I walk into my room, and there are these creepy candles all lit. I packed up all of my belongings and left. He sent a message to me later, with of course something that had to do with God and how he was hoping that I would face my sins in darkness. I blocked this creep's number after that. I do trust people a lot less, and would never have a roommate. And this was the first time ever in my life that I had had one. Yeah, for 2 weeks. Every night between 1 to 4 a.m., my downstairs neighbor is doing intense construction. and I only hear it between the hours of 1 to 4 a.m., and it's been going on for like 8+ months, 4 or 5 days a week nonstop, and it's getting louder every night. It keeps me up now, and it never used to. It's much louder than before, which leads me to believe that they're trying to get in, as the sound is consistently getting louder every night. I am immune at risk, so I've been pretty isolated up here by myself, and I'm worried to talk to my downstairs neighbor personally, which also has to do with living in a very sketchy area. Are there any reasons at all why someone would only choose to use their electric tool collection between 1 to 4 a.m., or do I have the right to be worried? I've been constantly telling myself that it's probably nothing for a long time, but it gets scarier every night, and the more I think about it, the more my reasoning feels like excuses. If anybody has an explanation for this, it could put my mind at ease and let me sleep. Thank you. I'm a 21-year-old male, and my girlfriend is a 20-year-old female, and we rented an apartment for a month. The area was secluded, and after dark, everyone would mind their own business. Neighbors would hardly talk to each other or even be outside in the evening. Our apartment was in a building with 4 floors, and each floor had a single apartment. All the apartments were very compact and built to be rented to students. The night we moved in, our taps ran out of water, so I went upstairs hoping to borrow some from the people living upstairs. I realized that 2 out of the 4 apartments were vacant and locked. The apartment on the 4th floor was lit from the inside, so I decided to ring the bell, but to my disappointment, nobody answered. Over the next week, we used to hear the sound of someone whacking a rod or some sort of metal on maybe the floor or some other object. This would start late at night, after 1:30 a.m., and continue for hours. Initially, we didn't care about it, but after some time, it got us intrigued. The sound was clearly from one of the apartments above us, but as I already mentioned, 2 of the 3 were vacant for sure, and the 3rd one seemed vacant but was lit from inside. I knocked on its door many times, but no one answered. The whacking sound was a daily occurrence, and on some very late nights, we could hear someone climbing the building stairs. It seemed as if we were the only ones living in this building, especially during the day, and until the very late nights. We made up theories to convince ourselves that it was nothing, but the pattern of whacking was too irregular for it to be made by wind or something other than a person. It would start almost daily at around the same time. We asked people around, but didn't get any satisfactory answer. No one knew if anyone lived there. Towards the end of our stay, I saw a shady-looking man going upstairs one day, during the day. I asked him if he was the owner of the apartments upstairs. He said he was, also including the one on the 4th floor. I asked him if anyone lived upstairs, and also about the whacking sound. He told me that no one did, and that he's looking for tenants. He said that he had no idea about the sound. To my surprise, he then asked me, "So, for how long you're going to stay here?" "4 more days till we leave on the 30th of this month," I replied. He asked me if anyone else had rented the place for the next month, and I told him that I didn't know. So the strangest part is that for the next 4 days, there was neither the whacking sound nor the sound of someone climbing up the stairs late at night. However, my girlfriend's internship got extended by 2 days, and we decided to stay there. And just as I had anticipated, the whacking sound resumed after the 30th, the day that we were supposed to leave. I don't know what it was. I won't ever know. But I'm just happy that we got out of the place without any consequences. It really scared me sometimes, and feels weird thinking about it, even now. I've always been super creeped out by this experience, and I've thought a long time about posting it, but it wasn't until I told one of my friends this story that they pointed out that this might be a Men in Black type story. Anyway, here we go. It was my middle brother's 10th birthday party, so this was 2006, and the woods I grew up as my backyard was Seneca Creek Park, which is also where Blair Witch supposedly took place. My brother's birthday party was pirate themed, and I guess my mom had given us chocolate coins for treasure. I don't really remember why, but all the boys at my party, myself and my mom, walked through the woods before having cake. My youngest brother Jesse, 6 at the time, told me when we got back to the house that he left his coins by the bridge in the woods. That part of the woods was where a fork came in the path. Left was the bridge leading to a walking trail, and right was deeper on the path headed near the creek. So I decided I would go and find his coins, and told him to come with me. Oddly enough, my mom warned us not to go, but we still did, and for some reason she let us. The bridge was about a 5-minute walk from the bottom of our hill that was our backyard. We walked into the woods and everything was normal, just like it was when we were there with the group. We finally made it to the bridge, and I found Jesse's coins right away. I was bent down, and Jesse was behind me, and I looked up while grabbing the coin, and there's a man in all white with a white-brimmed hat. I thought it was a cowboy hat, and then a man behind him wearing all white too but no hat. They appeared out of nowhere, and I started backing up right away when I saw the first man because I felt pure fear. He saw me scared and backing off, and he said, "I don't bite." That's when I told Jesse to run, and I was screaming run and we ran home. I didn't even check to see if they were following us, but we ran all the way out of the woods and up the hill screaming because the group plus my mom were on the back deck. And I knew that if the men knew people were listening for us, maybe they wouldn't chase us. We told the boys and my mom what had happened, and my mom said, "See, I told you so." And that was it. It was so scary, and they truly came out of nowhere. They just appeared. My brother remembers this just as vividly as I do. Has anyone ever encountered men in all white in the woods? I never really knew what all this meant, but it was so creepy, and this is probably the best place to try and figure it out. Thank you for reading this far. I'll try to answer any questions. I live in the countryside of France. My village is settled at the top of a hill and surrounded by forests and crops with no stores nor a bakery. My parents' house is near 2 farms, and behind the garden there are large crops. These are essential elements to the story. The bathroom's window overlooks the garden. Before my parents built a veranda, there were curtains, so every time I closed it when I was going to the bathroom, which made my family laugh. "Why are you closing it? No one's watching you." I was like, "We don't know that. It's just in case." Then the veranda was built, and my dad got rid of the curtains and put strips on the window. I got worried, because I love to know that I have intimacy when going to the bathroom. And I even showed my parents that when we were standing at the end of the garden, we can see us in the bathroom. Of course, they laughed. "You're just being paranoid." Weeks passed, and then I noticed a tractor being parked just at the end of the garden. Every night the tractor was there. My parents also noticed it and thought it was weird. We have lived there for 20 years, and it has never happened before. Sometimes we felt like we were being watched, but we shrugged it off, thinking that we were just being paranoid. My dad came to talk to the farmer to get rid of the tractor, and then it disappeared for a while. Today, I was smoking outside, and my mom came up to me and told me, "I think you're right. We are being watched." Yesterday night, I was going to the bathroom, and the tractor was parked in front of the garden with its headlights illuminating the bathroom's window. I turned the light off and went to the veranda and took a picture. Then he left. I'm glad that I was right, but worried because I don't know how long he or she has been stalking us in the bathroom. What are your thoughts on this? Thanks for reading. I was in Blue Ridge, Georgia and young. Must have been 8 or 9. My parents went for a walk, and I decided to stay home due to the neighbor's dog scaring me so much. I no longer remember what it was that caused me to go outside on the porch, but I did. There, a good 50 feet away from the house, was a young buck, velvety antlers starting to grow. As I stared at it, I had the most bizarre vision. It was like someone suddenly switched my eyes to X-ray, and I panicked that lightning had struck the deer because it was suddenly inverted and I could see its bones through it. Like an actual X-ray, some coloration, you could see the outline of its entire body, and then its bones as if they were painted over its body. An instant later, my vision corrected. The deer was back to normal, and I had a panic attack in the crawl space. I was scared to be near windows in case it was lightning and I would be struck. This has never happened to me again. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that it's likely that this was just a mountain lion. Either way, it's one of the scariest things that has happened to me in the woods. In early March of 2021, I was just barely recovering from a significant concussion, enough to where I could drive again. I still couldn't work for another few weeks and couldn't look at screens or even read, so I was spending plenty of my time just going on short walks and such to pass the time in ways that didn't aggravate my head. I went to a small trailhead that I hadn't been to before. If it weren't for the trees, I think houses about 1/2 mile away or less would have been visible from the parking lot, so I wasn't exactly deep into the wilderness. I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't go. I was alone, but as always, I was armed with my CCW and figured I was just being goofy because it was a dreary, cloudy day with some chill and a slight breeze. I approached the trailhead feeling very strange, like I shouldn't be there. I saw a single car in the parking area and figured that maybe since a previous car of mine had been broken into at a trailhead a few years previous, I was worried that it would happen again with my car now, being the only other one up there. I backed in and hung out for a few minutes. 2 dudes with fishing poles came from the left, where I couldn't see, but could clearly hear a rushing river. They got in their car and left, and my "I shouldn't be here" sense persisted. Being an idiot, I still got out and headed up the trail. I had no idea how long it was or where it went, but I didn't really intend on going the full way unless it was short. I just wanted to walk for a little while outdoors. The trees hadn't gotten their leaves back, and it was a dreary day as I mentioned earlier, but that usually doesn't put me on edge. As I walked, the strong feeling to turn back got more and more obvious. I felt myself glancing all over literally constantly. It wasn't even fun anymore to be up there. It's only been a couple of minutes too. I mean, the feeling of dread was so immediately strong that I could still see my car in the parking lot when I finally decided that it was time to go, because it has gotten that strong so quickly. I turned around, hand on my pistol in its holster, and stopped to listen. A few seconds after I turned around, I heard a big footstep off to my right. It was a big snap of a branch that had been on the ground already, maybe 25 to 30 yards away. I'm not sure if it matters that the branch was already on the ground, other than I know that it wasn't deadfall. I've been working in audio for way too long and can tell you a lot about an event simply by how it sounds. That might sound silly, but it's important to know that I could 100% tell that it was a footstep that had, likely accidentally, stepped on a branch that was already present on the forest floor. I waited a second or two after this big snap to head out. I looked over at the place that it had come from, able to see what felt like a decent amount because of the lack of leaves on the trees, but I couldn't see anything that looked alive. Not wanting to trigger a pursuit instinct in whatever it was, I started walking down the trail. I had my sidearm in hand, drawn at that point. My car wasn't far, and I'm a naturally fast walker, so this seemed like the best course of action. I got back to my car in a minute or two, and heard nothing at all besides the nearby river rushing by. Having backed into my spot, I started my car and put it in drive, but had my foot on the brakes. I wanted to see if anything came into sight, and then peel out of there if so. Nothing ever showed itself. Not that I could see anyways. As I left the area, the dreadful feeling went away, and I had a normal rest of my day, but shaken up a little. I don't know what it was, and don't make any claims. As I mentioned at the very beginning, it was probably a mountain lion as this occurred near the Box Elder area of Utah, and they're often seen coming down into the cities. So, one still in the mountains, but only half a mile from some fancy houses, probably isn't too strange. Either way, a few things still strike me to this day. 1. Whatever it was, clearly knew that it had revealed itself when it stepped on the branch, and was smart enough to recognize that I immediately looked in its general direction as a result. The fact that something saw me notice its mistake, and that I still saw absolutely nothing in turn during the middle of the day still freaks me out. Mountain lions are notorious for their natural camouflage, so this still tracks. The sense of dread, number 2, before I even got to the trailhead. I felt this a few times, as you might see in my other post in r/The Truth Is Here. But even then, I didn't feel the same dread like I did here on this little trail. I knew that I was going to be in danger, then ignored that, and then knew there were eyes on me by something that I couldn't see myself. Then that instinctual knowledge was confirmed when there was very clearly a large step taken among the trees to my right. I've had a handful of stories similar to this one that are also 100% real things that have happened to me that I think I'll try to post someday. I keep running into similar situations because I keep going out when I have the sense that I should not. Maybe someday I'll learn. I live in the heart of the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. This makes for a beautiful, albeit rugged wilderness that can shift from pleasant to dangerous, empty to heavily populated in the blink of an eye. Phoenix and Flagstaff are separated by roughly 100 or so miles of pretty isolated backwoods driving. There is one stretch between communities where there aren't homes or residential areas at all for about 50 of those miles. This is national forest for outdoor recreation. The only buildings are ranger stations and one space observatory that is pretty far back into the forest. The observatory has many weird legends about it, like being privately owned by the Vatican, which there is some evidence for. My mom was driving between townships in this very isolated span of woodland when she came upon a boy walking down the roadway. He looked to be maybe 15 years old. My mom doesn't stop for people as a general rule, but she turned around and decided to help the kid out. Only when she circled back around did she realize her mistake. The pedestrian wasn't a boy, but a small man close to her age. He had boyish characteristics, but was dirty and strange. Even his clothes were weird, almost too plain, as if handmade. He tried to get in the car, but my mom kept it locked. She questioned him for a bit and learned that he was an android, trying to make his way back to the colony. He explained that there was a camp of homeless people, what he called vagrants, that were being reconfigured into androids. These androids weren't allowed to drive or interact with humans as a whole. That was not unless they became separated from the rest of the colony. This wouldn't stand out as strange if not for all the other stories that I've heard about this place. A ramshackle place with plywood buildings and other roadside trash coaxed into shelter. Cult and commune are the usual labels. And word is, they all dress exactly the same. In late summer of 2019, I'd say maybe a couple of miles away from Montello, I was walking down in the woods in Marquette County, Wisconsin. I decided to go in the night after dark because there would be no heat, and I didn't want to get heat stroke out there. I was taking a walk on a foot trail some people used and made, but it's not an actual trail on any maps. Anyways, moments before the experience happened, I checked my phone and it was 1:42 a.m. A couple of minutes later I hear, "Hey bro, can you help me?" from a direction I was facing, and I said, "With what?" They said come closer, which made me choose to run back down the way that I came. And yes, I got chased down and heard, "I need some help, bro." Funnily enough, a deputy was driving by as I floored it out of there, as the dude hit my car with a knife, scratched my truck a bit, and dented it. This happened in September. No, the deputy did not do anything, as I don't think that they really cared. I was camping with my kids when I woke up to the sound of blood-curdling screaming. It was my own kids screaming. They were pointing at the tent door. The zipper was unzipping, and a tiny hand came in and was trying to pull my backpack out. I forgot that there were raisins in it. Raccoons. My kids were terrified of raccoons before this happened, so their screaming was intense. They calmed down after a couple of minutes, and I expected to hear someone shout, "Everything okay over there?" or for a park ranger to walk up, because there were lots of campers and sites nearby, and my kids were screaming bloody murder, like straight from a horror movie. But no one checked on us. I imagine maybe they were all laying there too scared to move, in case they were the next ones to be murdered, and that maybe they are still wondering about the screaming ghosts or unreported murder to this day. Exchange students sometimes have the worst. I was an exchange student from Malaysia and was placed in Missouri in 2006. They were a family of 4, a son and a daughter, and they lived somewhere around Webster Groves. They looked nice, warm and welcoming, but it was all a facade, for they were trying to gain my trust. Coming from a country where all your neighbors are practicing a million different religions would kind of desensitize you, or make you very aware. I was the latter. The first week was fine, but sometimes I would wake up a little bit early and find them gathered in the kitchen in a circle, around the kitchen table, mumbling and whispering. They'd stop as soon as I entered. It was very disconcerting, but I brushed it off thinking that it was just an American quirk. During the second and third week it became worse. The boy wouldn't touch me because I'm born from sin, his words, not mine, and the girl was afraid of me because I spoke to the father whilst looking him in the eye. I started prodding her for answers whenever little things that I did, which are normal by the way, like reading before bed, talking directly to the parents, and eating a sandwich, would elicit small gasps and hyperventilation. She told me that I have residues of the wicked and that I'm going to hell. She told me about a cleanse and a daily prayer wash. I've seen them singing the same hymns over and over again, reciting the same verses in different tones, and it really freaked me out. I wasn't stupid. I realized I was in a cult when they took me to church. I was made to sit in the front, and the pastor was conducting the service specifically for me. I realized it when I looked around and saw that everyone was looking at me. I felt like I was in a horror movie. Wide-eyed, silent stares. Men and women were separated. People wore different colored ribbons on their wrists, and the children looked haunted or just plain frightened. Nobody spoke to me or even came close to me. The men never looked me in the eye, and the women whispered and shunned me. I went there twice. School was on break, so I had to stay in with them. Many weird things happened, but none was as bad as waking up in the middle of the night to find the mother sitting next to my bed, reciting verses from the Bible in the dark. As soon as I'm awake, she'd stop and silently walk away. The family began treating me very badly after that. I was punished for being out of line. No dinner, locked in until morning, no sweet drinks. I had to cover up with long-sleeve tops, long pants, a skirt, etc. I think I lasted because I was curious. They probably thought that since I was from Southeast Asia, I must be quite gullible and naive. They tried brainwashing me about how sinful I was, how lost I was, how the world is going to end and I'll be dragged to hell unless I accept their teachings. I was there for a month before our chapter coordinator came by for a visit. I told her everything, outside of the house naturally, and I left with her immediately. We came back with a group of people from the exchange organization about an hour later, and found them in the midst of burning the things of the sinful non-believer. Thankfully, my passport and other relevant documentation was untouched. I never found out what kind of cult they were. I was raised in cult teachings in an isolated homeschool environment, and then my family moved to the cult later. Brainwashing was there. It wasn't obviously rote in the same thing every time, as the pastor was very charismatic and convincing, but it actually was. We sang about only 20 songs, mostly hymns over the course of the time that I was there. It was run and controlled by a single pastor. There was a board, but there was no accountability. It was kind of a joke. Only the most supportive, i.e. the people who considered him always right, were elected to the board. It was very abusive and controlling. Coffee was unspiritual. Missing meetings gained you a phone call from a board member telling you that you were breaking fellowship. Everything was about the pastor. I mean, literally. Sin was thinking negative thoughts about the group and the pastor. He set himself up as the wisest man on earth. For the girls, they had it worse. He would convince each one that they had a problem, i.e. idolatry, and he would proceed to abuse them. The cult was less than 30 people. As for why he's not in jail, settlements. My experience was awful. I had some serious depersonalization, and the effects on me are awful. Living in fear, anxiety, intense emotional pain, constant flashbacks. It's really bad. My parents are still in it, and relationships with them are probably impossible. Talking about anything will get me verbal abuse. Child abuse is really bad. I left this last year, so I'm still processing a lot. I want to try to be concise and still give a proper breakdown of my time growing up in a cult. I'm going to start by breaking down the ideology. The second coming of Christ. They believe the second coming is and was alive. He was a Korean man who went by the name of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. He was given the mission by Jesus in a vision when he was 16 years old on a mountaintop, and it is his purpose to create an example of the ideal family, so all may shape their families in its likeness and create an ideal world. Restoration of the fall. Jesus forgives your sins, but what about restoring humanity to what it was before the fall, by paying spiritual indemnities and cleansing humanity of those sins in the first place? Their idea of indemnity is almost like paying karma forward. You can put yourself through misery to either pay for past mistakes of humanity or to ensure that good things will happen in the future. You can pay indemnity by 1. Living in a van for years and years on one of their task forces, fundraising by selling candles or wind chimes, sometimes more than 14 hours a day. 2. Getting an arranged marriage after abstaining from absolutely any contact with the opposite sex all of your life, by the Reverend himself, or now your parents, thereby overcoming the temptation of the fall by denying your desires and obeying the church completely. Actually, this is the most important aspect to the church, that you get matched and blessed their word for marriage. It is the only thing that will eventually restore humanity. 3. Converting other members. 4. Doing hundreds or thousands of bows to a picture of Reverend Moon every night for about X amount of days. 5. Taking cold showers every day for X days. 6. Fasting. You can drink water for a provincial number of days, either 3, 7, 21, or 40. Note, you must do a 7-day fast before you get married. 7. Giving money offerings to the church. The church also started charging for ancestor liberation in the last couple of decades. Just like old school Catholics, you can pay to have your dear old granddad hoisted out of the pits of hell. Since the church is Korean, they have deep resentment towards the Japanese, and ancestor liberation can be thousands of dollars per person liberated. For Americans, I think it was little over 100, I think. 8. Beat yourself to repetitive chants on an approved spirit cleansing event. 9. Or basically denying yourself of any human comfort or need for some time. Some do sleep deprivation conditions. There's a lot else, but I can't keep going. Growing up in the church. There are countless strange rituals in the church. Like on your birthday, you and your whole family has to wake up at 5 a.m., go to the altar of Reverend Moon, say a prayer and offer food. When the ritual is almost over, the birthday kid usually has to take the food and offer some to each of the family members, and you always leave some on the altar. There are countless stories told to the second generation. Children born from marriages approved by Reverend Moon. We were supposed to have been born as purely as Jesus, without original sin. Of members who left the church and immediately got hit by a bus, or became prostitutes and died from ODing, or unalived themselves out of guilt. Koreans. Korea in the church is seen as the New Jerusalem, Koreans being the new chosen people. Every leader in the church is a Korean, despite the religion's heavy unification of world cultures and religions overtones. Koreans often were the only match to other Koreans. None of Moon's kids were allowed to marry anyone other than a Korean. Japanese members have always been in the church's cash cow, guilting them into paying more in tithing and overcharging them for everything. Americans got their fair share of that too. The church often comes up with a new ceremony, like a holy wine ceremony, where drinking this new blessed wine, usually juice, will heal you of all of your sins. That, of course, you have to pay to get into. Sometimes they just make a big plea for extra money, like their total life offering, which was something like, if you paid the church $16,000, you would never have to pay them for anything again, which was a lie. Some members took out second mortgages on their houses to pay these offerings. My wrists are seriously hurting from typing this much, so I'll leave some space for questions. I haven't even made a dent in the beliefs, rituals, or culture of the church yet. Update. I will say, in response to people in this thread who ask how someone could fall for this, and how people could stay in for so long, Cults like this never approach it like, hey, a Korean guy is the Messiah. You want to join? They take you through steps, almost like Scientology, but not so clearly defined. The Unification Church was going around in America in the 70s preaching a true love and family values, stuff many people, especially people with Christian backgrounds, can get behind. The church does have heavy Christian influence, so much of the language is the same, but they'll start discussing these things with you, like the evils of the world. If Jesus restored the world, then why would there need to be a second coming? We should prepare ourselves for the next Messiah. A Messiah is exactly what we need. How else can we right the wrongs of this world? Once you get them going on that, you just pump them up with all of the same religious feel-good stuff. God is our Father. God is watching out for you. He wants the best for you. God hurts when you don't do what's right. And eventually, God becomes some kind of emotionally sensitive dude that you have to coddle and take care of. Then, once your members are pumped, they're living in vans, they're trying to recruit other people. That's when you start with the deeper stuff. You know the Messiah is here. The tension has been building to this moment for literally years. The members are overjoyed and can't wait to do anything that this guy says so that they can be like Jesus' first disciples. No one thinks they're a victim. They think they're literally saving the world. It appealed to a lot of people who were raised Christian, but were dissatisfied with the contradictions or shortcomings of their parents' religions. Anyways, sorry for the block of text. I'm done. For now. I'm surprised that there aren't more former Children of God / the Family International babies posting on this thread. I was born and raised in the Children of God / the Family International, and I'm convinced that it is and was one of the most detrimental cults out there because of the way that their doctrines were weaved into every tiny area of people's lives. Everything was dictated by leadership and controlled by peer pressure. It was a communal cult. Hive mentality was rampant. The type of food you ate, the way you dressed, who you lived with, the education you received, the movies you watched, the music you listened to, who you married, everything was controlled. There was absolutely no real free will allowed, and very minimal contact with the outside world happened, except if you were asking people for money, or trying to convert them to Christianity / the cult. I left when I was in my early 20s, and it's only been a few years since then, so I'm still trying to unlearn a lot of things. I decided to go to college and get an education, and I'm so miserable because basic things like how to study for an exam, or how to interact with your professor, are completely foreign concepts to me. I didn't find out till college that I'm pretty good at science and math, subjects that were highly discouraged in the group, or if taught at all, were either very simplistic, math only went up to basic algebra if you were lucky, or taught with such a religious / creationist spin that it's unrecognizable as science. Someone actually posted excerpts from the biology textbook that I had in high school here on Reddit a while ago, and everyone was commenting, these are all lies and not real science. And I'm all, well, crap. I like to imagine that if I'd had regular schooling when I was younger, maybe I could have been an engineer or an astronaut or something awesome. People are probably going to counter with that statement with, it's never too late to try. Platitude. And I'd just say, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Forget dating. I have more knowledge and experience under my belt than most people my age, and I don't have a clue what normal dating looks like. Passionate hugging is synonymous with intimacy, and that's synonymous with control. I am terrified of getting into a relationship because I know that it would be so ridiculously easy for someone to abuse their power over me. When you're raised to always say yes, you have no idea what a struggle it is to say no. When people find out about this cult, the thing that usually gets focused on the most is the sexual aspect of it. It was literally that kind of cult. But for me, the worst part is just having no frame of reference for connecting with other people outside the group. I can forget the bad things that happen and just get on with my life. But it's difficult knowing how to make new friends and build a life outside the FI. I just don't get most of what people talk about. I've only got a few years of movies, music, pop culture history in my brain, and I can't really relate to how other people react to things. I didn't have any of those normal experiences in high school like dating, going to prom, etc. My best friends are former TFI people because I can't seem to make real friends out here in the great wide jungle of a world. I wonder how I'll ever be able to get close to people when they will never be able to comprehend the experiences I've gone through. And at the same time, I can't relate to their experiences either. Real life things that most people take for granted, like graduating college, buying a house, having a successful job, etc., seem like fairy tales to me because nobody in my life growing up did those things. I don't have anybody who can give me advice on how to accomplish those normal life tasks because nobody I grew up with or our parents did any of those things. I feel pretty lost. I'm still picking pieces of this cult out of my identity, and it's exhausting. Edit. I just wanted to add a random artifact from my upbringing. I went to see the Hunger Games catching fire recently, and I broke down crying in the middle of it because I had a sudden realization that I grew up believing that the sort of apocalyptic, depressing scenario played out in the Hunger Games was an inevitable outcome in my future. Not the actual Hunger Games, obviously, but the extreme government control, oppression of the people, dire social circumstances, etc. It made me feel very alone in that moment, setting with the knowledge that I was viewing that very thing in my childhood nightmares, and knowing that nobody around me could possibly comprehend the reasons for my tears. I was raised in a cult. Both of my parents were members of the Children of God, nowadays called the Family International. We traveled all over Europe from city to city and performed music on the streets and passed out leaflets to convert people. I have many brothers and sisters, mostly from different dads, as the philosophy of the sect was kind of rooted in the free love hippie movement. There are some pretty serious and I think conclusive accusations of child abuse within the sect. But thankfully, my parents didn't do that. My stepdad, however, physically and verbally abused us, as corporal punishment was very encouraged. He never got caught, although we frequently showed overt signs of abuse. But since we weren't ever in one place for more than a couple of days, well, you get the picture. We were, of course, all homeschooled too, which I hated, since that was also a constant source of abuse. My stepdad taught me timetables by asking me repeatedly, what's X times Y? And if I'd get the result wrong, I'd get slapped on the fingers with a cooking spoon, as many times as the result was. Thankfully, my parents got out of the sect by the time that I was about 13 years old. My stepdad didn't give up his habits though, which continued until I was old enough to fight back. Settling into regular school was very difficult, as I was constantly and heavily bullied for wearing secondhand clothes, not speaking German very well, and just being completely different. After a couple of years though, I went from worst in the class to best, and being kind of accepted. Nowadays, I still have some lingering issues, which I'm not sure if they'll ever be fixable. One of them is trust issues, which has also prevented me so far from seeking therapy. It's all a very long time ago too, and I've pretty much made my peace with all of it already. I think my parents got out of the sect before it got really crazy. I was born and raised in a cult, and considered myself a member up until I left my parents' home at the age of 18. The group that I was associated with is not well known, but the effects on the members are tragic and undeniable. We were literally brainwashed. We had weekly services with a set program: 3 hymns, prayer, sermonette, hymn, announcements, main message, hymn, and prayer. It never altered from that layout. As well, the messages that we would hear were often videotaped sermons from maybe 5 main people at headquarters. The topics were extremely narrow: prophecy / the end is coming, self-improvement / all of you suck and you should hate yourselves, setting ourselves apart / don't talk to worldly people, they will taint you. There were many ways in which we were indirectly encouraged to harm ourselves. Many people looked down upon modern medicine and felt that using it was a way of turning away from God, slapping him in the face, making it clear that he wasn't needed. I personally knew people who died for their faith, waiting for God to heal them. On the other hand, when any of the main leaders fell ill, they were immediately rushed off to receive medical care. They controlled our diet. We pretty much were kosher, though they denied all influence or association from / with the Jews. There were annual days of fasting, and whenever the leadership would scare up enough drama within the members, they would declare a church-wide fast, so we could all get closer to God and resolve our issues. We fasted when the church's income was said to be dropping. We fasted when leaders were ill. We fasted when people died. We had our own personal fasts just for the heck of it, or when we felt especially guilty and out of touch with God. Parents were encouraged to get their children involved as young as possible. My parents tell me that I started observing the annual fast when I was 3 years old. I remember one year when my brother was 2 or 3. At one point during the day, he just broke down sobbing because he was so thirsty. Oh yeah, we abstained from food and drink. We got obscenely dehydrated every time. Looking back, I just don't understand how a parent can behave that way. They were so negative. I can't even describe it. We spent so much time and energy frantically thinking that we can't think about the opposite sex, that it was all we thought about. It was evil, dirty, wrong, and it would hurt if we weren't married. I literally built up so much fear over it that when I finally did, as an unmarried adult, that I had developed a pain condition. The cause is often psychological, in my case being so afraid of it hurting that it hurt, which further fed into my fear. There was actually an entire message once where one of the leaders took on the subject, "Are we a cult?" And he actually went through a checklist for us. His conclusion was that we were a cult, but that it was a good thing. We should be proud. Only not. Pride is a sin. We should be pleased. You had to be baptized before a minister would marry you. You couldn't be baptized and marry someone else who wasn't. You couldn't marry outside the church. Some ministers wouldn't baptize you if they thought your only incentive was to get married. There were rampant cases of abuse from the leadership, but we were always too fearful to report it. Always taught that it must have in some way been our fault. Traditional gender roles were enforced, i.e., women stay home, pop out babies, cook and clean. Men were to work and support the home. Having children, and lots of them, was strongly encouraged. Be fruitful and multiply and all that stuff. Adoption was frowned upon, even for those who were unable to have their own children. So many families were living in poverty because there were just too many children to take care of. God forbade that any of them have a medical condition that required constant treatment. We were robbed on a regular basis. They called it tithing. Not only did we give 10% of our entire income, but we were also to a set second 10% aside to be used at a 7-day religious convention of sorts every year. And on every 3rd year, we would give an additional 10% to the church. Imagine losing 20% of your income every year and 30% every 3rd year. Imagine being poor to begin with. Imagine being told that you are poor because you have been literally stealing from God. by not diligently paying your tithes. I could go on forever. There is so much. I was into drugs and trouble when I was a teenager, and as a last-ditch effort, my parents shipped me off to a fundamentalist Christian treatment center a couple of states away when I was 17. While I did actually end up turning my life around as a result of the whole thing, it sort of ended up being an out of the frying pan and into the fire experience, in that once I'd completed the program, which was over a year long, I ended up moving in with a guy who worked there and becoming involved in a church youth group that, unbeknownst to me, of course, was a cult in its initial embryonic stages. It's a long story, but the guy that I moved in with was renting from this guy who was a heavy metal drummer who'd gotten saved and become something of a self-proclaimed prophet within the local charismatic Christian scene, and acquired the inevitable cult following that comes along with something like that. I got sucked into his social circle because I was young, insecure, and naive, and because I'd just gotten done spending 15 months steeped in a culture of biblical literalism and charismatic fervor after a few years of doing as many drugs as I could get my hands on. Take note, drugs tend to have a detrimental effect on the developing mind. One of the girls in the youth group that hung around our place got her school to invite this guy to an assembly program. He brought some musician friends of his, played a show, and afterwards talked to the auditorium full of students about his experiences growing up poor and getting sucked into the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing. Afterward, the school invited him to come back and do the same thing the following year. Long story short, this guy was already kind of a megalomaniac and an ego-driven butthole, and being in a stage in front of all of those kids turned into his new favorite drug. It's hard to explain the process by which I and all of my friends at the time were sort of mentally seduced into devoting our entire lives to helping this guy build an empire of heavy metal high school assembly programs. But within a year, we were all raising money doing car washes, grocery baggings, and soon manning tables of merch that just straight up soliciting donations to funnel straight into this guy's pockets. Ostensibly, it was all going to fund these high school programs that we were responsible for booking as many of as possible, because the programs were to be free to the schools, but he was actually charging the schools for the Lyceum productions under the table. This is actually really hard to talk about. At the same time, there was a heavy Christian aspect to the whole thing. This guy thought that he had the direct connection to God himself, and there were literally these spontaneous meetings that he would have us all come to at his house, where he would just talk and talk for hours about what God was doing and how we were all called to be part of it. How some would answer the call, while others would choose the world and our own lives instead. I mean, it was some really messed up stuff, and I bought it all, hook, line, and sinker, even though it never felt right. I allowed myself to be convinced that my reservations were my flesh and the devil, and that the very voice of reason itself was a temptation that God was calling me away from. This went on for a while. The first time I had a falling out with this guy, it was while he was cutting me a check for work that I had done for him. He spontaneously and irrationally attacked me out of the clear blue sky, shoving me up against a wall and swearing a blue streak in my face, all while threatening over and over to break my nose off of my face. I talked him down, walked away, and didn't come back for a year. I was sick in the head though, and I eventually decided that I needed to come back to the Lord. And of course, the way to do that was to track this guy and his team of minions down and give them hundreds of dollars. Suddenly, we were best friends again. The culture of fraud and manipulation had gotten even deeper and weirder while I'd been away. There was now quite a bit of money being raised, not just by soliciting donations at public events, but through high-level investors as well. And everybody was doing the fundraising thing full-time and just stockpiling guns. The leader and his wife would routinely disappear for weeks at a time, and I came to find out that what they were doing was going to Florida and Hawaii a lot, because, dangling that carrot is a lot of work. What I'm describing is really a pretty incomplete picture of the whole thing, because I'm really rushing through the story. Shortly after coming back to the group, I realized that I couldn't stand to live like that anymore, and I moved away, back to the state where I grew up, and started my own youth outreach program. But literally the day I moved away, this guy called me and started working on me to get me to come back into the fold. After 7 months, I folded. No pun intended. Sorry, that was terrible. And came back when he offered me some ridiculous amount of money to run the church that he'd started, while him and his ministry team were on the road, where they spent most of their time in those days. Again, to abbreviate things, I will just say that when I moved back, I found myself in circumstances severely different than what he described. And the money, to put it bluntly, never happened. He just swindled me again. Thoroughly disillusioned, I left again, this time for good, and never went back. After about a year, I relapsed under the mental, whatever the heck you call it, that happens to your mind after 5 years of what I just described, and spent the better part of a decade just working at a coffee shop and getting as drunk and stoned as I could afford to be every night. Something I didn't bring up, though, was that when I first got out of treatment as a teenager and got involved with that youth group, I'd started seeing a girl, and after a year we'd gotten married. She'd been with me the whole time throughout this experience, and after leaving that group for good and spending years and years drunk off my butt, she finally convinced me to get some help, which I did. I went into treatment again and got cleaned up, and then went to college and earned an AAS, and I actually just got my first job in the field this week. Well, 99% sure, just waiting on a phone call here. So the story does have sort of a happy ending. Well, the best part of it is that within the past couple of years, literally every one of my friends from back in the day that were involved with this guy finally walked out on him and blew the whistle on the whole fraud thing. So it looks like he's probably up the creek. A local news media outlet has been following the story for the last couple of years now, but I don't think that I'm supposed to post a link to any of that, since it would reveal personal information and stuff. But yeah, the whole thing was just a huge nightmare. It's very difficult for me to talk about this, but maybe it's time. Note, I'm 27 now, and this all happened when I was 18 and 19 years old. I wasn't raised in church. My grandparents grew up with very religious parents and didn't want to force anything on us. That being said, in high school, I got very curious about God, religion, etc. I started dating a guy when I was in the 9th grade who took me to church with him. He was a Southern Baptist, so I kept going. We broke up, but that's important because that was my first experience with church. I just wanted to do the right thing. That isn't what this story is about. It's just a little bit of background. Fast forward to my senior year. I started dating a guy in my grade. He was always popular and pretty mysterious. Everyone knew that he was religious, but didn't know what kind. They knew because his mom would attend our choir concerts, always wearing long skirts, no jewelry or makeup, and had her hair in a bun. His best friend didn't even know what church he went to, but told me that they didn't have a TV and weren't allowed to watch movies. I was very nervous to ask him what church he went to, even though we were dating, and I figured after 3 months I should know. I asked him a few times to go with me to the Baptist church, but he always declined. Finally, I got up the courage. I asked him what church he went to, and he only replied with, "You should see for yourself." I was excited. I got to be a part of it and his life. He invited me to his church.
I went out and bought a long skirt and threw my hair up. I figured I should be respectful and dress like his mother. He picked me up that following Wednesday evening and drove me to the meeting. It was at a Holiday Inn conference room. Everyone was very old except for me, my boyfriend, his younger brother, and 2 toddlers. The meeting, that's what they called it, was run by 2 very elderly women from Ireland. Pretty sure it was Ireland. I could barely understand them, but the Bibles they used were normal Bibles, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable. They had a hymnal that just said hymns on the front. Everyone sang a cappella. There were never instruments. It was a very strange evening, but because they used a typical Bible, I figured it was fine. I eventually stopped attending the Baptist church that I was part of and went strictly to my boyfriend's meetings. Wednesdays were held at the Holiday Inn, and Sundays were held in various friends' houses. Every member was called a friend. The meetings weren't huge, maybe 10 to 20 people. Each fall and spring, though, they held conventions. They would be on someone's farm and would be every friend in the state, and sometimes a few surrounding states. Those were very, very big. We would stay in quarters and listen to people speak from the Bible. You also had a chance to stand up and read a verse that meant something to you. This all happened very slowly and over the course of 2 years or so. I must have been obsessed with just trying to do the right thing and follow Jesus, because I didn't notice that I was being brainwashed. I ended up living with him. I have no idea to this day how that transition ever happened, or if my parents ever wondered where I was. My parents were in the middle of a messy divorce, and honestly probably didn't notice that I was gone. My boyfriend's mom didn't believe in using hospitals or doctors and took a holistic approach to her family's and my health. She had me on different vitamins every day of the week. I was already very skinny, but over time I lost even more weight. I probably got down to about 80 or 90 pounds. She also gave me iodine drops under my tongue every day. This all led to me being severely underweight, and I had stopped sleeping almost completely. I think the doctors said that it was all the vitamin B12 in my system. While in a hazy state of mind, I ended up getting baptized in a lake at one of the conventions. Shortly thereafter, when we went home, I started having panic attacks. Everything from this time is such a blur to me. Such a blur. I eventually had one big panic attack that threw me over the edge. I had a complete mental breakdown. I remember a few things very vividly. I tried to read the Bible to calm down, and I couldn't read anymore. Everything was just shapes and blobs. This led to more crying. My dad remarried 2 weeks after the divorce, and married a woman named Nikki. I was convinced that they were both Satan because of this. I tried to jump off of a very high hill near my house that I was staying at. I would have at the very least broken many bones if not died. I thought I was already dead, and was convinced that their house was a coffin, and they were burying me outside, and my soul was just overhearing it all. I guess they realized that something was wrong, and probably didn't want to be liable, because they found my dad's number and told him to come get me. I fought going, and cried and screamed, but my dad took me back to his house. I didn't sleep that night again, and thought that his house was the Twin Towers, and I was stuck inside as they were falling down. I started seeing small rainbows everywhere. My brain was totally screwed up, you guys. The next day, my dad and stepmom took me to a behavioral health hospital. I remember that it was the day that Steve Irwin died, because my dad told me in the waiting room, and I thought for sure that he murdered Steve Irwin, and that's how he knew that he was dead. But it was on the news in the waiting room. Either way, I stayed in an acute wing of the hospital for 2 weeks. They took my vitals several times a day and night. I had to go to group therapy sessions and drink Ensure all day until I was finally up to a healthy weight. That man and his family really messed me up. I hope that I never see them again. It's almost 10 years later, and I still have nightmares about them. I had one last night, actually. They're mostly just present in the dream. I had the courage to finally try and Google the name of their cult. It took some digging, but they're called 2x2s. Sorry that this was so long. So much happened to me. This is just all I can remember. When I was in my early teens, my parents had this midlife crisis. They were always religious, but they encountered this group that took it to a whole other level. Certain facets of their faith were somewhat neglected, and their marriage wasn't very stable at this time, so they grasped onto this and took us along for the ride. It all started out with a summer camp, something innocent sounding enough. There were about 35 other boys going to it from all over the country. I would later realize this summer camp wasn't really about swimming, playing games and sports, going on day trips to places like Niagara Falls or Washington, D.C. It was the first stage of their recruitment to join. Most of the children there were from larger families that were intimately familiar with the group. A lot of their older or younger brothers were attending the camp. Most of them had gone for years because the purpose of the program was to draw in boys to their boarding school. In fact, the camp took place at the boarding school campus. After the summer program was over, my brother wanted to go there for high school instead of local public school. I had really no desire to go to the public school after the absolutely horribly 8th grade year that I had at the middle school next door. So that, coupled with the pressure of my parents and brother, had me going to the boarding school that September. Things started off decently. There wasn't much pressure, but it was a very religious school. Prayers several times a day. There was the option to go to church every morning, and instruction was completely from their unique Catholic perspective in every way. I would attend this school for 3 years, 2 on, 1 off, and my graduate year. The school really served as the second stage to their organizational recruitment. Not everyone who attended joined or was expected to join, but those who showed enough fervor or interest were groomed to becoming full-time members. When I was 16, I knew full well that I wasn't ever going to join the group, but my brother did. I'm not sure if my brother just never had much luck with girls, but he decided to forgo all of that for the cause and joined right after he completed high school. For the most part, I never really realized how far out this organization was until years later, when I had a crisis in my own religious faith and became a non-believer and saw how they treated the many people who left the group over time. Most, if not all, who leave the group don't lose their faith, but there is a lot of ostracizing. While in the school, we did a lot of things with the rest of the group, including protesting campaigns for things that we didn't fully understand, attended some of their Saturday meetings at their headquarters, events, conferences, marches, etc. Their methods were not extreme, but they fostered a severe us versus the world mentality. Rock music was satanic. Anyone who didn't embrace our version of belief and morals was a monster and horrible person. Everything was seen in black and white, and they couldn't comprehend how somebody could disagree on one thing with them, yet agree in many other things. At their meetings, they did a lot of patting themselves on the back by talking of their campaigns and the supposed success of them, how they were going to bring the world back to order, which according to them meant their version of Catholicism. Most of them didn't even like the Pope at the time, because he wasn't fire and brimstone enough. Speaking of that, a lesser talked about subject publicly, but strongly believed and discussed privately, was that the world was going to enter this period of death, destruction, and end times that would last many years. Even they prepared for it in some ways, by building a sort of bomb shelter in one of the buildings. This would then be followed by a 1,000-year reign of Mary, in which they would lead the world back to religion, and it would be happy times and glory to be had for all. My brother even bought into this stuff a lot when he was younger, mocking me for my interest in technology because it isn't going to do you any good when the nukes fall and there is no electricity. That was probably just a harmless tease on his part, but it always irritated me that he actually thought living like a hermit was the best, most productive use of our lives, or that foregoing technology was wise because you might have to live without it at some point. As it is, my parents still like the group. I see my brother once, maybe twice a year, and I don't really communicate with anyone there anymore. For years, though, my brother didn't want to visit us. He was always terrible about planning it and acted like it was unimportant. It did bother my parents that he had separated himself from us to such an extent, but now that they are more religious than ever, they see it as a good thing that he is doing there. My mom almost got involved with a cult when I was little. She met this elderly couple who was a part of a church and would come over every Thursday and Friday to say prayer, talk about God, and read the Bible with my mom. I thought it was nice because my mom is a big Christian, so I thought that it was nice that she finally had someone to talk to. But then things started getting odd. They started getting more aggressive, so to say. My mom told me one day that the man in the couple was feeling something was not right in our household. He never said what he meant until a week later. He said my dad and I were not right with God and were too worldly, and that my mom should leave us. She didn't really let this get to her though, mainly because I think she was lonely. They then started asking for money, or a seed. We were super broke at the time, but my mom still gave them somewhere between $5 to $10 a week. But then it got really weird. I finally met them one day because I was stuck at home from school due to being sick. My mom suggested that I meet them, and I did. They started doing that thing where one person will be praying really loudly and telling the devil off, while the other one was behind me. Next thing you know, she's poking my forehead. I didn't know what she was doing, so I asked her to please stop. She kept going until my mom made her stop. The lady said that I am too worldly and that my time will be soon. Okay. Here's how I know that they were a cult. Remember how I said that they suggested that my mom leave? They tried to make her leave one day, saying that she could live with them and that they have a big house with their church on the property and a few other members stay there too. My mom obviously said no, but they were not having it. They basically tried to mentally force my mom into going. She said it worked a little, but she knew what was right. She called the police, and the police made them get off the property while they screamed, yelling, "Have fun burning in hell," and other like terms. 2 years pass, and I'm watching the news with my mom, when wouldn't you know it, the couple were on the news. They were charged with attempted kidnapping of another family's 2 to 3 kids. Yeah, they were definitely in a cult. I was once driving through the Canadian Rockies late at night and had just passed through a small town. So I'm driving through the pitch black, and I need to stop to use the restroom and have a smoke. But because it's so dark, I missed the last rest stop for the next while. No problem. The highway is completely deserted. So I pull to the side of the road, use the restroom while staring out into the dark, and then I light up a cigarette and stand by my car. As I'm standing there, I see the figure of a man just walking out of the tree line. I'm miles from civilization, very patchy cell phone service, and there isn't a soul on the road. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, and maybe it was a deer. But no, this was a man. So I calmly walk back to the driver's door and I get in, locking the doors behind me. I'm keeping my eye on this guy as I nervously smoke and have my car in drive, ready to peel out. But for some reason, I just stayed put. The guy walks up to my passenger side door and knocks on the window. I crack the window and I ask what's up. He replies to me in a very serious tone. "I need you to call the cops." I cautiously ask why, and he tells me that he had gone out into the woods to unalive himself, but he couldn't go through with it because he had thought of his daughters right before he was about to do it. I call the cops while the guy cries silently outside. He had a kitchen knife that he was going to use on himself, so I stayed in the car and advised him to maybe leave the knife on the ground before the cops arrived. The cops came and got him, but before they left with him, I gave him a solid heart-to-heart and wished him well. I still think about him. I hope that he was able to turn things around. Well, I'm a truck driver, and this story was creepy, at least at first. I pull into a Purdue plant, drop my empty trailer and go park where they allow bobtails to set, right next to a little nice pond. My pickup was in 12 hours, so I did my PTI and lay down in the bunk. At about 3 a.m., I hear something tapping on my passenger side door. I get up, look out the window expecting to see someone, maybe a driver asking for a lumper check, but no one's there. All right, maybe I'm hearing things. So I go back to lay down. As soon as my head hits the pillow, I hear the tapping again, except this time it's on my driver's side. Same thing as before. I jump up and look out my window, but nothing's there. I double lock my doors just in case and open my side hatches so I can hear what's going on outside. After about 15 minutes, I hear a very light splat, splat, splat going along the driver's side of the truck. I slowly get up, planning to look out my window at the exact moment whoever it is knocks on my door, and then I hear a thud coming from the roof of the cab. I stop, grab my tire thumper off its hook, and ready myself for whatever the heck is going on. Then a goose falls off the top of my truck and lands on my hood. It stands up, waddles back and forth, and looks at me. As we make eye contact, the tapping at my door starts again. I say screw it and throw open the driver's side door, and there's another goose waddling away with all the speed that it can manage, honking like a 5-year-old who just found a horn on his new bike. The pond that I parked next to had a ton of them just messing around. Needless to say, it was hard to sleep that night because every couple of minutes, the geese would peck at my door or land on the cab and waddle around. Trucker here. I think the best creepy thing that ever happened to me was I was heading down from Tucson, Arizona, up into Salt Lake City, Utah. Well, this was a few years ago, and the main highway had been taken out in a flash flood. It was under construction, so I had to take a weird detour through the mountains in lower Utah. Well, it was getting late, and I was getting tired, so I pulled off onto the shoulder, and I went to sleep in my bunk. Now this was in the middle of nowhere. Closest town was like 40 miles away, so it's completely pitch black outside once I turn the lights off. Anyway, around 4 a.m. I wake up because I'm hearing something messing with my truck, like playing with the air and power cables between my cab and the trailer, which is literally 6 inches from where my head is at, but on the outside of the cab. Then I feel something climb onto the landing that's on the back of my truck, and it shakes my whole truck. So I'm guessing something around 200 to 300 pounds was climbing around back there. I'm thinking like a mountain lion or a bear. At this point, I'm wide awake, and I want to get this thing away from me. So I slam my hand into the cab wall,
trying to scare whatever is out there. Slam. Hard enough to really make it loud. I then hear someone, a male, scream bloody murder, and I hear them fall off the back of my truck. I then hear about 15 other people all around my truck yelling. I climb up front, turn on my lights, and illuminate a squad of Army reserves doing their midnight ruck march and capture drills. Turns out, these guys were supposed to find an abandoned truck and secure it for their midnight drills. That truck was 3 miles back down the road. They were not expecting me to be sleeping there and thought that I was part of the drill. I'm ex-military, so after explaining that I was not part of their test and legit was just there out of coincidence, we laughed it off. They had to radio their CO and tell him that I was there and to not have the other squads bother me. I used to deliver hotshot freight across the Great Plains/Minnesota area. One night around 2 a.m., I was hauling across North Dakota, trying to reach Montana by morning. I was delivering a particularly valuable tractor part that a farm desperately needed for the following day. I began to notice some highway hypnosis sneaking up on me, but it didn't really bother me because I'd been through it hundreds of times before. Anyone who has driven across North Dakota knows that it is incredibly flat. Like, really flat. There also tends to be very straight and long roads. It's somewhat easy to see things on the road that are far away, even at night. I noticed something long on the road, spanning my entire lane, approximately half a mile in front of me. I slowed down a little and prepared to move into the opposite lane, thinking it was some retread off of a blown tire. As I got closer, I noticed it was 2 people, laying head to toe across the entire lane. I swerved into the other lane, successfully avoiding them, and came to an almost complete stop. But they didn't move. Not an inch. I was just about to back up and check on them when I remembered a story that an old graybeard colleague of mine told me. He told me that in certain remote areas, people will lie down in the middle of the road and wait for a car or truck to stop and see what's going on. At that point, the road layers, along with whoever else is hiding in nearby bushes, will beat the crap out of the driver and steal his vehicle, leaving him in the middle of nowhere. I decided not to back up, and when the 2 people in the road saw me put my truck back in gear and drive away, they both got up and walked towards the shoulder. I called the police and explained what happened, but we were so far away from civilization that I doubt anything came of it. Thanks to that old graybeard, I got to keep my truck, my job, and my teeth. I parked off of an exit ramp at about 3 a.m. for my 10-hour break. The moon was full and high, and I spotted an unmistakably human figure in a nearby cut cornfield. A little spooky, but I just wrote it off as an old-timer putting up a scarecrow for the grandkids. I started watching a few YouTube videos before turning in, and out of the corner of my vision I thought I saw movement. I shut my lights off to get a good look. I saw the figure, but nothing else. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe it was in a different spot. Maybe a little closer even. I was definitely feeling a little spooked. The highway was devoid of anyone besides a car passing every 10 minutes or so. I didn't want to, but I had to jump out to pee. I considered a bottle, but I told myself that I was being childish. I took a look at the figure, and it was right where I figured it should be. I hop out, walk between my truck and trailer, and start leaking. Every fiber of my being wanted to look. I told myself again that I was being foolish, but I couldn't help it. I looked out. The field was empty. The figure wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I pinched it off and jumped back in. I took off down the highway. Didn't give one crap about a violation. I stopped 40 minutes up the road at a well-lit and very full Love's. I haven't stopped on a ramp since. I used to do deliveries, and I used to have this regular that was out in the boondocks, about 25 plus minutes out of the way of civilization, and smack dab in the middle of two large towns. I would drive this route maybe once a month, and would always pass at least one car driving towards me due to the sheer length of the drive. There was a small group of old houses on this route that were really broken down, and I had never seen anyone around them in the 6+ months of me driving that route. I always assumed that they were vacant because they didn't even look livable. Well, I was driving out to this customer one fall afternoon. I had been driving for a very long time without seeing a single car drive towards me. Finally drive past the abandoned houses, and there's one old lady in her front yard pushing an old manual grass cutter, but she stops in her tracks as I drive towards her. I took it as a sign I was speeding or something and slow down. I take a quick glance in my rearview mirror after passing by, and she was staring straight at me. She dropped the grass cutter and turned 180 degrees to do this. It was just very odd and definitely set off my spidey sense. I never saw her again or anyone else on that route by those houses in the 10 months that I drove it. I drove a trash route in a very rural area. We were at a stop loading trash when a pickup stopped behind us. A petite woman in scrubs that was covered in blood got out and asked directions to Lake Jack Nolan. She said there was a deer that had been hit by a truck and she had been sent to remove the remains. She never said who sent her, but she wasn't moving a deer anywhere at her size. We gave her directions and sent her on her way. We all said we wondered if she was going to dump a body or something. She was already covered in blood, in a nice truck, and was supposed to be on her way to move roadkill that was far too heavy for her to handle. Then, we just went back to work. My father was a truck driver in East Africa in the 80s and early 90s. During the years leading up to the Rwandan genocide, my father was passing through Rwanda. He reached a checkpoint and was forcibly removed from his truck at gunpoint. Apparently, he looked like he belonged to the Tutsi tribe, and they put him in a cage with other Tutsi prisoners. He tried communicating that he isn't Rwandan, but no one spoke the same language as him. Every night, they would take about 5 people from the cage and slaughter them in front of him. After the third night, he saw a man that spoke a little bit of Swahili, which my dad spoke, and told him that he's not Rwandan and showed him his ID. Somehow that guy got him out, and he was handed the keys to his truck and was on his way. My dad drove a truck between Edinburgh and London and tells this story often. He was driving down the motorway and looked to his right, saw a woman with a Miss Trunchbull bun, as he describes it, staring at him with a terrified expression from a car next to him. Before he really knows how to react, the car pulls off at the next exit, and my dad, although shaken, carries on. About half an hour later, a different car with a different driver pulls alongside my dad, with the same woman in the passenger seat, with the same expression on her face. My dad thinks, screw this, and plans to pull into the next services to report, as even if it's nothing, / a misunderstanding. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Anyway, The car disappears before he can get any details, like the license plate or etc. And he thinks that there's no point in calling the police with no details, so he carries on driving. Literally about 4 hours later, almost in London, yet another car pulls alongside him with the same woman, same Miss Trunchbull hair, same terrified expression, except this time she appears to be screaming at my dad through the window. So my dad pulls over into a lay-by and calls the police. Apparently they have received 3 other calls about the same woman/car in the same area in the last few minutes. It is unfortunately anticlimactic, as he never heard anything more. But he didn't see her again, and although he kept an eye on the news, he didn't see anything about it. Hopefully, it's just a gigantic coincidence, but who knows? Around 2006, I was driving flatbed. I picked up a load of construction material, drywall, roofing. I don't remember, but it was prepackaged in boxes, and I remember having to use strap protectors on the load in rural Tennessee. My memory is foggy, but I want to say that it was between Memphis and Nashville, but closer to the intersection of the Missouri, Alabama, and Tennessee lines. Tarp required, so I strapped everything down, tarped the load, and left the shipper. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere, woods on a 2-lane road, I noticed my tarp flapping in the wind. I found a wide shoulder and pulled over to fix it. I realized that I just flat did a crappy job tarping this load, and decided to redo it on the side of the road. I undo all the bungee straps, drag the tarps off, roll them back up, climb up on the load and start unrolling the tarps again, and I see a guy walking down the same side of the road that I'm on, coming towards my truck. I don't know anything about it other than to keep an eye on him because I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I continue what I'm doing. About the time that I have the tarps set in place and I'm climbing down to start hooking the bungee straps back on, this dude is getting close enough that I'm now paying more attention to him than I am to tarping my load. I grab my winch bar and set it on the trailer where I'm working just in case. It's an 8-pound solid metal bar about 4 feet long tapered to a blunt point on one end, and a hollow on the other, just for tightening straps and chains, etc. The guy gets to me, and the first thing that I notice is his hair. It's like a mullet, but really patchy. Like he tried to cut his own hair and had a seizure in the process, and said screw it, good enough to party. The next thing I noticed were his eyes, which I can only describe as off. Like, they were clear. I didn't think that he was drunk or high or anything, but it also gave me the distinct impression that the elevator didn't go up all the way. Clothes were dirty and not well maintained, with dirty white tennis shoes, because I remember that he didn't have laces on one shoe, and the tongue was noticeably out of place. He stops by me, waits until I acknowledge him and just says, "I've got a long walk." I'm like, "Yeah, man, you do. We're in the middle of nowhere," making it clear that there's no ride to be had here. He nods, starts walking by me to continue on his way, stops at about the driver door on my truck and turns around, comes back to me and repeats himself. "I've got a long walk." At this point, I explain that I can't give him a ride, insurance and all that. Apologize for not being able to help him out, and he seems to accept this, turns around and leaves. I wait for him to get a little ways up from my truck and start working on finishing the tarp job. I still keep an eye on him, and he's moving away from me. As I'm putting on the last of the bungee straps, I look over to check where he's at, and he's turned around now heading back towards me, now about 100 yards in front of my truck and coming back my way. It looks like he's talking on a cell phone, has his hand up to his face, and I can barely make out his mouth moving. His other hand waving like he's having a conversation with someone. I finish with the straps, grab my winch bar, and am climbing into my truck as he's about 10 yards away now. Soon as I'm in the cab, I lock the doors and set the winch bar on the passenger seat just in case. I look at the guy and realize that he's not talking on the phone, but he's talking to his hand. And now I'm nervous, because he doesn't look like he's having a nice, pleasant chat. It looks more like an angry conversation. I crank the truck up and put it in gear and just pull off. I didn't look for traffic or anything. As I pass him, he's just looking at me, still holding his hand to his face with his dead look on his face just staring at me. It gave me the creeps. About the time that I hit the 5th or 6th gear, I look in the mirror, and there's no one there. I used to drive truck in northern Manitoba. There's a road in the northeast that you can drive for several hours and see very few vehicles. This road is quite flat and straight in stretches. Of course, this is deep in the bush. One day I saw something cross the road in the distance. Very large, easily past the hood on my truck. But not long, like a moose or an elk. Just tall. It disappeared into the bush, and as I drove by the spot, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I heard days later a tow truck driver describing on the radio his encounter with a similar creature. Only, he was much more clear that he had spotted Bigfoot. This guy went to some length to explain that he didn't want people thinking he was crazy, but he was sure of what he saw. I asked an Aboriginal client of mine in a nearby community, and he said that the elders spoke of them as commonly the same way as they spoke of other animals. I don't know what I saw that day, but I'm certain that it wasn't a bear, moose, deer, or elk. I just don't know what the heck it was. Years ago, I read about a guy who was riding with his truck driver father as a child. They were in the middle of nowhere, and they were coming up on a person laying in the road with no one else around. No cars, nothing. His dad blew the horn. They didn't move. He blew it again as he got closer. They didn't move. He told his son to put his head down and cover his eyes, and he ran the person over. When they looked back, a bunch of people who were previously hiding were running out of the woods, and the gist was that his dad knew it was a setup for a robbery or worse, and wasn't chancing it with his child in the car. No clue if it was true or not, but I think about that story all of the time. My great-uncle drove trucks. Living in the middle of nowhere, sometimes people would leave trash on the road. And since he had a big truck, he'd just smash into said boxes or paper and continue on. One day, he was coming up on a cardboard box and just had the urge to swerve and miss this one. He misses it and passes by with no incident. Looks in the rear view to look at the box, and out pops a kindergarten-age little kid that just heads back to their house as nothing happened. I used to work as a field technician in the oil industry, so I spent a lot of time driving through remote areas of Canada at odd hours. One very strange and eerie experience sticks with me. I was in either northeast British Columbia or northwest Alberta. I can't remember the exact location, but I was driving late at night when I noticed a very large black shape on the road in front of me. Thinking it was a moose, I stepped on the brakes, coming to a stop only a few feet from it. Despite being so close and having my headlights shining directly on it, I still couldn't tell what I was looking at. It was vaguely the shape of a four-legged animal, but very big, probably about 6 feet tall. Aside from that, it was completely featureless. I couldn't make out any details whatsoever. No shine from its eyes, nothing. And then I noticed there were more of them in the ditch on both sides of the road. 5 or 6, or maybe more. All the same as the black shape in the road in front of me. None of them were moving. They don't look like physical objects or living things. More like just large patches of absolute darkness. After I got over my initial shock, dread started to set in, and I drove around the thing on the road and sped off. I don't really believe that this was a paranormal experience. I had been driving for 8+ hours through the middle of the night, and I was exhausted. Most likely, it was a hallucination caused by lack of sleep and spending too long staring straight ahead into the dark. But it was still a very unsettling experience. I was driving through eastern Washington on some state roads. There were no rest stops or cities, but I had done the route enough to know that there were these massive dirt areas every roughly 40 miles where you could park safely away from the road. I decided to call it a night and closed my blinds and laid down to watch something on my phone. After roughly an hour, I hear someone try to open the driver's side door. I haven't heard any vehicles on the road the whole time I'm parked, but I get up to peek out the curtains. As I'm looking out into the blackness of the driver's side window, I hear them try the passenger side door. I peek down from the top of the curtain, but can't see anything, so I start the truck and kick on the lights. I'm fairly freaked out at this point, so I'm still not opening the curtains but peeking through the gaps. Nothing. Nobody is standing near either of my doors or parked within sightline. I take a deep breath and close the sleeper curtains too, because for some reason that's going to make things better, right? After laying back down and convincing myself that something blew against the truck and it only sounded like the doors, it was fairly windy outside and a lot of flat ground, I hear the sounds of someone trying to pry open the vents on the sleeper. The door handles start clicking again and the truck starts shifting like someone is climbing on it. I hit the little alarm button in the sleeper, hoping to spook them off, but it does nothing but add to the noise of the door handles. Fingers tapping on the windows and chassis, the hiss of air coming out of the suspension. Then suddenly it stops. A few moments where I can only hear myself breathing and my heart pounding before I hear another truck approach and then drive by. I spent the next few hours waiting for whatever it was to come back, but it never did. In the morning, I couldn't find any footprints or damage to my truck, but on every window were tiny human-looking handprints, like a toddler had licked their hand and stuck it to my window, over and over. Okay, I got one while I was actually driving a bus in the deserts of Central Australia. I was over 500 kilometers from the nearest town, so yeah, middle of nowhere stuff. I was out on a 5-day charter to pick up a bunch of Aboriginal elder women to go and get their women's business health checks done. On the day I took them to get that done, we went via a place called Mintabi, so they could shop in the clothing in whatever store that's randomly in this little opal mining area of southern Australia. We left from there quite late to make the 3 or so hour journey back to where we were all staying overnight. The next day, I'd take them back to their respective desert communities. The passengers all fell asleep, as they'd had a very long day. As had I, but that's my job. Even the nurse who was traveling with us fell asleep. So there's me, all alone in the cab of the Mercedes truck-derived bus. My 30 passengers all sleeping in the darkness of the passenger's pod behind the cab, and it was around 9 p.m. Up ahead in the distance, I see a headlight coming towards me along the lonely desert dirt road, so I dip my lights till the spotlights go off and adjust to see only what low beam will show me. I drive down into a slight dip of a dry creek bed, expecting to see the car with only one headlight anytime shortly. It's nothing unusual to see a car with only one headlight out there, so I'm not even remotely bothered. As I come out of the dip, I put my spotlights and high beams back on, and there is no car, no nothing, just the empty dirt road. There is no dust in the air, and I can see a good distance in front of me and out to each side. There was nothing there, just the empty desert, the dirt road, and me alone in the cab. I keep the lights on until we come to a stop about an hour later. I didn't see any cars or anything the rest of the journey. Before I let the passengers out, I ask if any of them saw the light, and they all go dead silent. And after a short while, they start talking in their own language, hurriedly, and then they all got off the bus. A few minutes later, a couple of the ladies came up to me to ask me to tell them exactly what I saw without leaving anything out and to describe exactly where I saw it. Now, I'm a big guy. I've lived on 3 continents. I've been a police officer, a teacher, bus and coach driver, truck driver, all sorts of things. Let's just say that I'm pretty skeptical, but I do have an open mind. I'm not scared by much in this world. After I told these ladies everything from start to finish and described in minute detail exactly where it happened, I took note of exactly how far out we were when it happened. The 2 ladies looked at me with the whites showing in their eyes. They looked spooked and they said, and I'll never forget the way they said it. I got on great with the indigenous people of Central Australia, and I trust that I know when something rattles them. They said this, "Driver, we are so lucky that you did not stop, because if you did, no one would have seen any of us ever again. We'd all be gone." I asked why, and they just shook their heads and said to not talk about it, because it had scared all the ladies. I'm pretty sure that many people have heard about the Min Min lights in Western Queensland. Well, whatever these ladies knew about whatever I saw in our location, they were convinced that it wasn't something you wanted to meet in the desert at night. I only ever saw this once. I only saw it for maybe a minute, and it just looked like a car headlight a couple of kilometers away up the road. But I'll tell you what, if the ladies that came from this area and whose people have survived in this desolate, remote part of the continent for 60,000 years are worried to the point of all being scared, I certainly don't want to mess with whatever it is. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go near graveyards at night and tell scary stories. One night, we were all just sitting and telling stories, when from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure get up from the grave, the way a person gets up when they're laying on the floor, and walk towards the rear gate. I freaked out and asked others if they saw what I saw, and everyone nodded yes. We ran for our lives, and one of our friends got so scared that he had a fever for 3 days. A few weeks later, we found out that this guy was real, and he used to sleep with his deceased wife's grave. I never had such confusing emotions that came after learning this. Even after knowing, I still had that scary feeling, and I was sad for the guy. Reno, Nevada, a place on the north side of town, way off the freeway towards an old military road. I got there early at like 1 a.m. They didn't open until 6 a.m. The facility was closed, so there was no one around, and I just pulled into the lot and parked off to the side. So I went to sleep and was woken shortly after to someone knocking on the door/window, firmly, to the point where the truck shook. I jump out of bed, thinking that they are already there and want to offload me early. I get to the door and no one is there. So I step down thinking that they're behind the trailer, looking at the door seal or something like that. No one around. I look under the truck and around. Absolutely no one. No wind or bad weather. Not another person around. I jump in the truck and pull out of there as fast as I could and went and parked in a nearby truck stop. I still can't explain it. I mean, I guess I can justify I could have imagined the sound, but the truck shaking was definitely real. So, I don't know what it was. We were driving down south along the Sea of Cortez with a buddy at night at this 4-hour dirt road to Gonzaga, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And we see the lights of a car behind coming down fast and now effectively tailing us. And they had bar mount headlights on top, or what seemed like it, which are super bright. It's normal, or was, that locals and gringos get wasted in the nearest, now former due to COVID, Spring Breaker town, and then go down this road super fast to test their rigs since there's no police there. So I try waving him off to get the guy to keep them lights low, since he's blinding us, but he isn't slowing down a bit, nor turning off his roof lights. And it was a dangerous, super dark road. Finally, near a curve near the shore, I found a spot to bail off the road without crashing, and we see the lights pass by us super fast and going straight to the curve, and we're like, that's it. He's gonna crash down to the sea. But the lights didn't fall and kept going straight into the beach and the sea, and then pitched up abruptly to the night sky and disappeared. We didn't say a word for a minute or so, and then my buddy goes, "Did you see it?" And I say, "The freaking flying truck?" We didn't talk about it anymore, as it simply didn't make any sense to talk about it, or with anyone else, when we arrived. My family, as well as a couple of uncles and my oldest cousin, went on a trip from Mexico City to Acapulco when I was barely a year old. Back home in the middle of the night. The good old days when you could travel at night. The car broke down, and a police car quickly came to our help. There were 3 policemen in the car, and the chief offered to take my dad to the nearest gas station where he could find a mechanic, and told the other 2 officers to stay with our car. My dad says they seem absolutely not pleased with the order until the chief told them, "Don't worry, there's a woman and 2 children." That seemed to calm the 2 officers. Driving to the gas station on the police car, my dad asked the chief what was all about. The chief told him there had been many accidents in that part of the road. That's why they were able to find our car so quickly. All of the accidents involved young men traveling without female or child company. Those who had survived said that they crashed because they could see a very beautiful woman next to the road, but once they came close to her, she turned out to be just a rotting corpse staring at them, and they crashed because they were paralyzed by fear. I was working the overnight shift from Friday night into Saturday morning at a gas station. At about 6 a.m., a semi pulls into the fuel aisle. The driver gets out and almost runs into the store, clearly shaken. His face is completely white, and he is obviously upset. My first thought was the poor man had hit someone on the road. We get lots of drunks walking across a 4-lane highway in front of the store, so I ask what's wrong. He looks at me for a second and is like, "I'm not crazy." Now I'm thinking, great, I'm here all alone and this guy is losing it. I say, of course not. I just saw something huge on the side of the road. Like a deer or bear? We had a bear get in the dumpster last week. No, bigger than a bear on its back legs. Maybe a big person? It picked up a dead buck on the side of the road and carried it over its shoulder into the woods. I could only stare at him. My brain cannot deal with this information this late in a shift. A local comes up to the counter to get his usual, and the guy tells him the story, and the local says, that's just the Bigfoot that lives near the county line. The truck driver and I are both looking at this guy like he has two heads. He has to be joking. The trucker pays for his fuel at record speed and leaves never to be seen again. The local still insists it's Bigfoot. I just don't get in the woods because I don't know. I was driving from Spokane, Washington to Omaha, Nebraska, just cruising down Highway 212 in the middle of the night in southern Montana. At about 2 a.m., I'm pulling through the only town, Lame Deer MT. I've tried to find it on a map since, but I can't be certain. But I think that was it. On that lonely stretch of highway. One stoplight town, and I get stopped at the only red light. Haven't seen a vehicle on the road since I'd hopped off I-90 about an hour prior, and there wasn't a single person outside in the town. Sitting at that red light, a loud siren/alarm starts sounding, loud enough that I don't see how any person in the town or within a few miles could have slept through it. It reminded me of the siren from the movie Silent Hill. I gunned it through the red light and away from that town as fast as my little 4-cylinder Malibu would go. It may not seem that crazy, but just imagine the most haunting sound you've ever heard, in a place you've never been, several hours separated from seeing a person last. I'm sure there's an innocent explanation for the siren, but it still sends chills down my spine, just thinking of it. I'm not a trucker, but I had a college teammate from Miami tell a story that he swears on to this day. He and his girlfriend were making the drive to Naples late at night, on a 2-lane road through the Everglades, and he had been in a line of cars behind an 18-wheeler for multiple miles. She fell asleep, and he was surfing for something to listen to on the radio. Only one station came in clearly enough to be tolerable, so he gave it a listen. The DJ came on and said something along the lines of, "The stars are extra bright in the Everglades tonight. If you're driving through there, pull off and take a look." He said he normally wouldn't even think about it, but for some reason felt compelled to that night. He woke up his girlfriend. She was annoyed and didn't want to, but he convinced her that it would be worth it. They stopped and just looked at the stars for 5 to 10 minutes. He said it was the most amazing sky he's ever seen. They get back on the road and drive another few minutes and come across a massive accident. The truck they were following had jackknifed and took out a handful of vehicles they were following. He said there were multiple fatalities, but I've never been able to find a story about it to confirm. Probably would have been in 2005-ish. They most likely would have been involved, if not for that random DJ on the only radio station to come in that night. My friend drove for a few years a while back. He told me that he was driving a rig very late at night in Utah, driving on a lesser used 2-lane highway. He said he remembers feeling very alert that night. So he noticed what appeared to be a figure manifesting up ahead on the dark road. Told me it wasn't on the road but just next to it. He then comes to a stop and grabs his heavy-duty flashlight and points it at the figure. He then describes it. Apparently, this humanoid creature had a dead coyote that it was eating, and the truck had gotten its attention and made it angry, so it sort of stands up so he can get a full view of the thing. It was gaunt, with very big eyes, and of course the coyote blood all over its face. Its height was about 6'2". It had skinny limbs and no clothing. He then describes how it started to shuffle slowly towards the truck. Not only does he not have a weapon at that time, the only usable weapon being his flashlight is actively helping him view this creature. He decides to book it and leave. Had no problem passing it. Turned around to see it standing in the middle of the road on 2 legs as he drove away. He then reaches the nearest rest stop, and he sees 2 other truckers talking. Apparently my friend wasn't the only one to see that thing. Both the 2 guys looked as horrified as he was. As for my opinion on my friend's encounter, I have to say my friend isn't one to lie, so his story had me intrigued. I told him that maybe what he saw was some mentally ill person out there, but he brushed the idea off, saying that he knew what he saw wasn't human. I'm not the superstitious type, but his story really did creep me out. I worked at the Nevada nuclear test site, decommissioning old buildings. How much time do you have, really, to hear all of my stories? But for this one of the creepiest days was when I was sent with an end dump load of non-hazmat material to the general landfill, which I had never been to before. Somehow I missed the turn and ended up at an armed gate with machine guns pointed at me. Very uncomfortable. Once I explained my mistake, I was quite hastily turned around, still not knowing exactly where my turn was. A very nondescript desert road was what I was looking for. I headed back. I turned on the next dirt road I came to and ended up at the Sedan crater. Went and smoked a cigarette on the observation deck all by my lonesome. My hands were still shaking from the run-in with the armed guards. Another was when I was delivering a hazmat load to Area 25. They had begun using robots to guard the area. They were still in beta testing, and someone may have just been messing with me, but the thing perceived my truck as a threat and blocked my ability to move. I went inside the building, and 15 minutes later, it had moved on. I'm not a trucker, but I had to drive home from DC to Nowhere, Kansas after getting off of active duty. I didn't have anything but my car, some clothes, and my late grandpa's old service revolver to my name. Couldn't leave base until 5 p.m., which put me in West Virginia after dark. My GPS decided to transfer me between highways via a few back roads. In the meantime, it just quits working. No cell phone, no GPS. And it's dark in the boonies. Figured I'd call it a night and find my way out from my Atlas in the morning. I pull off the road/path, lock my doors, put up sunshades on my windows and get some sleep. It was a nice hatchback sleeper setup in my honest opinion. I was just starting to doze off when I hear footsteps on gravel. I perk up, and it's definitely something on 2 legs, and it's definitely getting closer. So I fumble to get my sidearm without looking, while trying to peek through the shade to see anything. Black. I can't see a thing. All the wildlife is silent, and I can hear footsteps circling the car. Back passenger handle pulled. Front. Driver. Driver rear. Hatch. Silence. I'm hoping they'll think it's abandoned and just leave. I pull back the hammer on the revolver, and as soon as it clicks, there's a pounding on the hatch glass. I rip the sunshade down and see a man in an open plaid shirt just going to town on my window with his fist in his eyes that I've only seen on a rabbit right before slaughter. We lock eyes and he just starts screaming. Not even words, just straight up screaming. so I scream back that I'll blow his head off if he doesn't leave me alone. He takes off to the rear of the car. I catch my breath, climb into the driver's seat, and start the car to get the crap out of there. Suddenly, my window explodes into nothing. I later learned that broken spark plugs will do that, and he reaches in the car and yanks me out the window. Terrified, I fall awkward as crap as I clear the window, so I'm on the ground. He's kicking the crap out of me, and I'm scrambling trying to find the gun that I dropped in the commotion. Seemingly out of nowhere, this random middle-aged guy comes charging out of the woods and decks the guy. They tussle a bit. I find the gun under the car. Crazy guy number 1 leaves, and I draw down on crazy guy 2. He puts his hands up, asking me not to shoot and generally being rational. I asked what he was doing out here, and he said, "Well, I'm not here to mess around with spiders." Then explained that he's out here on vacation in a cabin, heard screaming and came to help. I thanked him and got the crap out of there, found a Walmart a few towns over, and slept under a street lamp. I called my dad the next day to tell him I'd be late because I had to replace a window and explained what happened. When he heard the spider thing, he laughed and made a joke about how his dad always said that because he had a bunch of Australian pilot buddies. Apparently, it means like, what the heck does it look like I'm doing? Now, my grandpa died before I was born, and I'd actually never seen a photo of him aside from a service photo when he was about 20. So I get home and go to put Grandpa's gun back in Dad's lockbox. I almost crapped my pants when I see a photo inside of my dad with the dude that saved me, down to the clothes. I flip it over, and it's got my dad and Grandpa's names on it, and 1990 was dated. So I asked my dad when the picture was, and he says it's special because that was taken the morning of Grandpa's accident. I'm not saying that I believe in ghosts, but it's a really messed up coincidence that the guy who saved me from a tweaker is a dead ringer for the guy whose gun that I was trying to grab to protect me. This is currently happening right now. Not the worst thing in this subreddit, but it's a constant creepy problem. I'm a 25-year-old female sitting by myself in a bar. I find myself doing this quite often, even if I'm not drinking. I'm a smoker, and when I don't want to be alone after work, I'll often pop into a bar, grab a drink or a snack, and smoke a cigarette or two. I'm friendly, and I get a kick out of the tipsy people making quick friends at the bar. My favorite bar has this adorable outside area that's usually empty, even though the bar is busy. I love going out there, sitting in the sun, smoking a cigarette and browsing Reddit. There's this 60-year-old man or so who followed me out here. He was staring at me for a while, which I tried to ignore. Then when I looked back up, he was still staring and licking his lips. I just looked back over, his hand in his pocket moving around. He's still licking his lips and breathing hard. I'm finishing my Sprite and heading out now. It's just so creepy, and unfortunately not uncommon to have unspoken creepy as heck encounters at bars. I'm disgusted, and I'm mad that this is such an issue where I live. So this happened when I was around 19 or 20 and just started going out. At the time, I had finished 6th form and was taking a gap year for financial reasons before starting uni. My friends had all come over for the weekend, and we all planned to go out and hit our small town clubs. First place we get to, we start catching up and getting shots and having a great time. One thing I should note is that when clubbing, I hate having actual drinks, like a beer or vodka and Coke, unless we're sitting down and I can watch my friends.
At this part of the night, we were constantly on the dance floor, with nowhere to put a drink, so I was on shots for the rest of the night. While dancing, this guy starts dancing with me and my friend. Okay, pretty normal. He then starts trying to dance with just me, and keeps getting in front of me, blocking my friend. Slowly, he starts backing me away from my friends and away from the dance floor. I initially didn't notice because I kept trying to get away and get back to my friend. That was my biggest mistake. I am by no means a short person, but I was underweight for my height, and this guy, who is at least 6'2", decides that he wants a kiss. I now properly try and get away from him, in which he picks me up and carries me, fighting me to a corner to try to force himself on me. I froze. I didn't know what to do other than try and fight him off. But as he has me cornered and no one can really see me where we are, I start frantically pushing and clawing at him to get him off of me, and these two women there see me. I send a look of pure fright and help me. They come over, and one has to almost push the guy off me. Her friend grabs my hand and puts me behind her, and was asking if I knew him. I said no. The guy looks absolutely angry. He starts trying to get me back to him, and both girls stand in the way, saying no, else we're gonna get bouncers to throw him out. He gives up and walks away. Both women are asking me what happened and asking if I was okay. I thank them so much for the help that they gave me, realizing that I was in trouble, and stayed with me until I found my friends. After they left me, I think they told the bouncers what happened, because I see him outside looking angry as heck. I stick to my friend's side like glue till we leave, and then every time we went out since when living in that town, she managed to get a stalker of her own at some point. I'm sure if I had a drink, he would have tried to spike it in hopes of making me more willing. So, dude in the club, let's never meet again. This happened in early January, when I, a 25-year-old male, was on holiday. I had befriended some locals and went clubbing with them. A few hours in, a balding, sturdy man who looked to be in his 50s danced with me. He smiled at me and put both of his arms around my shoulders. I smiled back. After the song, he still held me and danced along. I laughed it off and endured this for another minute or two, and finally tried to move away. The man tightened his grip, kept smiling, kept dancing, his arms sort of locking me in. This was the first time that something like this was happening to me, so I was stunned. I told him, okay, that's enough, still smiling, and tried to shrug him off. Again, he held me hard. I slapped his hands away and told him, no, that's enough. But he sort of just wove around my hands and replaced his grip on my shoulders. He pulled me close, hugged me, was whispering something I couldn't hear, and put his head against my neck. I shoved him at this point and swore at him. He looked dejected. I retreated to my local friends and tried to pretend that that hadn't happened. The man returned, grabbing my hands and pulling, motioning to go outside with him. I ignored him. He hovered around me, frowning at me, and really I tried to put on my best brave face. Finally, he slid up to me, touched my butt, and left the club. The night was pretty much ruined for me by then, but I continued to fake it and dance. I walked back to my hotel some hours later with my local friends, keeping an eye out for the man, but he was gone, and I didn't mention this to anyone. This is my first post here. My memory was jogged by the recent story of the girl whose drink was spiked, and she passed out, and her friends took her home, thankfully. I had just turned 21, and obviously wanted to celebrate by going to the most popular dance club in my town with a couple of girlfriends. I had never had a fake ID or anything, so this was my first clubbing experience. We get inside and order drinks.
I ordered a girly type bottled drink. We drank for a bit and then hit the dance floor. So I had been taught about safety while out at the club. I knew all the things to watch out for. A tip that a coworker had once given me was to put your thumb partially in the neck of your bottled drink if you're not going to be paying close attention to it, as it disables access for anyone who might want to slip something in there. So that is exactly what I did the entire night. A few guys had asked us girls to dance and we obliged. Eventually, the second guy that I ended up dancing with gave me a weird vibe. He tried to buy me a drink, saying that he would go to the bar and get it for me. I declined. He asked if he could hold my drink for me while we danced, seeing as how I had a wristlet in my other hand, and he just wanted to be helpful. I declined. He was pushy. I got the weirder vibe after those couple of different passes, and when the song changed, I left him saying I needed to go find my friends. My friends and I hung out for a while, then went back out onto the dance floor. Lo and behold, but who should slide up but him? So here I am, a 21-year-old with no clubbing experience, no huge dating experience, feeling uncomfortable while this guy dances with me. I didn't assert myself. I was intimidating. It was a really crappy feeling. I let him dance near me, kind of vaguely dancing but avoiding eye contact, keeping an eye on my friends, both of whom were dancing nearby. And that's when he got all touchy-feely. He put one hand on my waist, not aggressively, but it made me even more uncomfortable, and kind of took my free hand, wristlet was hanging on my wrist, in his, and he made a few, woohoo, look at us, we're dancing type of motions. Then he switched. His hand ran down my other arm, lightly grasped my hand, the hand that was holding my drink, and I feel his fingers slide until he's touching my bottle. My stomach turned over, but I kept dancing, not really knowing what to do. And that's how it went. Every so often, he would feel around my hand and bottle, my thumb firmly lodged in there, and then let go. After about a minute of this, I felt his forefinger and thumb grasp my bottle thumb, as if to confirm/test that my thumb was indeed in the way. And at that moment, the song changed. I saw my friend in my peripheral vision. I made eye contact with him and we shared a moment that really made me feel like he was thinking, I know you just got to know what I'm trying to do. I fled in the direction of my friend. We found my other friend and we went to another club. I can't think of any other reason that he would want to have his hands near my own hands or my drink. He wanted to drug my drink. I wonder how many other girls he had tried with that night. I certainly hope that he never succeeded. So creep at the club? Let's not meet. I'm not sure how creepy this actually is, but I always try and play it safe. I don't believe in taking chances, and I don't intend on becoming another statistic. If that means playing on one side of caution, then so be it. I'm a bartender by trade. I've been working in bars since I was 21. I'm 29 currently and female, so I've had to pick up a thing or two. I get a fair amount of unwanted attention in my day-to-day life. I'd say about as much as the average woman gets. I'm not a vain person, but I do put a lot of attention into my wardrobe, my makeup, and my nails. I know it's such a sideways way of thinking, but most of my money is made on tips, and I have to make myself presentable enough. But because of this, I do set my boundaries very strongly. This doesn't mean that I'm perfect, though. I'm still a person with people urges. It was a typical Saturday night. The bar that I currently work at, and the one that I've been working at for the past 2 years, is a pretty small bar with more of an emphasis on the quality of the drinks and the relaxed atmosphere. I don't serve as many Vegas bombs or Bud Lights that I have at previous bars that I've worked at. It's mostly cocktails and craft beers. This usually keeps the rowdy crowd out. On Saturdays, we do trivia night, which I occasionally get tasked with hosting. It's not my favorite thing to do, but something I have to do as per my job description. There was a girl in the crowd that was answering most of the questions that I sent out. She wasn't alone, came in with a group of people, all seemingly in their mid-20s. Her and I ended up talking for a while at the bar in between serving drinks. She was flirty, which isn't something that I'm incredibly good at, but she was sweet. And just to make it clear, I have an equal preference in men and women. I wasn't trying to lead her on or humor her for the sake of making tips. In the crowd of trivia participants came this one guy. I wasn't the one to ID him, so I couldn't tell you his name. He began making rude remarks from one bar stool down from where this girl was sitting. He was somewhere in his 30s. It seemed like he was hitting on her, but she didn't seem very responsive. I told him that she didn't seem interested and that he should stop. He apologized with a very sinister-looking smile and looked down at my chest, claiming that he was looking for a name tag to formally address me. We don't have name tags. I told him that if he continued making people uncomfortable, he would be removed. One thing that I took notice of that made me sufficiently uncomfortable was the fact that he kept one hand in his jacket pocket. Just the one. And he seemed to be fiddling with something. I don't play around with this kind of stuff, so I told security about it. While I was walking back, I overheard him telling another bar patron that I basically told him that I would sleep with him when I got off of shift. The girl from the bar, as well as the random bar goer, told him that his behavior was out of line. I told him that he needed to leave, and that security was going to kick him out. His response changed from sinisterly playful to outright agitated. He made a comment about my sexuality, and told the random bar guy that he was sitting near that he was a homophobic slur. I hate guys like this with a passion. People who want to disrupt the comfort of others in some half-hearted attempt at getting laid. I walked from behind the bar and told him to leave, and tried again to flag security. He made a very crude comment about me letting him do some stuff to me, and in return, I wouldn't feel the need to be attracted to women. Unless it was, let's just say, a group effort. The girl that I had been talking to threw a glass of scotch in his face, and then headbutted him in the mouth. Security finally came running, only to try to kick her out. I flew into a rage over that, and told him that the girl was good, and she was only doing the job that he was supposed to be doing. He was removed from the bar. I kept an eye on him through the window. He stuck around near the bar for a bit, but after an hour or so he left. The girl offered to stay with me until closing, which wasn't necessary. I'd closed the place down so many times at 2 to 3 a.m., but I gave her the, "Oh, would you please" routine. I also give credit where it's due. So I gave the other guy from the bar a good thank you hug before he left, and told him that he made me feel safer. The girl told him the same. I told the manager and the owner that we had an issue with a customer. Bar cam footage was pulled, and his identity was confirmed. He had an issue with getting banned from bars, and had a tendency to start fights while intoxicated. I hate to say it, but I'm still keeping an eye out for him. Not sure if this is creepy enough, but it was for me. So this happened to me at my first club experience. Background info. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I was 19 at the time, and I barely reached 5'1". The size is important later on. I live in a city that has some pretty lit clubs, and in the downtown core we have 2 universities. There's this one club that is super cool, but packed with university students, and primarily creepy guys, unfortunately. I'm assuming most clubs are like this. This club was a house at some point that has been transformed into a club with different floors/sections, like a dance/EDM area, a piano bar, a seating area with pool and a top patio. Some other areas too, I believe. One of my girlfriends had just turned 19, and she was the last of us. So we decided to go downtown and party at this really cool place. Totally makes sense. There was a big group of us, probably 10 girls and maybe 3 guys. Unfortunately, my boyfriend didn't come with me on this particular occasion. and I've always wished that he had since then. At the club, I was primarily with my two closer friends, Jamie and Lee. At some point, Jamie and I lost Lee, but it was fine. We were dancing and having a good/okay time. I was starting to feel anxious, and I just wanted to go back to my boyfriend's place. Lee wasn't answering her phone, and I didn't want to leave Jamie until we found Lee and they were together. Jamie and I were in the EDM area at this point and started making our way across the dance floor, holding hands so that we didn't get separated. Then this guy just starts dancing with Jamie, being a little pushy but not creepy pushy, and Jamie starts dancing with him, still holding my hand. Then they start making out, and Jamie is still holding on to me. This entire time I'm thinking, what the heck? This is so weird. Out of nowhere, I see this figure move towards us, and he's much, much taller than I am. Probably 6'5". Definitely seemed taller than my boyfriend, who is 6'3". He kind of looms over and bends down, slightly, and in the creepiest tone goes, "Hi, how are you?" in my ear. I think I said fine and tried to ignore him, but he wrapped his arms around my waist. And when I say wrapped, I mean tightly, breath-crushingly, nearly double wrapped his arms around me. Then he starts to straight up pull me back into a corner, not even dancing to the beat, but pulling me with all of his might, trying to get me into the back. I don't think I've ever been so scared of someone, even though this was such a small moment. Thankfully, Jamie is still holding onto my hand while making out with this guy. I started to lose my grip though, and we almost let go of each other until I could feel her tighten her hand in mine and start tugging me away. The guy she was with finally left her, or she pulled him away, not totally sure. And with all of her weight, she ripped me out of this guy's arms, and I went flying across into her. This was such a small, probably not terrifying moment, but as someone who is extremely short and tiny, making me vulnerable, it definitely scared the heck out of me. Especially the lack of dancing, and just sheer force of pulling me back. Maybe he just wanted to make out. Maybe it was more. But who knows? When I was in my early 20s, me and some friends went out to celebrate my birthday. We went to a couple of parties since it was the weekend, then bar hopped the rest of the night. While we were at a bar, we met a group of guys that offered to buy us drinks. No biggie, and heck yeah, it was my birthday. We danced around with them for a bit before retreating back to our little section. One of the guys came over to our section and asked me to dance again. I told him maybe in a bit and went back to partying with my girl. We didn't see them again until the club closed. The group of guys came over to us, and of course, we're trying to find someone to go home with. The same guy that approached me earlier had approached me again. I laughed it off and thanked him for a good time. By this time, we were all getting into the car. We had a designated driver, and they made sure that each of us got home safe after the club. 3 nights later, me and my then boyfriend were knocked out as I had work the next morning. My boyfriend worked nights, but he was off this night. 3:41 a.m. There's a knock at the door. My boyfriend goes to answer it, and I'm walking behind him, wondering who could possibly be at the door at that time of night. We lived in a not-so-good area, so the porch lights would work when they wanted to, and now was not one of those times. As my boyfriend opens the door, the person at the door says, "Excuse me, ma'am, I can't get my car to start." And as he looks up, I immediately recognize him as the man from the club. I scream, and my boyfriend catches on and closes the door. Me and him had had a few laughs when I told him about the guy at the club. So when I told him that it was him, he opened the door back up, I guess to confront him, but he was gone. We hadn't seen a car, but again, it was dark. I don't know how this man found out where I lived, other than following us home that night. I still get the chills thinking what may have happened. if my boyfriend wasn't there that night. This happened to me when I lived in Prague. I was out with the girls. We had secured a bench in the back, which in and of itself is a miracle. I offered to go get drinks because this boat club filled up fast. So I get my friend and I a drink. I'm standing by the bar with 2 drinks balanced carefully in my hands. I turn around to go back to my friends when suddenly this guy is standing in front of me. I was unprepared for what would happen next. I have to preface this with saying that I had a lot of people come up to me in the Czech Republic asking to touch my hair. I have very tight curls. Not a lot of people in Prague look like me. I've had people ask to take pictures with me because of my hair. It was like my hair was some big celebrity, and every hairstylist in the city would find me and asked if I ever needed to get it cut to go to them. I even had a man follow me around a club asking me where's my fiancé, all because of my hair. But this man did something special. This man did the unthinkable. He reaches out his pale, rough fingers and picks up a big piece of my hair. He held it up as if to examine it. Then he took his other hand that he stretched his hands out and chomped down on my hair while still attached to my head. He dropped his hands. He ground down, essentially chewing my hair for a second. I could see the hair dangling at an odd angle. His face was pretty close to mine, as I don't have particularly long hair at the time. He then lets go. I didn't have time to respond. I don't even know if he spoke English. He just fled. I wanted to wash my hair, but I was at the club. I stumbled back to my friends and told them what had happened. They were stunned. I didn't have another interaction with him that night. And to this day, it's one of the strangest things that a person has ever done to me. Years ago, my roommate and I were getting drinks at our usual place. We sat at the bar sharing a pitcher and some shots, and this creepy guy that we had never seen before kept butting into our conversation. He kept trying to buy us drinks and talk to us. He was really drunk and very pushy. We were there for a couple of hours, and it went on the whole time. We ended up leaving early because he kept saying that we should come over to his house, and when we declined, he got weird and started talking to himself. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and this guy is on the news wanted by the police. He had met a girl at the bar. She left with him, and he unalived her out in a cornfield. On April 30th, 2019, I was staying at the Crossroads Hotel in Kansas City. I was there for 2 weeks for work, but with nothing to do over the weekend and no friends in town. At around 9 p.m., I decided to have a drink at the bar by myself. I had just ordered my first beer. I emphasize ordered here. I had not even received the drink. Therefore, I was not drunk, and my mental state was still completely sober. And a girl tugged on my shirt. She was really attractive, and I was single at the time, so I turned to say hello. She whispered in my ear that the man next to her was being really creepy, and if I would help her out and pretend to be her boyfriend, she would buy me a drink. I'll be honest, I thought this was just a line, but I obliged because, frankly, she was hot. But there really was an old man, late 50s or early 60s, rocking back and forth in his chair, eyes half open, clearly 2 sheets to the wind. And he was in a tuxedo. I asked him about the tux, and he said that his daughter just got married that day. The wedding party had a room block at the hotel, and he was keeping the post-reception tab open at the bar. At this point, he started hitting on the girl. We'll call her Rachel.
saying how beautiful she was and how lucky I was to have such a beautiful girlfriend, and staring at her. I really felt for her, and all women honestly in that moment. Then Rachel wrapped her arms around my waist and said, "Yep, this is my boyfriend. I love him to death. I'd kill for this guy." The guy rocked back and forth in his chair and then goes, "I get it. I've killed for love before." We looked at each other. I thought I misheard him. I'm sorry, what did you say?" I said, "I have killed for love before." For the next 10 minutes, he proceeds to tell us about this supposed murder that he committed. It was his ex-wife's boyfriend. From what I could tell, he was divorced, probably reluctantly. His wife remarried and he got jealous of the guy. And he killed him with a Glock 37, shot 3 times, twice in the chest and once in the head. And what he did with the body, he wrapped the body in black plastic bags, went fishing in the lake behind his house one morning, and threw it overboard with weights tied to the legs. I could tell he was suspicious of us asking so many questions, so I figured that it was time to leave. Then, I was proud of this. I actually got his name. I said, "It was nice to meet you, mister," and he filled in the blank. The next morning, I asked the front desk manager, who I've become friends with over the years of traveling there, if there was someone staying there with that name. She said she couldn't give me a room number for security reasons, but confirmed that someone was staying there with that name. I called the Kansas City Police Department tip hotline and told them everything I knew. I have a tipster ID number and everything. I check maybe once a month or so to see if there's been any arrests, but no dice so far. I really thought this guy was messing with me, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought maybe not. I could totally see someone having this weigh on their hearts, feeling vulnerable at their daughter's wedding, being drunk enough to feel untouchable, and trying to get it off their chest. His one mistake was that I was sober at the time and remembered everything. Please message me and let me know if you know of any unsolved murders that match this description. Back when I was 18, my best friend Ann and I used to go to this club quite frequently. The legal age to drink in my country is 18. It was a trendy place with cheapish drinks and really good music. My dad never stopped me from going clubbing, but he always told me to not get drunk and to be aware of my surroundings. Always. My mom always told me to look out for Ann, and for Ann to look out for me. Girls need to stick together. So it was an average ladies' night on Wednesday, where girls enter for free and drinks are cheaper. Ann and I start drinking and get pretty buzzed but not drunk. Ann needed to go to the bathroom, so I followed her and waited outside. So the male and female bathrooms are right next to each other, and there's a sofa area in front so people can sit and wait. On the sofa, there was a girl who was obviously very, very drunk, and she was in between 2 guys who were laughing, but it looked off. They were harassing her, which could have been mistaken as just 2 friends having a laugh at their female friend being drunk. They proceed to literally carry her out of the club. At this point, Ann comes out, and I motion to her that this girl looks like she's in danger. We both tail them, and the more I see them interact with her, the more I feel like they're about to assault her. My friend and I go up to her and start saying, "Oh my God, Angela, there you are." We didn't know her actual name. We just wanted to get her out of that situation. The 2 guys were shocked and put her down. Ann asks them who they are, and they claim that they were just trying to help her and bring her out of the club for some fresh air. I wanted to give them a piece of my mind, but I somehow read Ann's mind and decided against it. We were just 2 18-year-old girls, and they were 2 large 25-plus-year-old guys. We wanted to save the girl, but we didn't want to jeopardize our own safety either. So we pull her away and put her arms around our shoulders and carry her out of the club ourselves. We're trying to ask her if she has an ID on her, or if she has friends at the club also, She was too drunk to answer. We finally got outside and saw a small group of guys and girls around that girl's age. They see us and run towards us and her. They were her friends. The girls in the group take her from me and Anne and start talking to her in their own language. The guys thank us profusely, and we explain that we found her inside. We later learned that they were German tourists, and this was their first time in our country. It still haunts me to this day about what would have happened if we didn't intervene and save Angela. So remember, please be safe, drink responsibly, and always have a friend with you when you're out. Look out for other girls. We need each other. I thought I was going to die in a strip club. So a little backstory. I was a dancer for 6 years. I've worked in many cities and clubs. At the time of this story, I wasn't a rookie. I was well versed in the industry. At the time this took place, I was like 20 or 21. It was also in Texas at one of the upscale clubs. I never imagined something like this would happen in this place, but apparently I was wrong. I started my shift at about 6 p.m. I like to get there early to meet with some of my regulars before the crowds came in. It was like 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and this really good-looking guy came in with some friends. They were all older, like 40 to 45. I grabbed some of my hustle friends and we went and sat with them. It wasn't hard to convince these guys into a VIP room with bottle service. But this is where it gets kind of weird. The guy that I was talking to wanted a separate room for just us. I thought maybe because his friends seemed rowdy and wanting to party hard, he wanted to have a more relaxed area. I wasn't complaining because that meant that I wouldn't have to share my cut of the room, so stupid me saw dollar signs and went with it. We get 2 bottles of Dom Perignon, mixed drinks, and some shots. Now, a lot of guys that come into strip clubs really want to let loose, and they brought drugs as well. These guys had just about everything besides crack, meth, and heroin. I was definitely a party girl at the time too, so yes, I partook in some of these, but I also wasn't stupid. So at this time, we were all hanging out in one room together. I took a little hit of coke and off the back of my hand and continued drinking. After we were all hyped up and ready to party, my guy pulled me into the other room. This guy was like 6'4", obviously worked out a lot and was attractive. I, on the other hand, without my heels, was 5'6" and like 120 pounds. I sat down on his lap. I started talking to him and laying down my moves to get him to empty his wallet. We were having a really good conversation, and my bouncers were really good about checking up on the girls in the rooms, because they're pretty secluded on the second floor. After about 20 minutes of talking, something snapped, and all of a sudden he literally puts his hand around my neck, lifted me up, and slammed me against the back of the couch. The couch backs were tall and padded, so it wouldn't have been heard on the other side, plus with all the music. I was literally frozen in fear. After almost 3 years of dancing, I had never been in this situation. He started calling me names, spat in my face, and his grip on my neck would get tighter and tighter when he would make me feel like I needed to take a deep breath, like I was going to scream. Luckily, there were also VIP rooms across the large overlook, and a bouncer noticed me kicking and flailing. I faintly remember, like all of the bouncers running into the room. They had to pry me out of his hands. When I was finally back to sitting on the couch, they had him on the floor outside the room, and his buddies acted like they didn't even know him. My manager grabbed me and carried me like a baby to the dressing room, asked if I needed any medical attention. I said no, I was just really shaken up. His buddies talked to my manager and basically gave me guilt money for the happening. Apparently, he was going through a crappy divorce and just snapped on me instead of his ex. To the guy at the club, Strippers are people too, and let's not meet. This happened last night at 2 a.m. We woke up to screaming and crying in the hall. My neighbor had just come back from the club apparently, and her gentleman company had insisted on walking her to our doorstep. She lived down the hall 2 doors from us, but she refused to let him in for anything more and told him that she has an early morning and so on. He then got aggressive and insulting to her and ended up slapping her twice and punched her on the nose once. She talked to me while they were waiting for the police and then tried to steal her phone to get his money's worth of that night. That's when my boyfriend yanked our door open and ran out while I ran towards her and pulled her into our flat. The guy dropped her phone and ran away. This guy, I don't have any words. The police came and took her in to get her to the hospital and everything recorded. I'm buying a baseball bat or something similar. So, as my username suggests, I'm a Fiji Indian. Well, at least my parents are. I, on the other hand, was born and raised in Australia and grew up with the Western way of life. One of my close friends has just gotten engaged, and all of us girls wanted to go out to celebrate. We ended up going to this club that was holding somewhat Indians' night out event. Around 2 a.m., I leave to go back home, as usual. I visit my parents on the weekends, and I wanted some sleep before then. I usually drive everywhere, but due to restrictions on my license, I'm unable to drink. I'm on my green peas for those who are familiar with Australian road rules. I left my friends and walked towards the building where my car was parked. It was parked near the train station, and the walk was roughly 500 meters to a kilometer away from the club that I was at. So I felt kind of safe walking it. As I was walking out, a pair of Indian guys walked out behind me as I was walking towards the train station. I heard the men started to say things in Hindi, like, "That girl is good," and "Look at her legs," and super shady stuff like that. I then started walking faster and they kept on following me. At this point, I was running to my car and fearing for my life as I entered the building of the car park where the 2 security guards were. And I ran up to them and told them what was happening. And one of the security guards stayed with me, and the other walked up to the 2 men and moved them along. The men were saying things like if she was a decent girl, then she wouldn't be out at night and wearing short clothes. After the men had left, the security guards asked if I wanted to report it to the police. And I began getting scared, and I said no. I got into my car to get the F out of there. So, to the creepy Indian dudes at the club, let's not meet again. In the summer of 2016, my boyfriend was away for 2 months in the Middle East on a trip, and I was missing him a lot. So my friend Nadine invited me out dancing. I'm not a big club person, but I agreed and was looking forward to spending some time with her. The clubbing itself was fun. We stayed right until closing, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. After the club closed, the common thing is to stand outside and hang out for a bit. Nadine and I were chatting when a young man approached us. He started talking to us and invited us to go get some food down the street. His name was John. We agree, as the area is packed with people and police officers, so it's not just us alone with him. We order our food and he prays, for both of us. I had never had this happen before,
and I had no idea how to respond. So I thanked him and downgraded my fries to small. We were all sitting on the sidewalk eating when John pointed to a figure across the street. A man was just standing there, staring in our direction. He was there for some time, but we weren't too concerned until he started walking towards us. He was tall, thin, and pale. He turned to me and takes a deep breath and said, "I've been following you for a while now, and I think you're gorgeous, and yeah." I had very limited experience with boys, aside from my boyfriend, so I had no idea how to respond or how to turn him down. I started out a thank you or a gee whiz or something. The man sat down uninvited. He introduced himself as Caden, and he invites us back to his workplace, a weed dispensary that he's the manager of. Right away, alarm bells went off. I had no interest in weed or him, but Nadine was adamant about going, and I will never leave my friend alone with two strange men, so I went with her. It was right around the corner. We entered and he locked us in. We sat in the back room with Caden, and he turned on some music, and the others all smoked, but I declined. Caden started eating some smoked salmon strips from a sandwich bag and talked about how weed is the only way the government can't read your mind and other stuff like that. He started getting really angry and worked up. He kept mentioning my hair. He got mad at me for not liking the music that he put on, despite my never having said anything about it. A huge red siren was going off in my head. John finally had enough. Him and I had an entire conversation without saying a word, I swear. We knew we had to get out of there. John and I convinced Nadine to leave, but we had to get Caden to unlock the door first. John got loud and big, demanding Caden to let us leave. We practically sprinted out. John paid for my taxi home, made sure that I got home safely, and I thought that was the end. A few months later, a series of SAs occurred in the train tracks by my house. I was scared. Teen girls had been attacked randomly, and it was on the local news. He had been especially transfixed on their underwear during the attacks. Eventually, the police had a suspect and released his photo, which my dad asked me to look at, in case I saw him around town. My blood went cold. It was Caden. He was known to the police, and they advised the public not to approach him, as he had a history of violence. He ran. They had wanted person alerts on the news and played videos from his YouTube channel of him shirtless smoking weed. It was all kind of absurd. They eventually found him a week later, trying to cross the border to another state. He got convicted of SA against a minor and went to prison, but only for a year. He's out now, and I have no idea where he is. If you've read previous stories that I've posted on this channel, you'd think that New Orleans is a pretty bad place to visit. It's really not. You can be safe as long as you listen to your instincts. If something seems off, get out of the situation as best as you can. Because of Hurricane Katrina, I no longer live in New Orleans, but I visit periodically because my boyfriend is from there and has family there still. One night, we decided to go to the French Quarter and hit up Bourbon Street. It's probably the only street that most people know, and it's pretty much the end of the part most people visit. From Bourbon to the river, it's crowded. North of Bourbon, it's empty. When we got to Bourbon, we split up. We wanted to go to a strip club, and I wanted to walk around a bit, pop into some shops, and maybe find a beer that wasn't $9. I wandered around Bourbon, looked at the antique shops on Royal, went down to Decatur and checked out Jackson Square, then looped back up to Bourbon. It took me about a half hour or so. As I was walking down Bourbon to the strip club, I saw my boyfriend standing out front waving at me. I walked over to him and he said that he was ready to leave, so we started heading back to the car. On the way, he had told me about a strange encounter that he had with some random guy on the street. My boyfriend had gone outside for a smoke a little while earlier. He rolls his cigarettes by hand. He buys a pouch of tobacco and uses rolling papers to make a cigarette. Because of this, a lot of people think it's pot. You don't know how many times we've been asked about it. Evidently, some guy saw him doing this and thought that he would be interested in buying some pot. Neither one of us smokes pot, so my boyfriend was not interested. The guy, however, was insistent. "I've got some good stuff, man. Just come around the corner and we'll make a deal." Alarm bells are starting to ring in my boyfriend's head. Generally, drug dealers don't approach you, despite what 80s PSAs would have you believe. You're generally introduced to them by people that you know who can vouch for you. You gotta avoid the narcs. My boyfriend refused again, and the guy pushed some more. "It's real good stuff. I'll give you a great deal. Let's just walk around the corner." My boyfriend did not want to get off of Bourbon and go down to the deserted side of the street that this guy had suggested. Eventually, the guy left him alone, but the experience made him feel uneasy, so he was relieved when I showed up a few minutes later. After he told me about that, he explained his theories on what the deal was with his unprofessional drug dealer. Theory 1 is that there was no pot, and this guy was just trying to get him to go to a deserted street so that he could mug my boyfriend. Possible. Theory 2 is that there was no drugs and the guy was a cop who wanted to lure my boyfriend off of a crowded street so that they could make an arrest without drawing too much attention. Also possible. Theory 3 is that the guy was going to try to rip him off and sell him some oregano or catnip or some other type of fake weed. I don't think either one of us thought the deal was legit in any way. He was trying way too hard, according to my boyfriend. I was 18 when this happened. It was my friend's birthday, and to celebrate 5 or 6 friends, and I decided to hit a club. As we were queuing up to get into the club, I had noticed an older man who must have been in his 40s kept staring at my friends and I, and feeling a little creeped out by this, I told my friends, but we just shrugged it off at the time. Once we finally got inside the club, it was still getting busy, so my friends and I bought our drinks and sat down. While I was talking to my friend about whatever, I noticed the older man from before. Now this dude looked crazy. He had crazy black hair, wild eyes that gave me chills, and looked like it hadn't been washed in a while. Basically, he looked like a real sleazebag. I quietly pointed this out to my friends, and since he had made us uncomfortable, we decided to hit the dance floor. This is where it got messed up. Creeper had decided to join us, so we moved to another part of the club to get away from him. Nope. He found us, and I clearly remember him creepily watching us as we danced. By now, we're all like, oh heck no. So we move away again, but he was walking right through the crowd and was right on our tail. Now we're beginning to freak out. The dude had such a strange smile and looked like he was enjoying the fact that he was scaring us. By now we're freaking out, and one of my friends is in tears because of this butthole. We decide to hide in the bathroom and figure out how we're going to handle this whole situation. My friends decide to tell one of the security guys and decide to ring my friend's dad, as by now she's beyond freaked out. We tell the security guys what was happening, and they went to look for Mr. Creepy Guy, and we head out of the club, making sure that he wasn't behind us. And we finally got a taxi home. I'm not sure what I saw. I've lived at my current house in North Carolina for about 3 years. When I first moved in, I had all kinds of weird encounters at night. I would be outside burning off tree limbs and things like that. I always felt like something was watching me. After the first few nights, I heard what sounded like someone calling for help, very muffled from the woods that surround my house. I shrugged it off. After a few times of that, I was walking the tree line and looking for more wood to throw on the fire. Keep in mind, this was at about 1 to 2 a.m., and I had a 30-30 shell thrown at me. I don't own a 30-30, so I thought it was very weird. Anyway, this goes on for a few months until my ex came, and we brought our kids to live in the house. My ex had chickens and a pig that got out of their enclosure and were killed. She threw the carcasses into the woods. I know. I don't know why she did that either. But after that, all the spooky stuff stopped. No more eerie feelings. No noises. Nothing. Now fast forward to last month. I've since gotten a new girlfriend, and she takes our dogs out in the early morning hours before she leaves for work. I leave the house at 4:15 a.m., so it's probably about 5:30 a.m. or so when she's out with them. Twice in the last 2 months, she's seen what she described as something large and pale in the wood line. The first time was last month. It saw her and hurried off. This morning, as she was walking the dogs, our large dog was barking like crazy, and she saw this white creature again. She said it moved like it was scuttling, larger than a deer and on all fours, but almost like what a human looks like running on all fours. As soon as the dogs got a good look at it, they began trying to run back into the house. She and the dogs flew back inside, and she got ready to leave for work. She didn't see anything else so far, but I'm just wondering what's up. What could we do? What does it sound like? All the other encounters I've had, I never saw a physical form, only noises and eerie feelings. According to her, this thing has moved closer to the house up the wood line. I'm just kind of lost. I doubt shooting at it would help. Any advice or theories would be welcome. I'm not sure if this is the right place to post this, but I would like to know if anyone has seen something similar. Around 2 years ago, one of my friends was moving from the Appalachia region to Florida in a few days, and we decided to go catfishing before he left. We didn't catch anything that night on the river, and we left around 2 to 3 a.m. On the drive back, we hit a fog. I remember the window was cracked because I was smoking a stogie. My friend was half asleep in the passenger seat, but still conscious. I had just looked up from changing the song on my phone, and right in front of the car was what I can only describe as a shadow being. It was tall and stood on 2 legs. It had no color or details, just a black void in the shape of an upright silhouette. It was right in front of my headlight too, and it still didn't show any detail. The thing about this whole experience that terrified me the most was after it had passed us, it smacked the weeds and tall grass on the side of the road, and it made such a loud sound because of how fast it was moving. Hearing that noise after what I had just saw sent a chill down my spine. My friend and I didn't say much, except to confirm to ourselves that we had indeed saw what we saw, an Appalachian shadow man. I've never seen something like that before or since. Please comment if someone has seen something like this. It would be interesting to get more insight on what I saw that night. Last year in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I took my girlfriend out hunting. A couple of hours in and we weren't really seeing anything. I bent down to grab a beer, which was on the other side of my girlfriend. As I came back up, I glanced out the window to see if there were any deer, but I saw this tall, lanky, pale and bald creature of some sort, running through the woods faster than anything I've ever seen. I'd have to say it cleared a 100-foot section of the woods in at least a couple of seconds. Luckily, it never saw me, or so I think. It looked like it was trying to run behind the blind. Safe to say that my girlfriend and I got the heck out of there ASAP with a fully loaded 30-30 and not much else. Not that that would have done anything to that thing. The scariest part about this story is that my girlfriend finally got to see it with her own eyes, running across the highway right by my land, meaning it's still stalking my woods. What do you guys think this is? I've been teetering on a skinwalker for about a year now, but now that I've found this subreddit, I like to get others' opinions. Thank you for reading. This was a few years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. A friend and I were in the woods just taking a hike. While on our way, we noticed that the forest had gone completely silent, and there was a chill to the air that hadn't been there earlier. Now, I live in the North Georgia mountains, so a sudden change in weather isn't that strange. But this was different. Along with the silence, there was this sense that something was very wrong, and something very dangerous was near. It was such a strong feeling that we became frozen in fear and apprehension. It all came to a head when our eyes caught movement behind a rather large tree. Now, for a bit of context, the air had gotten so cold that we could see our breath, and it was August. What we saw was a creature that had a deer skull for a head, with antlers that extended more flat out than up, and a pitch black cloak that seemed to suck the very daylight, and it became noticeably darker. It had bone hands with sharp claws at the ends that it had stretched around the tree as it leaned around to stare at us with its pitch black eyes that felt like a void of darkness and terror. We could see its breath in the chilly air, and as it stared at us, we both had this complete belief that if we turned our backs and ran, we would disappear forever. After what felt like an hour, but was maybe just a few seconds, it seemed to have gotten or done whatever it wanted, and leaned back behind the tree and disappeared. And the temperature returned, and so too did the sounds of the woods slowly, but surely. My friend won't talk about it to anyone, and I've only told one other person about what I saw that day. It was so terrifying that I won't ever forget what I saw. It will forever haunt my dreams and memories. I don't know what I saw that afternoon, but I was hoping that maybe if I shared it, someone else might have seen something similar and might have an idea as to what we saw. So I live in a rural area, which in the past used to be a farmland, but since has been reclaimed by the forest. There is very dense undergrowth, such as thorns and vines and a lot of stuff to trip over. Anyway, there's a trail that I walk every day multiple times, as I like to smoke back. But there's this trail, it's the only clear path through the woods. It leads in for about 150 feet, and then stops in a dead end. This was my favorite spot. I still walk it today, and have for 4 years. Usually I wake up and go straight to my trail before I'm even fully awake. So one day last summer, it's 11 o'clock a.m., because typical teenager. I'm half awake and walking the trail. I'm almost at the end when I hear the underbrush rustling with the sound of something bipedal, moving fast. So naturally, I'm like, what the heck? And I'm looking for the source of the sound, when I see about 20 feet away from me, past the end of the trail, a large black figure taking off away from me. Now I stand an even 6 feet tall, and whatever this was probably just as tall or taller than me. Once I realized what was going on, I took off running back to my house. Now I realized that it was most likely a person who got caught, but they weren't supposed to be there. But it's fun to think that I could have encountered a Bigfoot in my own backyard. And ever since this happened, I'm always paranoid that someone or something is watching me in those woods. It's made me extremely hyper-aware. and I feel like those woods aren't mine anymore. Also, if it was a person, what the heck were they doing sneaking through the woods so close to my house, and then sprinting away when they got caught? I don't really know where to post this, or if it's even going to be seen, but I had seen a fairy in the west half of Colorado. I was camping and hiking and decided to go off the trail a bit, but keep it in sight so that I wouldn't get lost. I was going around this tree and saw something flying towards me. I thought it was a sparrow or something at first because it was brown and tan. It then hovered, and I saw its arms and legs, and I thought that it was odd, not realizing what it might have been. Its face was almost human, but had bug qualities. It flew off before I was able to react fully, and I haven't seen anything like it since. This story takes place at a church camp, which is sort of like a Christian church camp, when I was 8 years old. It started at night when I was trying to sleep. It was hot, and I felt something heavy was on my chest. Not like a weight, but like a hand. I could feel each individual finger pressing down, almost like it was trying to pierce my chest with its fingertips. When I opened my eyes, I was so scared that I almost burst into tears right then and there. But I felt like if I did, something even worse would happen. Not just to me, but to the other kids in the room with me as well. Instead, I just laid there in my bunk, trying not to keep it from knowing that I was awake. After a few hours, it stopped and left. What I saw when I opened my eyes was a tall, skinny figure with long arms. It had black eyes with red pupils that almost glowed in the dark, large hands with slender fingers, and a mouth so wide, if it opened its mouth, it would look like a hole. When I woke up in the morning, I felt a burning sensation on my chest. When I looked, I saw red marks where the thing had touched me. Things were pretty much normal until the middle of the day, when everyone would go to the main building where we would all attend church and pray. While we were in the middle of a prayer, I opened my eyes to look up at the front of the room, and I saw the figure standing in front of me. And when I saw it, it put one hand over my mouth and pushed the other hand into my chest. It didn't tear a hole in my chest. Instead, it just went inside, like it wasn't there. But I could still feel it inside my chest, its hand wrapped around my heart. Not a squeezing feeling, but a burning feeling, almost like a red-hot fire poker touching bare skin. I was crying the whole time, trying to pull its hand out of my chest, but I wasn't strong enough. And it only stopped after the prayer was over. It just disappeared and was gone. But I could still feel the burning sensation in my chest. After we were done in the church that day, the day continued like normal, like the thing was done doing what it needed to do. After this incident, I never went back to church camp again, and I also stopped going to church because I never wanted to see that thing ever again. And to this day, I'm happy to say that I haven't seen it since. In 2009, in southeastern Wisconsin, I was in the car home from my mom's. I was in the passenger seat and gazing at the scenery when I saw what looked to be a shadow of a giant bird/pterosaur. It was on the outer wall of a huge factory. I looked up to the sky and saw it disappear into cloud cover. The entire experience lasted about 15 seconds. For years, I assumed that my eyes were playing tricks on me, until I met my new manager at work 2 months ago, who told me a similar story of a giant bird-like creature that he came across while driving. I was instantly brought back to that day and was assured that although I might be crazy, I did see what I saw. This story is 100% true, and I'm writing it on here to warn other people and let them know that there's definitely something out there. And to this day, I still don't know what it was, nor have I gone into any woods or forest whatsoever. If you don't believe me, that's completely fine. Read this as a fun story at your own expense. But for those of you out there with an open mind, or you've seen something yourself, just know that you're not alone. And just typing out and remembering this account is causing me to shake with anxiety and fear. First off, I'm a girl, and I live in North Carolina of the United States. I was 15 at the time of my encounter, and was definitely not a believer in anything supernatural, paranormal, or anything of the sort. It happened while I was at a local summer camp. There was absolutely nothing special about that day. No weird lights, people, animals, sounds, nothing. It was just the same camp schedule as I'd grown used to in the past 2 weeks that I'd been there. My age group had just finished lunch and was able to persuade our counselor to let us play a game called Scatter down by the lake. It's like a giant hide-and-seek game in the woods. Now, we had played this at least 20 times before that day, and nothing weird had happened to any of us, and we all grew up playing in the woods, so it's not like we had an aversion or fear of it. But for some reason, that day when our counselor shouted Scatter, and I ran to find a hiding place, it became a whole new ball game. I had run as far as I could while still being able to see the lake, as were the rules, and had found a huge old uprooted tree that I decided would be the perfect hiding place. So I laid down as close as I could against the ground and waited. I had been there for about 5 minutes when I suddenly heard a voice calling my name, in a weird, dreamy-like voice, and not just any voice, my mom's. Now, me and my mom are extremely close, thick as thieves, so I'd know her voice anywhere, and I would swear on my own grave that it was hers without a doubt. But I knew that it couldn't be her. She was 20 miles away at work, and even if it had actually been her, and she'd come to pick me up early, the voice wasn't coming from the lake. It was coming from further out in the woods, beyond the border of the camp. I knew I should have run away from this strange mimic mom voice, but I couldn't. It was almost hypnotic. It messed with my thoughts and gave me doubts, like, well, it could be mom. Or, what if she's hurt? And I have to get her. All these things were flooding into my mind, like someone had broken a dam that I didn't know was there. Until they finally overwhelmed me, and emotions got the better of me, and I took off running in the direction that the voice was coming from. I ran as far as I could, with only this strange voice as my guide. I couldn't have run for more than 5 or 7 minutes, when I got to a clearing and the voice suddenly stopped. When I entered the clearing and didn't hear my mom's voice calling me anymore, could I finally think clearly again, and started to have little alarm bells going off inside my head, saying, "You idiot, that's not mom," and run. But I couldn't run. I didn't know where to run. I had gotten so far away that I had lost sight of the lake by camp, and had absolutely no idea where I was, and I was completely exhausted to boot. With no other options than to sit and catch my breath, I did just that. No sooner had I sat down, more warning bells went off in my mind. I quickly did a 360 survey around the clearing and noticed a strange noise. It wasn't the continuation of the voice before. No, it was the distinct sound of chattering teeth, like if you were cold. Only there was no one else around, and it was the middle of June in North Carolina. There's no way that someone could be cold. And that's when I heard it. Leaves and sticks crunch on the edge of the small clearing, and I realized something was watching me. And then whatever it was moved and fast in circles around the clearing, almost like it was circling prey. And it was at that moment that I knew whatever it was had led me out there, away from the rest of my group. Exactly like the predator my instincts had been screaming at me that this was. Without any other option other than to try and escape, I took off in the direction that I thought I came from and sprinted as fast as I could, all the while hearing the chittering of teeth and sticks crunching behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare turn around to see what was chasing me. I knew that if I did, I would slow down, and I absolutely would not. It felt like a lifetime running away from this thing before I finally saw the lake. And even though I didn't think that I could, I ran faster than I ever have in my life when I broke the tree line and ran to the lake where I knew that my friends were. At that point, I felt safe enough to stop and look back and just see what had been chasing me. But when I did, I only saw a fleeting form running back the way that I had come from, and the distinct sound of chittering teeth. When I finally found my counselor, who was the seeker to find all of us, I was hysterical with fear and hugged her as tight as I could. When I finally calmed down, she tried to get me to tell her what happened, but I just asked, "Were you calling my name?" Before she even said anything, I already knew the answer. After all, it had been my mom's voice that led me away from everyone else. But what she said and what she replied with was so much more bone-chilling to me. She told me, "No one called for you. We didn't know you were gone. Everyone is still hiding. The game isn't over yet." So I just found out that this truly horrifying experience is actually a cryptid. Okay, so this was and still is a truly horrifying and scarring experience that I had last year. Even typing about this gives me anxiety and flashbacks. So the story is very simple, because there's only 3 other encounters with this being that is documented that I know of, and it was very fast but very traumatizing, like I stated earlier in this post. So I stayed up in my room a little bit later than I intended. I was on my computer facing away from my door, and out of the corner of my eye, I see him waving at me from around the wall, only exposing his hand and his face. I quickly spun my head around to look, and he was gone, instantly. I sat there, frozen in fear for maybe 10 to 20 minutes. I finally got up and checked behind the wall, and he was gone. Nowhere to be seen. I thought it was some hallucination. But now, I know that I saw Indrid, the grinning man. Back when I was about 3 or 4 years old, I lived and still live in the same apartment. Whenever I would walk down the hallway to my bathroom or my mom's bedroom, I would see strange figures in the dark. Not just shadows, but physical beings that I was able to touch. When I turned 6 years old, I didn't see the figures as often as I used to. But one night, while I was walking down to the bathroom, I was tripped by one of the figures. It didn't just stick its foot out in front of me or anything like that. Instead, it came up through the floor and grabbed me by my ankles. I fell and hit my head on the kitchen bar to my right and got knocked out. When I woke back up, I saw another figure in front of me, and I immediately covered my face, because as a 6-year-old, I still thought that it made the figures ignore me. But instead of it just going past me, it picked me up and put me back on my feet. To this day, I still don't know why the figure helped me, but I do know that not all of the figures were good. Now, I will never go down that hallway without the lights on, even during the day, ever again. I was fishing with a friend, and we heard trees shaking and the tree line was just not right. When my friend said, "Hey, get over here," and he showed me where he had seen something watching me. We start to feel unsettled. Then we started to pack up. And when we got on our four-wheelers is when things started to get weird. We revved it to scare it away. Then we drove off. We were driving off when I dropped a fishing pole. We went back. And when I got back, we looked back and there was a tall, smoke gray, skinny creature. We drove off, and we kept seeing it until we hit the main road. We continued to drive and didn't see anything. But as soon as we drove on a dirt road again, we saw it again. Please, let me know of any information you can give me. This goes back several days/months. I saw what I thought was a dog/wolf's feet running down the road. Couldn't see if it was a dog or a wolf because of the blinds. 1 to 3 days later, at certain times during the day and night, it would sound like something would jump up and crawl over the ventilation unit next to my house. So I looked outside and nothing was there. So I got suspicious, especially because there was no one near the unit. And it would have taken them a long time to get away, because I looked at it immediately through my bedroom window that is 1 to 2 feet away from it to the left. And at night, the noises would come from multiple sides of the house. I thought it was raccoons. 1 to 3 days later, friends that I invited over were complaining about smells like rotten fish/flesh. 1 to 5 days later, the smell went away on its own. And that night, I accidentally stayed up to 2:30 a.m., and I had this feeling to get out of my room and make myself hidden. So I decided to do it because I was bored. I got out of my room and hid behind the wall connecting my room to the kitchen. Then there was a huge bang against the wall next to my window in my room, the place my feeling told me to avoid. Then I froze in fear in my kitchen as I heard the sounds of loud bangs, the sounds of running, and the sounds of trash cans falling all over around my house, including on the roof. I managed to make myself move to get my computer and frantically research about what the heck was going on. And I found out, according to this source, that they are most frequently seen as coyotes, wolves, foxes, eagles, owls, or crows. My grandmother also saw a coyote or wolf when she was coming to visit me. I also heard that they smell like things rotting because of their flesh, and that they try to break into the house or harass you by doing most of the noises that I listed. These creatures were trying to lure me outside the whole time that I was researching by mimicking a woman's voice. Today, the smell is back, and I don't know how to ward them off. My grandpa was telling me a story in the summertime, and I guess I never felt the need to share because I didn't know what platform to share it on. But I found one. I apologize if some of the details are left out. I've forgotten some of the things that he told me, such as names and what year this happened in. I believe it happened in the 60s. It happened near the Sandy Bay Aboriginal Reserve, which is in southern Manitoba. It was midwinter, and Manitoba gets plenty of snow. My grandpa told me that his two friends, a wife and husband, were walking from their car to their house, carrying all of their luggage. It was just their cabin, not their house, so they were carrying the luggage up to the cabin. The first thing they noticed was a bright, bright light shining into the cabin. It illuminated the entire cabin and was a fluorescent shade of icy blue. The husband thought he saw a silhouette of a strange tall humanoid in the home. It was lanky and very tall, standing alone, before it walked out of sight. Quickly, he ran into the house with his wife. They searched the house, and there was nothing. So the wife went back out to grab more luggage.
The husband said that he heard a shriek from outside and quickly ran out to make sure that she was okay. He was shocked to find her footprints leading up to the car, yet she was about 25 feet away from the car in the woods, with no tracks leading towards her. If she were to walk out there by herself, her tracks would obviously be there. He ran out to her. She was distraught and hollering and screaming, and her eyes were glazed over. He took her in and she refused to speak. She was admitted into the mental hospital soon after, and to this day has the same glossed over eyes, and she still can't speak. She experienced a horrible trauma out there, and I believe that it's because of whatever the humanoid creature was. My grandpa still talks to her husband sometimes, and I believe that he visited her about 30 years ago at the hospital, since he doesn't live too many hours away. If anyone has any theories about this, feel free to comment. Or if there are any more questions, I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. I used to work at a cheese factory on the edge of a cornfield in southwestern Minnesota. There were a series of days in the summer of '04 or '05 where it was so hot that the milk being delivered to us in trucks would evaporate before we got it. It made work easy. The dearth of milk denied us any actual labor, but management wouldn't let us not come to work, so we would show up and mess around all shift. I was working nights at the time. It was 2 or 3 a.m., and I was out on the loading dock watching bats fly around the floodlights, because I liked being out in the cool night air. The corn was about as high as my shoulder, so about 5'10". As I was watching the bats, I looked down at the edge of the cornfield. Something was moving there. It was the size of a small child, and very, very skinny. Pale, with something that looked like a head of straight black hair. It moved in a sort of jerky gait, like someone dancing the robot really badly. It moved in chunks. Legs, then hips, then torso, shoulders, neck, and finally head. It was looking back into the cornfield, or at least I felt like it was. I felt prickly all over. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a heron or something at first, but it looked too much like a person. It didn't move like a person, though. Gradually, step by step, it moved towards me. Letting my curiosity better my fear, I moved towards the edge of the dock, which was raised a few feet off the ground. When I got within a few feet of the edge, the thing looked at me. I was paralyzed. I could have run, but I was stuck somewhere between terrified and intrigued. It moved, its face still pointed at me. It ratcheted its body in that disconcerting, jerky movement toward the cornfield and went into it. I tried to watch where the field moved as it passed, but the corn remained perfectly still. I noticed that all the crickets were silent. After a few minutes, nothing happened. I stood out there for an hour, but it never came back, and I never saw it again. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival. I'm familiar and used to wildlife, and I was charged by what I believe was a cryptid called a dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear. A bear cannot move how it did. And it was not a normal wolf, as they can't comfortably run on 2 legs, whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing that. This happened around June or July of 2007, I believe. I was around 17 years old and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwestern Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well. But at night, it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach, because of bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night, you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy. That is, until this incident. So this happened somewhere between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo. He was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point, and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail, talking, and he was maybe 10 feet from me when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze. Then I realized that the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked, and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it wasn't normal. This wolf was on 2 legs crouching next to the tree, with its arm grasping the tree, grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur. I told my cousin that we have to go, and the next thing I know, he is sprinting, and I look back at Wolfie, who had locked on and sprinted a few steps on 2 feet, and then I turned and ran when it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all 4s. It charged us, and sounded like it was right on our butts barreling through the brush. But for whatever reason, it let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. Wolfie appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright. And that's where I should have expected had front paws. It appeared to have large clawed hands. Now, I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I've heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know, they can't sprint on 2 legs. Nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly: a werewolf or a dog man. I just wanted to share an incident that I experienced in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where I went to high school. I was in a video production class, right around the time the movie The Mothman Prophecies with Richard Gere was being made. So we decided to make a documentary. We spoke to a woman in her 70s, who, during the time of the original sightings back in the 60s, said that she was out riding her horse one day, and she said that she suddenly felt someone sit down behind her. All of a sudden, the horse bucked her off and went crazy. She chased the horse down and then looked at the horse. Burned into the flesh of the horse were the legs of a humanoid. She immediately got in contact with a veterinarian, who came to her farm to treat the horse. The veterinarian never asked how the horse got burned, as if he had seen this type of burn before. Other than the burn, the horse was fine. Later that week, she confided to a friend that whatever it was that sat behind her on the horse had very thin insect-like legs. She also said that it had the odor of ammonia. She also said that when she backed off of the horse, she caught a glimpse of the being on the horse. She saw huge butterfly-like wings that were yellow in color. She swears up and down that this was the Mothman. Also, it turns out that the veterinarian was one of the 46 victims who died during the Silver Bridge collapse on December 15th, 1967. I just thought that that was an interesting story. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, my uncle told me a story that has stuck with me ever since. Growing up in Kentucky, I've always heard tales of, Bigfoot or the Pope Lick Goat Man, the usual run-of-the-mill urban legend campfire story. But in the case of the story my uncle had told me, it was different than all the other tall tales that I had heard before or since. Kentucky is home to the world's largest cave system in the world, Mammoth Cave. Since its founding on July 1st of 1941, only about 365 miles have been surveyed by the human eye. It's believed that there are still over 600 miles of passageways and caverns yet to be discovered. The national park is stretched over 3 counties, spanning more than 50,000 acres: Edmonson, Hart, and Barron counties. My uncle owned land in Edmonson County since the early 1980s. I remember hearing about how when they were out hunting for deer, they would occasionally come across pits in the ground of various sizes. They were the mouths of cave entrances. They would usually just toss a barrel or a large tree branch into the hole so no one would stumble across it, fall in, and become trapped. Besides wildlife or just getting lost in the woods, there really wasn't much else that you had to worry about, according to most people. This story takes place in the early 1990s, about 5 years after my uncle had purchased the land. His closest neighbor, who I'll call Ken, lived about a half a mile down the dirt road that ran parallel to both of their properties. They naturally became good friends over time, and on occasion would accompany each other hunting. My uncle lived in Louisville, and would visit his property whenever he had days off, or needed to do upkeep, like mowing or restocking his pond. So unlike his neighbor Ken, he spent more than most of the year in Louisville. On this particular weekend, Ken went out hunting for deer. He left his cabin and headed off into the woods, as he had done 100 times before. He followed a path that he had used plenty of times, to a small grouping of trees, overlooking a large meadow. According to him, it was a perfect sunny fall day, with not many clouds in the sky. He sat in the shadows underneath some low-hanging tree branches, feeling hidden from any would-be prey that might come by. Despite it being the ideal weather for hunting, he didn't see much in terms of game. Just a few fawn and a doe, not the big trophy buck that he was hoping for. He had been entertaining the idea of just grabbing his gear and heading back to the cabin, but not wanting to go home empty-handed, he decided to stick around for just a little while longer, in hopes that his luck would change. His chest fluttered when he looked across the meadow to the left and seen movement in the tree line opposite of him. He pulled his rifle to his shoulder and looked down the scope. The thick trees and foliage at the edge of the tree line prevented him from getting a good view of the animal in his sights. From what he could tell, it was heading towards the edge of the woods. He just had to be patient. When it stepped out of the shadows of the trees about 50 yards away and into the clearing, he knew almost immediately that he wasn't looking at a deer. He tried to keep his hands from shaking, as he desperately tried to identify exactly what it was that he was looking at. He described its body of that of a panther, but the upper torso, where the shoulders and neck were, sat noticeably higher than its lower back and hind legs. He was looking at its side profile, which he claimed, while in mid-stride, this thing had to be close to 7 feet in length. He said it was quiet like a cat. It never made a noise when it moved. The front legs, he said, looked more like arms, significantly longer and skinnier than its hind legs. It had brittle dark brown hair that started from the back of its head and running down the length of its back. He also claimed that the creature's skin looked waxy, almost like a chimpanzee's skin, dark brown, almost black. Its face was long like a dog's, but he said he noticed no ears. He said the corners of its mouth ended by the neck, where the ears should be. The most unsettling detail that I can remember of his account, though, was the thing's back legs. He described them as looking frog-like, as in the back legs were tucked up close to the creature's sides. When it walked, the leading leg would reach almost to the front half of its body, and the other leg would stretch way back, flat, like a frog when it crawls. He watched it for about 2 or 3 minutes, slowly and quietly moving through the long golden grass, a black shadow surrounded by color. He watched it disappear into the tree line directly across from the woods that he's seen it come from initially. After a few moments, he left and headed back to his cabin. Now, I don't know how long it was after this incident occurred that Ken told my uncle about it, but he was reluctant to speak on it. He dubbed it the Kentucky Holler Crawler. Eventually, Ken explained the story in full one night while sat around a fire with my uncle. Ever since then, Ken refused to go into the woods. He claimed to only hunt from the dirt road running through his property afterward. Both my uncle and Ken have sadly passed away since, but their story never changed over the years. I even had my uncle retell the story to me a few years back, just so that I knew I had all the details right. Maybe this was just another tall tale used to scare me and my brother when we were kids, camping on my uncle's land. But I know one thing for sure. He was an honest man, and his eyes told the truth when he would tell me that story. He had his fair share of unexplainable incidents as well. I'm sure that anybody would after frequenting a cabin in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky over 30 years. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, isn't the thought of the creature. It's the thought of where it came from. Who's to say this thing didn't crawl up from one of the caves, spanning hundreds of miles in every direction, hidden from civilization, thriving off the ecosystem? Nothing is impossible when it comes to nature. Nobody really knows for sure what is out there in the dark. This took place in the Rockies in Colorado a few days ago. I just seek help trying to figure out if I'm crazy or bumped into something. I'd heard the stories, read plenty of them online, and seen the videos about them as well. I was never sure about them, never sure if they were real, probably because I didn't want them to be, because whether I'd admit it or not, they were creepy, but I couldn't rule them out. I was camping, half an hour outside of a small town in Colorado at about 8,500 feet. Snow covered the dirt road I took to get to the campsite. I'd only set it up earlier that day. 10 to 15 minutes of my drive out of town was through the park, with campsites essentially clearings with stone fire pits in them. I set up at the fourth or fifth one. I was the only camper there at the time. On one of my returns to camp, after visiting in town about 100 feet down the 1 to 1.5 miles into the park, I saw a herd of deer off to the left side of my trail, probably 7 to 8 of them. There were only a few feet from the trail, and all spooked, save for one deer. The deer was facing the same direction of the car before I came, and was the closest to the pathway, while the other deer retreated 15 to 20 feet deeper into the woods. He turned to face my car. Already only going 5 to 10 miles per hour, and on a rough part of the trail, I wasn't passing very quickly, so I slowed and stopped. He followed the whole way. For some reason, I spoke to him. I, unsure and slightly uneasy at this fearless deer. After all, I'm treading on his land. I was protected in the car, and he was an average-sized deer, so there was no reason to think that it'd do anything to me. But somehow, some way, an animal demanded respect. I don't think I ever saw it blink. For what felt like forever, but was likely 5 minutes, we stared at each other, the deer never moving anything about him. I thought to take a picture of him and his herd watching from behind him down the hill, but something told me not to. I talked to my dogs, and I know they hear what I say, but I don't know if they listen. He listened. I told the deer I was here to visit, that I wished for a brief stay and to hopefully enjoy nature again, and grow appreciation for nature once more. As if satisfied by the answer, he backed up. Only a couple of steps, but he backed up and I kept on. I drove and watched him in the mirror. He returned to the herd, not taking an eye off of me. I've been on plenty of camping trips, been spooked by people and critter alike wandering around camp, even having opened the flap to a deer walking through on many a trip with the scouts. But this was one of my first alone. Up there, it dropped to around 0 degrees, and when I was in the tent, all I wanted to do was huddle in my sleeping bag. So that's what I did. The sun went down quick when you're tucked between peaks. The mountains hide the sun even sooner, so it got dark and cold. If you ever watched a four-legged animal walk, you'll know its pattern. Having been around dogs all my life, it's something that I've mildly found interesting. Almost always after a forefoot comes down, a rear foot follows, giving a distinct sound to their footsteps. When I was woken up at around 2 to 3 in the morning, my first thought was a bear late to hibernate. Knowing I had no food in the tent and only had food in the car, I stayed huddled as to not startle it or give it any reason to think that I smelled like food after all. I tried to listen to it to see where it was walking. That's when I got scared. There was snow surrounding my camp. There was no mistaking every single footstep it made. Slow. One on front of the other. No matter how hard I tried to imagine, there was no rear foot following. Just 1, 2, 1, 2. Then the pause. That was the worst part. I slipped my hand out of my bag that I was huddled in and grabbed the hatchet that I was carrying with me, trying to reassure myself that I was making stuff up. I pulled my hand back in and I heard it start to walk off again, keeping on its way. The direction that it had been going before, stepping into my camp, and eventually I couldn't hear its slow steps anymore. It was light and two-legged. That's all that I could discern. The next morning I went to look. Even with the snow, it was so packed around my sight from cars and footsteps that it was either too packed or already walked over to really discern any new tracks. I stayed in a hotel the night after this happened, abandoning my gear to pack in the sunlight. 3 to 4 inches of fresh, dry snow had come down over the night, and when I walked into my camp, I noticed a trail of tracks. While the terrain was still uneven, I couldn't help but notice what looked like a set of tracks slightly together, like you would see a deer's tracks. And suddenly, as they left the grass and entered the dirty snow of camp, they seemed to be spaced out, almost like my own footsteps that I left behind walking over to them were. If it were a skinwalker, it makes sense if it were the deer that I spoke to, as they tend to not be violent in the day. But being a hunter, it saw and paid attention to where its next target would be going. But when it went on the prowl, only finding a quiet tent. Or it could have been a Wendigo, content with my goals of the forest, letting me leave, but coming by in the night as a warning of what was to come, seeing as what I drove into was headed for the mountains. I was watching Cubed 2 with a friend. It was about 2 a.m. We heard the back door open and close. Didn't think anything of it as we were hoping. We had multiple roommates, and generally a pretty good food of trafficking throughout the week. We kept watching the movie. After a minute, I looked up across the room at my friends. They were looking at the hallway, so I looked over and I saw a gun with a hand holding it, and that's all I could see. Then the man with a gun entered the room and threw a big red duffel bag on the floor and said, "Put everything in the bag." I then started to explain to him that he had the wrong house. He walked up to me, put the gun to my head and said, "Go upstairs and get your stuff." I grabbed the bag and started walking towards the stairs. My friend got right behind me, with the gunman following behind him. There were 2 turns in the stairway. At the second turn, I ran to my room and yelled, "We're getting robbed."
Once in my room, I grabbed a machete, but remembered that I had just bought a gun 2 days prior. I grabbed the gun, threw the magazine in and cocked it twice. I then stood at my door yelling, "Crumbs." That's my friend's name who was behind me. After a minute, he opened his door adjacent to mine and said he was okay. I heard a door slam downstairs, so I swept the house quickly and went to the front door. He was gone, and he left his bag. 10 years later, I met the gunman while in treatment. I asked him to cut my hair for me and let him know during the haircut that I forgave him. I was the victim of a home invasion in the late 90s when I was only 6 while home with my 8-year-old brother and our babysitter. Our babysitter was tied up while one of the 4 guys sat with us and watched the Dinosaurs sitcom on TV, while the others ransacked every bedroom in the house. We lived on a rural property, and the home invaders cut our telephone cords and told my brother and I that they'd come back for us if we told anything about what was happening. They managed to get away with a lot of stuff, but thankfully everyone was unharmed. Safe to say, that experience ruined ever watching the Dinosaur Show ever again. My story's not that bad. I was at my ex's house. It was around dusk in the winter, and I was going to shower and make dinner while he took his dog to the vet. He left and I was upstairs. I brought my phone and clean clothes to the bathroom, off the landing right outside the bedroom, and then went back for my makeup bag, which I promptly spilled everywhere. So I was picking up and organizing my stuff, and trying to fix something that broke when I dropped it, and suddenly I just felt startled out of nowhere, with no noises or anything. Like, suddenly my hearing was so sharp that I swear I could hear my own heart beating. And I was really freaked out. And I was sure that my boyfriend's condo was haunted until I smelled cigarette smoke. Neither myself nor my boyfriend were smokers at the time, so I knew that someone was inside, even though I couldn't see nor hear them. Nearly the entire condo was an open loft style, except for the bedroom off the landing and an office, and I couldn't go onto the landing to get my phone from the bathroom because I was sure that someone was there, so I tried the balcony, but it was facing a parking lot off of a closed business, so nobody was there to flag down for help. I decided that I was going to jump off the balcony if they tried to get into the room that I was in, because it was only the second floor. So I just waited, standing totally still, like halfway between the bed and the balcony, and tried to hear something. And suddenly, a male voice loudly said, "Come look at this ugly bathroom." And then a few seconds later, there was a crash, and 2 people ran by the bedroom door and down the stairs and straight out the front door, leaving it wide open, banging in the wind. So I realized that they were in the bathroom, or one of them was, when they must have seen my phone and clothes, because my phone was in the tub with the screen cracked, and they knocked over a large towel rack. Nothing was missing, including a gold ring and a laptop that was setting out on the kitchen island. But one of them squashed a cigarette in the upstairs carpet, which I thought was a bit uncool. The cops thought that it was 2 kids who'd been doing B&Es in the area, but nothing ever came of it, and that was more than 10 years ago. This was an interesting situation to say the least. I was trying to sleep one night, but I just couldn't at all. So I just tried to relax and watch a show. I had my earbuds in and our AC going, but I could hear a noise in the background. I get up and hear my father-in-law yelling from his apartment downstairs, 2-family house. I was going down to see what is happening,
and I see him standing in his kitchen, gushing blood from a head injury. I get my wife to call 911 and get pressure on his cut. He tells me that he woke up to a guy with a gun in his face, demanding money, then hit him in the head when he said something. My father-in-law grabs him by the gun hand and wrestles it away. Turns out it was fake. Then proceeds to march the guy back to the window that he came in from and full-on throw him out of the second-story window. The house had a walkout basement. We call the cops, and they catch him covered in blood from the fall. He denied it. It was interesting because he dropped a bag with his ID in it and a bunch of stolen medications. What was even more interesting was to hear my father-in-law describe to a judge how he threw the guy out the window. The guy who broke in was out on bail on the charge, then cut off the ankle bracelet and ran. They got him again, and he didn't get bail the second time. He was convicted, but I can't remember at all what he ended up for a sentence. For a while, it was very hard to sleep, and my father-in-law couldn't sleep in that room anymore because of it. I am still super sensitive to sounds in the house at night, and I double and triple check windows, too. This was New Year's Eve, 2017. My nan had died a week before on Christmas Eve, so naturally, I got obliterated drunk. Cleaned the flat up top to tail. Got tons of booze in. Got a couple of friends round to drink with me, and my girlfriend. All was good. At 10 p.m., a knock comes on the door. I'm too busy drinking and obnoxiously playing guitar to care. My mate opens it, comes back to me and says, "There's a lad at the door for you." He asks for me by name, and it's a dude that I don't know, even a little bit. I ask what he wants. He says he wants to see Chris, and I said that I was the only Chris in the building. He was clearly on something and vacantly staggered down the stairs of the block. Me and my friend go to wish a couple other friends a Happy New Year about an hour later, leaving our girlfriends in the flat to party. We get a 15-minute walk away from the flat, and my girlfriend rings. Someone's pounding out of the door. I tell them to lock themselves in the bathroom, and me and my friend sprint a mile home, blind drunk in 6 minutes. Halfway, she rings again, whispering this time, "The door's been kicked through. Someone's in the flat." Got to the block in a panic, rang the buzzer 3 times before I got an answer. Ran up the stairs, and there was the jerk from before with my electric guitar in one hand and my girlfriend's laptop in the other. I saw red and lunged at him, punching him in the side of the head and pinballing it against the wall behind him. I don't remember hitting him for that long, or even that particularly hard, but I must have, because I broke my hand, and the police informed me that he was in the ICU with a swelling on his brain. I never got into any trouble for it, but I was traumatized for a good while afterwards. So now, because of that incident, I don't drink anymore. I was 14 years old. I woke up one night to a commotion outside my bedroom door. I left my bedroom and saw my dad in his underwear running up and down the hallway, and my mom on the phone. My first thought was that my younger brother was having an asthma attack. It had happened before and required my mom to call an ambulance. Well, then my dad ran back into his bedroom and came out with a baseball bat. That's when I heard the pounding on the front door and realized that someone was trying to get in. The dude was smashing his fist on the door, shaking the doorknob and screaming incoherently. Thankfully, the door was locked. My dad started yelling back, "You've got the wrong house, dude, and cops are on their way." But the guy wasn't leaving. He kept trying to get in. It was about this time that I realized my younger brother, who was 9 years old, was also standing in the hallway, crying his eyes out in fear. I was still too shocked to move, cry, or anything. I didn't know what to do. I just knew that I was insanely scared, since we didn't have any type of firearms in the house. My mom grabbed both me and my brother and pulled us into her bedroom while my dad stood at the top of the stairs, yelling at the guy to leave. My mom stayed on the line with 911. The guy continued to pound and scream. The dog we had at the time, a Basset Hound / Beagle mix, was howling. At some point, the man started howling back at the dog. This is when I slowly started to realize that the guy was either drunk or on something. I wasn't familiar with drugs or alcohol, but I could tell that he was messed up. Eventually, the cops showed up and confronted him. They asked him who he was, where he thought he was, why he was there, etc. He then gave them some story about how a woman had dropped him off, and he was just trying to get inside. They cuffed him and took him to jail. Turns out, he had lived in our house 30 plus years ago as a child. He and his mom moved out after his dad died. My parents moved in shortly thereafter. That night, he had gotten absolutely plastered and drove drunk to his childhood home, thinking that he still lived there. Ran over one of our bushes. He had a flat tire. His car was parked diagonally across our driveway. Half of it was still in the grass. He was just trying to get in to go to bed. While he never actually made it inside, the thing that always freaked me out was that we typically never lock our doors. One of my parents just happened to lock it that night, and his childhood bedroom was my younger brother's bedroom. He had showed up any other night. He very likely would have walked in on my sleeping 9-year-old brother, and who knows what would have happened then. Lock your doors, and don't drink and drive. I lived alone across the street from my family's dairy where I worked. I was taking a nap one day during my lunch when I woke to the sound of voices. My Spanish wasn't good enough to understand them, and my quarter-awake brain kept saying that they were outside, even though a part of it was saying that's not right. I opened my bedroom door and quickly woke all the way up when I seen a guy, 6 feet from me, with both of my bass guitars in his hands. For a moment, I swear we shared the same look. You're not supposed to be here. Then his eyes grew as wide as saucers, while I apparently grew horns and fangs while shouting, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" He immediately dropped the guitars and ran, and I could hear the sounds of a second person in the living room, stepping on a plate that I had left on the floor, breaking it. I'm still amazed that my adrenaline-fueled brain heard and processed the sound, and recognized that there were 2 intruders. I chased them to the front door, swearing and yelling the whole way, but stopped at the door because I didn't want to get in a 2v1 fight. It was at that moment I heard the second intruder, who was getting in the driver's seat, yelling, "Pistola, pistola." I thought, I don't have a gun. Then looked to the passenger and seen that he was already in the car, with a pistol in his hand hanging it out of the window. Instead of intelligently driving back through the driveway, my angry self decided that it was better to yell "F you" one last time, and I flipped them the bird in case their English wasn't that good, then walked back inside and slammed the door shut. They never were caught, probably because I couldn't give a decent description or a license plate. I believe the only thing they took was my iPod. They had put my expensive laptop into its backpack to take it, but had left it behind in their hurry to leave. From that day on, I've always kept a stick in my sliding glass door, since that's how those buttholes had gotten into my house. I also got a safe, so I could move my pistol from my parents' place to mine. Coming up on 14 years since it happened. Dang, how time flies. To preface, I, a 23-year-old female, was 4 years old at the time. My mom and my little brother, 2 at the time, lived in a rinky-dink fifth wheel with bad AC in a generally safe small town. So on cool summer nights, my mom would have the doors and windows open. It was the early 2000s, and of course, windows and doors are open. Well, we had a midnight visitor, an owl. Weirdly enough, he was scared of blankets and flew from room to room, but never out the open windows and doors. My mom spent about an hour trying to get the owl out before she admitted defeat and called the non-emergency number. It was offline, so she called 911. When they answered, my mom explained that it wasn't exactly an emergency, but we had an owl in our house. The dispatch sent an officer, and he tried for a half hour with a blanket before telling my mom that the only way that he could think of getting was to shoot it out. But he didn't want to traumatize the kids, so he called the chief on his off day, who just so happened to be drinking with a ranger from the reserve. They both drove right over, and the ranger got to work. He walked casually towards the owl and said, "Oh, it's just a little barn owl," as he snatched it up by the talons. Everyone's mouth dropped as he walked out with the fly death pillow, asking if we kids wanted to pet it. After my mom politely declined, he walked a few hundred yards away and released it. The raptor flew away into the night with little noise, and the officers and ranger left us with an interesting story. A guy with a shotgun and an accomplice broke into my house about a decade ago. I was napping in bed, in my room in the back of the house. I awoke to my dog being scared and trying to get me up, and I noticed that someone, the accomplice, was holding their face up to the window of my bedroom and trying to see in. They probably heard the dog and were checking in, but it was especially bright out that day, and I don't believe that they could see in that well. I later found out that the robber was in my living room at this point. I wasn't sure what was going on, so I texted my roommate who had just moved in yesterday and asked him if he was home. He said no, he was at work. The robber was then dumping all of the clothes out of my laundry bag and was putting all of my game consoles, games, and my roommate's school laptop into the bag. He even took my hand-painted miniatures, which really bummed me out. I put so much work into those. He made off with them before I left my bedroom. I saw him and his accomplice as they were heading down the back street away from my house. I knew him as being the older brother of an acquaintance, and I would guess that the accomplice is the robber's girlfriend. I called the police and waited a bit for them to arrive. 2 officers sat down with me in my living room to go over the situation and see what we can do. I mentioned that I knew that it was the brother of the acquaintance and I could identify him. As we were discussing things, we hear the back door of the house open and someone call in, "Is anyone home?" My eyes went wide, and I immediately knew it was him. I said in a terrified, stuttering voice, "That's him. That's him." The cops both got up and sprinted through the living room, dining room, kitchen, and then ran out the back door and tackled the guy in the backyard. He was arrested on the spot. As I was watching them restrain the robber in the backyard, I saw the accomplice slowly slink away down the alley. I wish I spoke up about it, but I was pretty shook at the time. He went to prison for a decade. Turns out, robbery with a lethal weapon is a pretty big crime. I never got my stuff back. The police had no way to prove which Xbox at his home was mine, or any of his stuff for that matter. I felt so horrible that my roommate got hit by collateral robbing only the day after moving in. No one deserves that. Not exactly a home invasion, but an interesting story nonetheless. So, as was found out later, a guy was partying with his friends in a skate park near my house. He got absolutely wasted, broke into the park ranger lot and stole a truck. He then proceeded to drive up and down the park road, as fast as about 80 miles per hour, leaving skid marks from peeling out. Did this until he hit a tree. Miraculously, he didn't die as the tree was about 3 to 4 feet in diameter. He hit it almost head on, going fast enough that the truck flew about 30 feet to the side and tore a huge gash in the trunk of the tree. He escaped the wreck. Truck was totaled. And then, still being drunk and now also likely severe brain damage, he just started walking down the road, climbed over the first gate in the fence he saw, as was seen by the blood-stained handprints and footprints. The gate was not locked and could have easily been opened if he wasn't delirious. He walked down the path, turned right at the first road that he came to, and then followed that road to the end. The end of the road is my house. We had stupidly left a door unlocked. We're normally very careful about that, but that one night something messed up. The guy comes into our house, grabbed some Easter candy and a blanket, and then went outside and started knocking on the door. That is when I heard him. It was 5 a.m. I was up all night prior to that, and had been in the front of the house right before he came, but then went to my room right before he got there. I heard him knocking from my room and went to investigate. I found the door unlocked, but closed, and a man in jeans and a t-shirt, and nothing else, with blood all over his head and front. He was looking into the windows of the car in the driveway. I went to get my dad and told him what I saw. My dad went out and talked to him. He had no idea where or who he was, or how he came to be there. He just wanted to get back to his friends. He was very laid back and nonviolent, just confused and in shock. We called 911. The police came. Then more police came. Then the fire department. Then the ambulance. He had no ID and didn't know his name. They checked him out and took him to the hospital. I don't know what happened after that. No one aside from him was hurt, thankfully, and we were only down some candy and a wool army blanket. Speed bumps were installed on the park road very soon after this. I woke up at 3 a.m. to my 2 dogs barking like crazy. Oddly enough, that night was the first night that my wife and I were trying to keep the dogs downstairs, instead of letting them sleep in the bed with us. So I'd put up the baby gate, but they had knocked it over in their fervor and were still standing on the opposite side of the baby gate. I came out to the top of the stairs, of the 2-story foyer, and hissed at him to quiet down so they didn't wake the baby. Then I noticed a flashlight panning slowly around the foyer. From the garage door, visible to me but not visible to the dogs, there was a figure there holding a flashlight and looking around. I'm guessing he was calculating whether or not the dogs were crated, and or if anyone was home. In my deepest possible voice I bellowed, "Hey, you in the garage. You need to get out of here before things get messy." The figure didn't move, except moving the flashlight around more. I ran back into the bedroom and grabbed a 20 and a 30-pound kettlebell and my phone, purposefully making as much noise and clanking as possible, and ran back. The only way into the house from the garage meant walking directly under me. I just hoped I could send him this little present before the dogs jumped in. By the time I got back, though, he was gone. I dialed 911. Cops came in about 4 minutes. They were convinced that it was a raccoon or something. A big raccoon with a flashlight. They swept the area anyway real quick and didn't find him. Also, I was very cautious about avoiding getting shot by the cops in my own home. I stayed on the phone with the 911 dispatcher until the cops arrived and stood in a brightly lit room and waved hello to them from the window and confirmed with the dispatcher that they knew that it was me. This happened when I was 10. and to call it traumatizing would be a huge understatement. I was at my cousin's house with my mom and my brother. My cousins were involved in some very shady things, which wasn't out of the norm for my entire extended family. It was dark outside. I was in the living room with my mom, aunt, the mother of the two cousins in question. She's the same age as my mom, so we just called her aunt. And the two babies that were in the house at the time. Literally out of nowhere, the front door opens and a person dressed in black from head to toe walked in. Then another, and another, and another. I don't know how many total, but in the 10 seconds that it took the adults to digest what was about to unfold, at least 6 people had come into the house. Everyone had weapons, and everyone's faces were covered. My aunt and mom handed me the babies and told me to lock us and my brother in the bathroom and to hide in the tub. They started dragging my cousins from bedrooms and out into the yard. We heard screaming and gunshots, and then things started to go quiet. We waited for what felt like an eternity and decided that we needed to go look. My brother was too afraid, so I crept out of the bathroom to a side window, and the only actual fighting that I saw was my cousin's girlfriend fighting another female. More gunshots, and I run back into the bathroom. Then finally, sirens. By the time the cops coaxed us out of the bathroom, the intruders had either fled or been arrested. 2 cousins served time for that situation. One served 10 years and the other 15. In hindsight, that likely means that these were not their first offenses. My dad came and picked us up. There was so much blood on the front lawn. It took me 2 years to set foot back in that house. It was the middle of winter in Syracuse, New York. I lived with my friend. Both of us were female, and we lived in a first-floor apartment. It's about 5 a.m. I'm trying to go to sleep, and I hear a weird bang. I thought it was my roommate going to the bathroom because I heard loud footsteps. But the footsteps didn't stop like they would have if it was her. At this point, my vision goes blue with anxiety. That's the best way I can describe it. I was cold and shaking from fear because something similar had happened only a few months before. But that guy hadn't been able to break down our door. Same roommate, different apartment. At the time, I slept with a large kitchen knife by my bed and pepper spray because of the aforementioned attempted break-in. I grab the knife and pepper spray, go over to my door, and very slowly open it a crack so I can barely see out. For a few seconds, I see nothing. And for context, my bedroom opened up to the living room, but a sheer curtain was hung just outside of my room, so no one could see in, but I could see out. After a few agonizing seconds, I see one person walk by dressed in all black and a hoodie, then a second person with a backpack. I try to stay quiet and close my door, but I fiddled with the lock. It happens in real life, not just horror movies. So they heard me. I heard rushed footsteps and assumed that they were going to try and get me. I jumped out of my window. The first person I attempted to call was my roommate, but it went straight to voicemail. So for the next sequence of events, I seriously thought that my roommate was dead. Just keep that in mind to set the tone. I'm now on my driveway, with no way to get back in the house except of how high the window is. I turn my foot from the drop. I have no shoes on, only boxers and a big t-shirt, as well as my knife, pepper spray, and phone. By now, I'm on the phone with 911. As I'm standing there, unsure of which direction to go, I see 2 guys running behind my house and laughing. They saw me in the driveway and started to run over to me. I wasn't sure if they were the robbers, but just to be safe, I sprinted. The best I could with a messed up foot and increasingly frozen toes. The other direction towards the street. We had neighbors we were friends with in a house just across the street, so I run behind their house and try their back door because sometimes it's unlocked. But to no avail, it was locked. So I decide to hide between their cars. All this time, I had still been on the phone with 911 operator, explaining, crying, and also apologizing because I was so distraught that I really thought that I could have been wrong, and I'm calling 911 for no reason. Just as I'm about to literally get under a car to hide, she tells me an officer is pulling up. This is within minutes of me calling, around 3. She tells me to walk to the street to find the officer. Again, I would like to remind you, I have no pants or shoes on in the middle of winter, so I look insane. I find the officer, who turns out to also have a canine, which was comforting. I show him which house, and as he shines his flashlight, it falls on a curtain blowing in the breeze. They ended up basically swatting my roommate because we weren't sure if the robbers were still in the house. They released a dog in the house, and after she got out, so that was exciting. But it turns out those jovial guys in my backyard were the robbers. They had popped a window on our front porch, gotten the chance to steal nothing but a $5 bill, left the shovel they popped the window with, and dropped one of their phones in the area that I had seen them running to. I'm assuming that's where their car was. They came back the next night and flashed a knife at the Ring camera in the backyard, which was awesome. So fun. We moved out. They were caught that summer. They were serial robbers and broke in while someone was awake again. I wish them the worst. I was 16 years old, home alone, 20 miles out from town. I heard someone trying the basement door, which was old and heavy and made a lot of noise and wouldn't open if you didn't know the trick. I called my brother, who lived up the road several miles, but he wasn't home. It crossed my mind that it was him there to get something, and that scared me more than an intruder. I was afraid that I'd shoot my own brother. I had zero fear of an intruder. I had a 30-30 that I got and loaded. They gave up on the basement door and came to the back door and tried the knob, turning and bumping the door hard. I stepped into view of the door. Light inside, dark outside, so I couldn't see their face. My foolish plan was to go look through the glass, and if it wasn't my brother, shoot them through the door. Illegal, as they hadn't broken the door yet, but I didn't know that at the time. The local sheriff had told us that if we fear for our lives, we can use lethal force and not be arrested. There were murders nearby and people out in the country armed up, and things was getting edgy. So he had a community meeting. Murderers were caught. It was meth related. Anyway, as I approached the door with the rifle, the now turning and door pounding stopped. They ran off into the darkness. It never occurred to me to call the sheriff's office for help. After it was over, the nerves hit. I called my aunt. We didn't have cell phones in that area back then, so Mom was unreachable. I guess I needed my mom, and my aunt was the closest thing. She offered to come stay with me, but she lived in town and there was no real reason, just someone to talk to until my mom got home was good enough. Weird thing, I was calm as I am right now while this was happening. But seconds after it was over, I shook all over. Whatever they wanted, they didn't want it bad enough to come past that 30-30. I'm an avid supporter of gun ownership. Some of my anti-gun friends like to tell me that I wouldn't defend myself if someone broke in, that I'd panic, and shooting a person isn't as easy as I think, and there's no way that I know what I could do, blah blah blah. I do know. Question asked and answered over 20 years ago. My only fear at the time was what if it was someone way out by chance, that it was my brother coming in. He had a key, but what if? That's the one and only reason that I didn't shoot through the door. I'm glad I didn't, as I found out later that it would have been illegal in my state, despite what the sheriff told us. I was about 16, and I was at my 20-year-old boyfriend's house. It was the first time that he'd moved out from his family home. literally the first day of him living there, and he was living with 4 other guys. 2 were friends of ours. One was a 30-plus-year-old friend, and the last guy they called Shady. Yes, it was a very promising living situation. The doorbell rings and I go to answer it. I see a guy that I knew who had dated my friend. I say hi and he asks me why I was here. I explain my then BF had just moved in. He asks to see how his room was set up or something. Maybe asked to say hi to him. It was a while ago, but I was casual and essentially a way to get into the room. As soon as I let him in the house, immediately 2 other guys come out of nowhere and follow him in. If you can't tell, I was used to hanging out with sketchy people, so alarm bells weren't ringing right away. My friend/home invader and I were already heading to my boyfriend's room. When we get in, he immediately turns around and locks the door and tells us that we are going to be staying in here for a while. He did it under the guise of wanting to talk to my ex about his turntables, saying they were actually his and had been stolen. In the rest of the house, my 2 actual friends were kept in a room at gunpoint by one of the home invaders. The 30-year-old dude was bear-maced along with Shady, who also got slashed across the face. Yes, they were after drugs. Big surprise. After they left, and with half the house wheezing from getting maced, we left to walk to a local burger joint. Shady wanted to call the cops, because I don't know why. He didn't want to hang around after that, so we left. While we were walking, the cops had a chopper out. Not sure if they knew to look for us or just the home invaders. Anyway, I still think the initial dude that I opened the door to saw me and immediately moved to protect me a bit. He looked very much surprised to see me, and I doubt that he wanted to get in trouble for assaulting a minor. Several years later, that guy was found in the walls of a local mall. Pretty sad. He had a lot of problems, but he had some good in him, too. It was a nice summer day years ago. I was at home playing Battlefield 3. I had my windows open for the nice breeze with the screens in. All of a sudden, I look over and the window that is under my porch by my front door pops out onto my floor. I then see a leg come through my window. I have my Kimber Custom 2 1911 .45 caliber sitting right beside me, loaded with the safety on and in a holster. I pull it out and slowly walk towards my window. I'm about 15 feet from the window right now, and the guy is coming in at this point. He looks right at me, and I am now pointing my loaded firearm at his chest. It was like this awkward 5 or so seconds before I said, "I'll kill you if you don't leave right now." The dude immediately jetted out of the same window that he came in and ran up my road. I have never seen a human being run as fast as this person did. It was unreal how fast he ran. He was fully hooded, with a balaclava on, and I couldn't see his face. I called the police, but they didn't find him, even though they had 4 patrol cars at my home, and they were searching the whole area. They even used a police drone, but nothing, sadly. Since then, I have never had another issue here. Our little neighborhood is very secure thanks to it just being me and my 2 other neighbors. We all know each other super well. We watch each other's homes and stuff all the time. We all have outdoor cameras and inside cameras. We all have stupid amounts of pistols, rifles, and shotguns. Basically, don't mess with us. With all that said, I was scared to death during the whole ordeal. I didn't want to kill another human being, but I would have pulled the trigger if I had to. No doubt in my mind, I wouldn't have if it came down to him or me. It was just an awful experience. I'm still so angry at that guy for putting me in that situation, where I would have had to live with killing another person, and the trauma that would have brought with it. Screw that guy, and I hope he rots wherever he is. A few years ago, I had just arrived home from a quick convenience store trip at night around 8:30 to 9 p.m. My now ex-wife and I were about to watch a movie. The movie was Anchorman 2. We heard a commotion in our front yard, and I looked out the front window. The guy was rolling around in my front yard. I didn't think much of it, maybe some kid goofing off or whatever. So I closed the curtains and ignored it. Don't know the truth of it, but I'm assuming now that he must have been having a very bad trip of some kind. He started shouting, so I looked out the window again. At this time, he started moving towards my front door. Luckily, it was kind of broken. It would jam a lot, and required a lot of effort to open. He tried to open it, and at that point, I managed to lock it. He didn't stop trying to open it. Started kicking it, pounding on it. The adrenaline rush that I had will never leave my memory. I have a couple of decorative katanas around my house. One was specifically above my dresser mirror. I ran to my bedroom and yanked it off of its stand. I tossed the scabbard to the floor and yelled for my wife to lock herself and our kids in our bathroom. As she did, I tossed my phone to her to dial 911. She locked up with her and our boys in the bathtub. I then stood by the front door in what I assumed was the best possible kenjutsu stance that I could muster. It's kind of a blur. The sword was held over my head with the adrenaline flowing. It seemed to last forever. My heart was pounding. I could feel my heartbeat in my head and my ears. Then silence. The adrenaline held for quite a while. My neighbor heard the commotion and came across the street with his handgun. The guy had run off. The police showed up and eventually caught him about 10 minutes later down the street. I can remember as I was walking to an officer on my porch, I heard another officer yell, "There he is." Then a flurry of "Get down, get down, get down," as they tackled him through a neighbor's small wooden fence. I will never forget it. I don't know how I would have acted had he actually come through the door. I assume that I would have brought that sword down hard. That mess would have been terrible. The adrenaline rush was tough enough. The come down from that was brutal. The only silver lining that I can take away is that many people think that they have the courage to defend their families, but never get to find out the truth. I know that I have done so, and I'll always know the answer to that question. I reacted and didn't even think about what I was doing. It was the most natural, primal feeling. I don't wish it on anyone. Also, as a side note, I have a severe negative association with the movie that we were going to watch, and have never wanted to watch it since. About 2.5 years ago, my daughter woke up at around 2:30 in the morning to a strange man standing in her room. She yelled, "Who are you? What are you doing? Stay there." She ran upstairs to our room and said, "There's someone in the house." My wife thought that she was having a nightmare, but she was so distraught that I yelled, "Who's there?" down the stairs. A voice yelled back, "They told me to come here." I immediately grabbed my daughter and my wife and started to run to our room because they had followed. My daughter yelled to get her brother, and we ran into his room and basically yanked him from his bed. We went to my room, closed and locked the door, grabbed the key to my gun safe and my wife's phone, went into our bathroom, closed and locked the door, then went into my closet. I got and loaded my gun while my wife called 911, while my kids hid in the back of the closet. 911 asked if he was still in the house. I explained our location and said I didn't know. They asked me to check. I clarified that they wanted me to leave the closet, leave the locked bathroom, leave the locked bedroom, all with my gun and see. They said yes. I went out to the landing and yelled again. He appeared at the base of the stairs. With my gun trained on him, I yelled for him to leave. He began pacing back and forth, shouting, "They're going to kill me. He told me to come here. My father told me to come here." Over and over. If he had moved up the stairs, I would have shot, but he didn't. I went back into the closet with my family, locking doors behind me. By that time, the police were on site. They went around the back of our house and were about to come in the back door. We told them that we forgot to lock it, and that's how that we thought that he got in. As they reached for the door, they heard the deadbolt click. The 911 operator asked me to come out and unlock the door. I told them that I didn't know where he was in the house and didn't know if he was armed, and that I wouldn't engage with him unless it was absolutely necessary. We told them to kick in our door. The police later told me that they were screaming to open the door and identifying themselves, and were raising their leg to kick open the door when it swung open. At that time, the operator asked me what I was wearing and my race. When my answers didn't match what the person opening the door was wearing or his race, they tackled him and cuffed him. He kept repeating the same thing that he yelled to me. "They're going to kill me. They told me to come here. My father told me to come here." The whole time they questioned him and got him some medical attention for scrapes and stuff from being tackled. He spent the next 7 months in jail before working a plea deal and being released on probation. We had never seen or met the dude before. He lived over an hour away, and toxicology showed no drugs in his system. He struggled with mental illness, was off his meds, and had a psychotic episode. Very scary for all of us. Lots of trauma, especially for my daughter. Almost a year of none of us sleeping well and responding to noises in the middle of the night with varying degrees of alarm. We're getting better, but we still have effects randomly to this day. So my house was broken into. I had just fallen asleep. I was abruptly woken up to someone stumbling around downstairs. I sat up and waited to make sure that I wasn't tripping. Sure enough, someone was in my house. I ran downstairs butt naked and saw a man standing in my kitchen looking through my mail. I said, "What the heck are you doing here?" He didn't answer, but he kind of lunged towards me, so I went crazy. I grabbed him by his shirt and twisted it up and wrestled him out of my house. My living room is 2 steps lower than my kitchen, so we both fell down the steps, which hurt like heck. I was recovering from an accident, so my body was very fragile at the time. I kicked him out of my house and realized that he was very drunk and very high. Well, his stupid butt decided that he didn't want to leave. He kept kicking my door, breaking my potted plants outside, etc. I literally turned on the rage. I saw absolute red and ran outside, and I choked him while manhandling him. Remember, I was still butt naked at the time. It was such an awful feeling squeezing someone's throat so hard and hearing him gasp for what little air he could find. Finally, he passed out from me choking him. I ran upstairs and grabbed some shorts and my gun. I was so angry that I remember he woke up, and I was saying some things very violent to him. My poor wife was upstairs thinking someone was murdering me. She was sobbing and crying and hiding in the closet trying to call 911. We get poor reception at our house, so the call kept dropping. I yelled for her to come downstairs to help me at this point. I knew he needed to go to jail. He was a danger to himself and others. After the perp came, he was talking to the old usual stuff, saying that I was racist and that I'm the problem with the world, etc. Finally, the police show up, and as they're rolling up, he pushes me into some bushes and tries to run away. Well, as he's running, he hits his shoulder into a tree, slides across the hood of a car like a cartoon character, and falls to the ground. I once again chase him. We wrestle a bit, and I choke him out again. My wife is holding the gun at this point. The cops come and I throw my hands in the air, point out the suspect. He gets arrested and I proceed to puke violently, shaking with adrenaline. This guy was on some high-level employee of some very large tech companies. I won't mention the companies, but he had no business acting like this. He goes to jail, and the whole time is talking nonsense. We dropped the criminal charges, but are suing him in civil court. That was 2017, and we are still dealing with the case. PTSD from the incident, as well as my wreck less than a year before. Just an absolute nightmare of a year. I don't feel comfortable in my home anymore, even to this day. I hear things, even if it's nothing. There's more to this story, but I think I've said enough. I was 3 at the time of this incident, so I couldn't do much. We lived in an apartment in the North Bronx. 2 men knocked on the door, and a cousin who was living with us at the time opened the door. Before he could do that, I ran and hid in the closet, right by the front door. I loved to jump out and surprise the people who came in. My cousin yelled out to my mom, saying they were delivering flowers for her. When she got to the door, they pulled out guns and pushed her aside. So I jumped out of the closet, and one of the men grabbed me and put a gun to my head. I peed myself. My mom flipped out and started fighting the guy. He dropped the gun and my mom went for it. He beat her to it and pushed us into the living room. My grandmother, my dad, my cousin, and my cousin's wife were all there. I think one of my aunts was there too. They made us lay on the floor. I don't remember any of the above. I remember being in the living room floor with my mom on top of me. One guy took my dad to the office. He knew about the safe and jewelry. The other guy stayed in the living room with us. He kept saying, "Don't look at me." But I was 3, so I looked. I remember his hands shaking, and that he wore glasses that were similar to the glasses one of my uncles used to wear. While this was happening, the other guy started pistol whipping my father to get him to open the safe. He did, and the guy grabbed all the cash and jewelry that he could find. The next thing I remember was the guys being gone. We were waiting for the police to arrive, and I wanted my security blanket. They wouldn't let me get it because the police said not to touch anything. We moved to Miami shortly thereafter. That was 43 years ago, and let me tell you, that day traumatized me. It's my first memory. I freak out if someone has a gun, and I start to cry whenever I think about it. Like right now. I had a bunch of other traumas throughout my childhood, and I desperately needed therapy. I finally put myself in therapy in my mid-20s. I had developed borderline personality disorder. It took a ton of therapy, including EMDR, and meds before I was finally able to manage my CPTSD and maladaptive behavior patterns. Also, they never caught the guys that broke into our home. One of my best buds from college was a geologist major that ended up becoming a ranger in the southeastern United States. We haven't spoken in years, as is the case with age, but I remember about 8 to 9 years back, he was telling me about an old married couple that he had recently helped out. He had seen them come to the park for several days in a row, and found out that they were visiting from out west, and they had gotten engaged there decades prior. They had been searching for a spot that they'd taken pictures of, where he'd popped the question, but were having trouble. After looking at the pictures and figuring out roughly where they were trying to get to, he escorted them in his vehicle, then hiked with them to where he thought that it would be. They found it, and he left them there and went back to his station at the entrance. He said he got a weird feeling once he got back, and felt like he needed to wait to see them whenever they left. Well, once it came time to lock up at night, he still hadn't seen them leave, so he reported it, left his assistant to wait at the shack at the entrance, and went back to where he left them. He found both of them lying down, spooning along the bank of the river. Neither were alive. He called the cops.
went through the 9 yards, and went home. The police were able to disclose to him their identities, but weren't sure anything else initially. Later, he learned that the wife was terminally ill with cancer, and they had both unalived themselves by ingesting some sort of chemical/pill combination medley. They just chose to do it where they had gotten engaged at. My friend wasn't torn up about it, but he was obviously sad about them dying, but said that he thought that they hadn't asked for help earlier because they didn't want anyone to think that they helped kill them. I once asked a park ranger for his strangest story, and he told me this. He worked at this park in the summer and had for several years. He was driving home, alone, into the park to begin his summer's work when he heard a male voice say very clearly and loudly, "Welcome back." My story is the exact reverse of the others here. I'm not traditionally a ranger, but when I was in the Scouts, legally adult Scouts had to do the 3-feather challenge. 1 day without food, 1 day without speaking, and 1 day and night alone in the woods with only a knife and a tarp, unseen by any human. After which one has to sneak back to the scout camp unnoticed by the sentries and report to the campmaster. It was my 3rd day, so I took off, walked for miles through the woods, and found the most remote spot in the wildest, most overgrown part of the woods. Spent a spooky but uneventful night until almost before dawn, when I decided to go for a morning swim in the lake right before taking off to go back. I stripped nude and went towards the lake, but noticed a group of guys fishing, so I decided to go back. Suddenly, the ground underneath my feet caved in, and I found myself submerged up to my armpits in the absolute vilest mass I have ever smelled. It was a pit where poachers dumped the guts and leftovers of illegally hunted deer, and it fermented for weeks. Imagine the scene. A group of anglers near some ungodly screaming from the direction of the woods, and run there to see if someone needs help. What they see is a teenager-shaped ghoul, covered completely in blood and rotten offal, who is crawling out of a bloody hole in the ground, while shrieking and weeping, then runs at them to get to the lake to wash off. In 2016, my boyfriend, my now husband, and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop for the night was primitive. Camping was free, no cell service, barely a road, etc. We did encounter 2 other people. They might not factor into what happened later at all, but they were creepy, so I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road, a little as we drove past. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer to help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said this time that something about her put him off. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked like she just expected that we would stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway. I hadn't really noticed anything that strange about her. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time was the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passed. My boyfriend was a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place we liked. It had been raining, and everything was muddy, and we wanted the driest site possible, He could have been doing the same thing. We briefly thought about moving, but the road was muddy too. If he wanted to find us, all he had to do was follow the tracks. There were some other tracks, but not many. He'd only have to backtrack a little to locate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those two had anything to do with our experience, the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 a.m. we were awoken by this very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like. But my boyfriend said that it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if someone recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played it over a loudspeaker. He jumped up and looked out a little window, but couldn't really see anything. The sound repeated itself a few other times. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. So my boyfriend whispered that it was probably miles off and I should just go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could be easily heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually been coming from just down the road, but he didn't want to freak me out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper, if apparently the sound was that far off. I was still terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like someone was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed, because we were leaving. I had gotten alarmed by this, and even more alarmed when he unwrapped the machete that we had brought, just for this trip, from its plastic before opening the tent. We quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for footprints that weren't our own, but despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something that my boyfriend hadn't noticed though before we got into our car. There was a beer can by our dead fire that hadn't been there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous that someone might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think that it was a good idea to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out the gas tank had been siphoned, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We joked that that would have made a funny hybrid commercial. Number of brutal murders avoided by driving a hybrid? 2. We only joked because we were about to crap ourselves from fear and even adrenaline. The rest of our trip, we only stayed in well-populated campsites, or got a hotel. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana/Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there to her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure that there are no contaminants. So I thought that that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear in saddlebags and saddle bundles and started out. The first day and night was amazing. Beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It's really so peaceful out there. I love that area, and I wish that I got to go up there more often. Anyway, we started out on the second day, and my cousin said, "Do you want to see something weird?" Of course I said yes. So she led me on a bit of a side journey to this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path that we had laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this gorgeous little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It's one of those that you can plug in or wind up, and it also acts as a lantern if you really need it to, but that kills the batteries very quickly. I do, and out in the middle of nowhere, there is this huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and trees, so naturally I decided to follow the thing out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up from the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally descends into an outlet. That outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a schoolteacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo wood/plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no nothing. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm staring confused as all heck at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord and plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now, the place where we were had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around. And yet, there was a live outlet. Super weird. No spooky jump scares or bodies. Just one lone powered desk in the middle of the woods. I wish to God I had taken a picture of it. I'm a ranger, and I work at a pretty remote desert park. This happened before I got there, but the other rangers that I work with were there. They went to do a patrol during the summer, our off-season, at one of our seldom-used campgrounds. On a patrol, our maintenance ranger found a burnt-out car in one of the sites. The desert is a weird place, so he just calls the sheriff and waits. Sheriff arrives, and it turns out there's a body in the driver's seat, with no arms and no legs, just a torso and a head, burnt. Sheriff just marked it as a self-unaliving and removed the vehicle. We're close to Mexico, and we get a lot of illegal drug traffic, so I guess they don't even bother trying to solve those. But it was super sketchy. I'm an ex-park ranger. We had a group of frat boys making way too much noise. We came by twice, and at the second stop I told them, this is your last warning. Not only is it rude for other campers to be so loud, it's exceptionally dangerous. Everyone knows that the local mountain lions are attracted to loud noises at night, and these ghost cats, as they're called, can creep right up on you without hearing or seeing them. Whatever you do, don't leave your tent tonight. If you hear anything, don't make a sound. We went back to the station, grabbed the lion pelt from the interp center and the night vision goggles. The head ranger had to blow what was left of the budget at the end of the previous year. Once they were all in their tents, we crept into the campsite and made fake lion tracks everywhere. We set up the lion pelt propped up over some sticks. The other ranger got out the PA and from a distance started doing fake lion calls, slowly getting closer. I pulled the Jeep forward like we were arriving on scene and got out, turned on my mag light, and illuminated the silhouette of the lion pelt. Because I was moving quickly, the shadow of the lion appeared to be moving. At this point, the frat boys were losing it. Jim, the other ranger, shouted, "Stay in your tents," followed shortly by, "She's coming around at us," and then "There's another one," and finally, "Let's get out of here." At that point, we turned off the flashlights, grabbed the lion pelt in the darkness, and jumped in the Jeep and sped off. Just after sunrise, they started peeking out of the tents. Nobody was brave enough to get out until about 8:30, when they saw all huge paw and claw prints everywhere. They really freaked out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your tax dollar at work. I'm not a ranger, but I lived on the outskirts of a national park in a cabin. It was a 4-mile drive from the main road just to get to the property, and we had no plumbing or power. This property was right next to where the park started. To call it the middle of nowhere is an understatement. My roommate at the time was interning with the Park Service, but he is a city kid. Every evening at the dead of night, I had been hearing noises in the woods, but I thought it was someone walking. But then, they'd just stop in particularly overgrown areas of the jungle, so your mind starts to doubt itself. Is it a pig? A cat? Is it just the wind? The cabin didn't have a locking door, and the owners didn't want me to install one, so I began sleeping in my car. Now this is a huge property, and I'd park my car over an acre away from the cabin and where I was hearing something. I started hearing those footsteps again. I moved out. My roommate, who thought I was bonkers, stayed and still slept there without a locking door. He got robbed, not once, but twice after I moved out. So he finally put up motion-triggered cameras. There was a man with a long rifle who'd hike up the property, set up in the bushes, and watch us. I'm not a ranger, but back in 2010, I had just finished a wilderness leadership class and decided to go to Colorado to get some solo wilderness time. I found out about some hot springs near the Colorado River that were only accessible during the winter. During the summer, the snowmelt raises the water level of the river and they become submerged. And I decided to go spend a few weeks out there. It was on BLM land, and I had about a 4-mile hike from where I parked to where I was camping. The BLM lady who watched the land saw me when I arrived and asked me to just write the date on my windshield every week to let her know that I'm still alive out there. Anyways, it was pretty pleasant out there, but every night I was terrified of the bears. They should be sleeping. But if they aren't, it means that they are super hungry and I'm for dinner. For this reason, I decided to set up camp close to a cliff. It was about 40 foot down to the river, and I figured worst case scenario, I could jump and then get to the hot springs to prevent hypothermia. It's a crazy plan, but once you're out there, you realize that bear spray is kinda useless inside the tent. So one early morning, I hear these loud animal noises coming from outside my tent. They're getting closer and very loud, accompanied by grunting and breathing noises. I was too scared to open my tent. I just froze, and the steps kept getting closer and closer and closer. At this point, I could hear it sniffing my tent. I don't dare move. I just lay there. It starts to move away from my tent, but it's still out there. And now, I hear more than one animal. I finally poke my head out, and it's a herd of elk. I swear though, it was probably the most scared that I've ever been while out camping. I'm not a ranger, but I used to be in a group that's somewhat like the Scouts. So we spent a lot of time in the woods and some weird stuff happened often. But most of the time, it was really easy to explain. One thing happened though that to this day scares the living crap out of me. I was a leader for the age group 8 to 10 years old, and we were out on a camping trip. It was the first year that we stayed on that terrain, and it was huge. Normally, we tend to explore the majority of a terrain before the kids arrive, so we are aware of any possible dangerous spots to avoid. This time it was impossible. Every camp, we have to do what we call a night game. It's usually a scary game in which the kids have to complete several tasks, while the leaders scare the ever-loving crap out of them. Obviously, we had one too during that camp. We masked up as monsters and hid out in the woods close to the checkpoints that they had to pass. While running in between checkpoints, I found an open stretch of forest with little to no foliage, so it was ideal for chasing after them. There was no real room to hide, besides behind trees, so I couldn't use my flashlight or they'd be able to see me from miles away. It was dark, like the unsettling kind of dark that plays tricks on your eyes, and you start imagining things that aren't real. During my stay there, I saw a shadow that was around my size running past me a few times. I couldn't see it very well, so I just assumed that I was imagining things, because nothing was there when I turned my flashlight on. The game was nearing its end, and I saw the shadow again. This time I could see it vaguely standing near a tree not too far away from me. I thought it was one of the other leaders hiding to scare kids, and I decided to go over there, as it was about time to go back. I aimed my flashlight towards the tree, and while getting closer, I noticed that there was indeed someone standing there, dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack, and had their head covered with a few white plastic bags that looked like they were tied together. I started to feel pure dread. Something felt really off. I asked if everything was okay, but they didn't respond. The only thing I heard was this weird sound that sounded like someone knocking on wood. Nevertheless, I went a bit closer until I was about 10 meters away from this person. The knocking sound turned out to be that person smacking his head repeatedly into the tree, and I noticed that he looked like a male. He was barefoot, and his arms and legs were covered with crusted mud. His hands were in a weird cramped position. I was convinced that this was just one of the other leaders pulling a prank, so I told them to knock it off. He slowly turned his head and started walking towards me. Something inside me just told me to run. It didn't matter if it was just a stupid prank, and I ran away scared for nothing. If this wasn't a prank, it felt like I was in serious danger, so I ran as fast as I could. I heard him running after me, but I didn't want to turn around to look as I'd probably run into a tree. I arrived back at the campsite, and every single person that could be dressed like was already there. They couldn't have gotten there before me, and if they did, they sure as heck didn't have time to change into their regular clothes. Still, I told them, and they gave me a good scare with that. They just looked weird at me, thinking I was trying to scare them, and we left it at that. Next day, I wanted to go check it out. Who knows? Maybe some weirdo ate the wrong mushroom and might be out there dying from hypothermia. I took someone else with me just in case, and there was nothing but endless trees. We arrived at the tree where I saw the person banging his head, and there was a dead, skinned, decomposing rabbit nailed to the tree. We called the cops. They looked around quickly and brushed it off as a prank from another scouting group or some kids from the nearby town and left it at that. I didn't notice anything weird after that, so it probably was just a dumb prank. But seriously, some people have a messed up sense of humor. Also, I want to clarify that I'm 99% sure that it was a prank by locals. The cops reacted in a way that looked more like "not this stuff again" than "oh no, evil murder in the woods, and we won't stop it." The cops' reaction definitely makes me think that it's happened before. I was a lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. Nearest town from the guard station was about an hour and a half away by car. After moving into the guard station, solar power was not working, and I hadn't slept for about a month due to various factors. Bats in the cabin, something walking on the deck at night. The woods always had an eerie feeling to them, unlike the southwest Ponderosa forest that I was used to. About 2 months into the seasonal job, I started to hear something walking and scratching on the deck at night, perhaps even on the door. Now, this district was known for its badgers and beavers, so I didn't think much of it. When leaving the cabin at night, I always had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. One night I was returning from my grocery run. I always went on Tuesday nights, and I had a bad feeling. At the time, I did not have my shotgun in the vehicle. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked to the right of the cabin, about 50 feet from my front door. All I could see were two eyes about 3.5 to 4 feet in the air. To say that I freaked out was an understatement. I started yelling, "Get out of here!" But the eyes only crouched down an inch closer. At this point, I could tell that it was a large animal of some kind. Definitely not a coyote. I tossed a piece of firewood in the general area, and the creature leaped back a bit, but did not make a sound. I tossed 4 or 5 more pieces, and the creature still inched forward. At this point, I fumbled with the keys. Of course, the solar power was out again. I managed to get inside and grab my shotgun. Technically, you're not supposed to have guns in government housing, but who the heck lives in the Hills Have Eyes backcountry and doesn't carry? I went outside. The creature was a bit closer. Still could not get a good look with my crappy headlamp. I loaded the shotgun and continued to throw pieces of wood with one hand. Finally, the creature walked back into the brush. That night, I drank about 4 IPAs and slept with my shotgun. In the morning, the trail crew came up, and we found mountain lion tracks all over the porch, rocking bench, and compound leading back to the creek. After that event, I always heard the rocking chair move, and someone or something walking on the porch, but I never found any tracks after that night. Considering that it was always muddy up there, it was weird to not find any tracks. I've been stalked by mountain lions before, and never had that eerie feeling like I did in those woods. I was in the Gila Wilderness, and a convoy of us campers/fishers were making the drive on the dirt road from Mogollon to Snow Lake when we spotted a forest ranger guy pulled over looking in a ditch. Turns out, some idiot tried to make a U-turn and didn't realize the loose rocks makes it hard to stop. They went over the edge and high-centered. We're miles from the nearest official campground, and it's early spring, and the night time gets pretty cold. We get a Jeep with a winch in position and start to pull the guy out of the ditch. Off a hill comes a white dude in a purple velvet sweatsuit. He's got a walking stick, fanny pack, and the purple velvet sweatsuit. That's it. He's a blonde dude and pretty skinny. He comes up to us and tells us that he's German and having a great time. We could not get over the purple velvet sweatsuit. It was a real pimp sweatsuit. The ranger is immediately suspicious, wants to know where he's staying and where he came from. It was around 9 in the morning, and the only way that he could have gotten where he came from was to hike for hours. The German guy was super goofy and just points off towards the other mountain when asked where he's staying/going. We all think it's funny, but also question how the guy is getting along with no water and no food. The sun is intense, above 5,000 feet, even if it's only 75 degrees. The German guy refuses water or any other help and just crosses the road and goes off into the woods. The ranger told us that he can't really keep the guy from doing that since he seemed okay. He said he'd check a few campsites in that direction later to see if he made it. We get to Snow Lake and commence drinking like fish in order to better catch fish. That evening, the ranger pops up to tell us that nobody at the other camp had seen the dude. He radioed around, and no other rangers had abandoned camps or missing campers, and they surely hadn't seen a German dude in a purple pimp sweatsuit. That ranger rolled off duty the next day, and his replacement came by to make sure that the other ranger wasn't smoking something that we gave him. We assured him that it all happened. Never heard another word about the German dude in the purple pimp sweatsuit, but it makes for a good story. Back in the early 90s, my brothers and I were staying with my cousin and her husband, who I'll call Scott, who was a DNR officer. This was opening day of bow season in northern Michigan. While I was at least a mile away from any road or trail, I stumbled across an area that looked like people had been camping recently. They'd even built this weird outdoor kitchen. Being a naive 16 to 17-year-old, the kitchen confused me, but I figured that they had left it because hunting season had started, so I just continued on my way. That night, I was telling everyone about it when Scott gets serious and asks me about what it looked like and where it was. After I told him, he warned me not to go back there and to be glad that no one was there. Apparently, some locals had multiple locations like that where they would cook meth, so they wouldn't blow up their houses and to make it harder to get caught. I guess Scott reported it to the cops, and they got raided a couple of days later. I must have missed it, but the guys had set up multiple trail cams, which were really expensive at the time, all around the area. Based on the pictures of them, I missed the guys by a few hours. They were heavily armed, while I only had a bow and a knife. On the surface, it seems like a well-thought-out plan for some smart people, but they weren't very smart after all. Scott filled us in later on some details. Apparently, they didn't clear the images off the cameras before leaving. The images, though too low of a resolution to recognize their faces, showed them not only cooking meth, but also carrying illegal guns and riding off on customized four-wheelers known to everyone in the area. Those people ended up getting 20 years in prison. I'm not a ranger, but my uncle was. He always told me the story of when he worked in Montana. He was a solid 5 to 10 miles away from town, so pretty much deep into the woods. He recalled pulling his ATV on top of a semi-big hill that overlooked the valley. In between all the trees, there was this clearing that he could see through his binoculars. Through them, he saw an older lady, 60-plus-ish, in black, surrounded by 6 to 8 wolves. Now, he's a lengthy distance from this woman, but he starts yelling and honking and all that, and takes off down the hill as fast as he could. But when he reached the clearing, there was no one there. No wolves. No woman. Only a silver ring with a black stone in the middle. And he still has it to this day. I've been a ranger in the United States Forest Service for almost 15 years, but this story takes place about 3 years after I joined. We were getting calls about a lone wolf with a collar on hanging around campsites. Weird, since wolves aren't known to be in the area. But when you work in the field long enough, you start to realize that anything is possible. No calls had mentioned violent behavior from the animal, thank God. I departed from the station around noon to check out the places that it had been sighted. Wandered around for about 3 hours. No further calls during that time, until I took a break for water. I sat down, had a snack, drank some water, and was getting ready to go out again when the thing was about 20 feet out, trotting near the tree line. It seemed friendly and had the collar, so I whistled to it and it came over to me. Getting a closer look, I could see that it wasn't a wolf. It was huge, but it was dark and didn't have the right body structure, though I could see why it would be confusing from a distance. I radioed in and reported that I had the dog with me, but as soon as I'd bring it in, the dog took off. Like he was playing to see how far he could get me to chase him. Typical dog behavior. I went after it, and I swear it was a game of chase for at least 5 minutes as we steadily ran through the forest. Also, by the way, please don't go running through the forest unless you know the area like the back of your hand. Anyway, the dog finally slowed down near a rock bed/creek area and started pacing around a spot. I drew closer and didn't see anything off at first. Then I noticed it. The overgrowth had almost disguised what appeared to be bones. I called it in immediately, and another team was sent over to recover the remains. When I went to retrieve the dog, he was just gone. But honestly, it wasn't a priority at that point. He was friendly enough, and I figured we'd catch up with him later. The bones were identified as a teenage male's. Died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He'd been reported missing in the area long before I became a ranger, and there'd been pretty much no hope of finding him. I spoke to his mom on the phone. She called to thank me personally, and she asked how I'd found her son. I mentioned the black dog, then thought that I'd said something wrong since there was a pause on her side of the line. After I gave a couple of details about the dog, she quietly explained that her son, who struggled with making connections, had sunken into a deep depression after the death of his best friend, the very dog that had led me to him. I think that I spent the rest of the day stunned. I continue to be in disbelief in a way, but I know what happened. My dad was a ranger. He said once that he was out in the forest with one other ranger. They had to camp overnight halfway to their destination. Well, that night they heard footsteps, and a lot of them outside of their tent. Then they heard at least 20 people scream, "Get out." Needless to say, they got out and radioed it in. The next morning, the cop went out and searched and found 4 skinned animals pinned to the trees around their campsite. I have a friend who's a trail ranger, basically a ranger who can't get you in trouble. He told me about this time that he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking down hunting stands, feeders, and blinds with another actual ranger. The other ranger wasn't feeling well, so he said he was going to head back as it's a 1-hour ATV ride. My friend finished up the last one when he heard voices. Keep in mind, he is far off the beaten path. He called out, and no one replied. As it was getting dark, he started to head back and found that his ATV wouldn't start. He then noticed that the battery wasn't connected anymore. He reconnected it and started to drive, but it wasn't going fast at all. Less than a half a mile later, the whole thing died. He radioed back basically saying, "Hey guys, I need someone to come pick me up." They told him they would, but it would be about an hour. He asked if the other guy got back and they said no. He settled down and started a small fire, but before long he heard voices again. It's dark. He's not happy. The voices sound like an argument now. Someone was angry and yelling at someone else who sounded more scared. He called out and asked if anyone needed help. The voices didn't seem to care. He guessed that they had to be less than 1,000 feet away. He radioed again, and they said they were having trouble finding what path that he might be on, and they haven't left yet. He asked them just to get the other ranger to tell them about where they are, because he left with the iPad that had the map. They said that he still isn't back. About 3 more minutes go by, and he hears the voices start up again. He decides to walk to them, hoping that maybe they can stop being drunk buttholes and maybe that they have a map. He walked in their direction, but the voices seemed to be getting further as he got closer. Finally, after 20 minutes, he gave up and walked back. He got a radio call, and they said the other guy was found passed out, covered in vomit. and was being taken to the hospital, but that he crossed off everywhere that they had found a stand, so they have a general idea of where he is. Then the radio died. Then the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, he decided to listen to what they were arguing about, picking up things like, well, it wasn't yours to take. I don't care. You knew better. And so on. His guess was two hunters arguing over a kill. Then he heard the one shout something ineligible. Then silence. Then, bang, a gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that, he heard nothing, just his breathing for the next half hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything, and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours and found nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was found, and in it was a long dead man who had clearly been shot in the face. Thing was, it was a skeleton who had been there for years. So, either the argument that he heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home last night, or he heard the murder of someone from years ago. I work at a summer camp, taking kids on canoe trips for a few days at national parks. One night after setting up a campsite and quenching the fire, I was doing the last check of the campsite. I looked at the lake and saw this lone man paddling a canoe. I thought it was pretty strange, but it's not out of the ordinary. The only weird thing being that he was alone. He waved, so being the polite Canadian that I am, I waved back. I went to bed in the staff tent, and everything was normal. I had a bit of trouble sleeping that night, so I decided to go stargazing, as that usually calms me down. I exit the tent and see this man in our campsite, looking through our tarps and bags. For what, I don't know. Maybe drugs or food, but that's not important. This stranger is by campers that I'm responsible for. We make eye contact and this guy stands up. He's tall, and I'm quite short, so I quickly grab the first thing that I can think of, a can of bear mace. This stuff is meant to deter a charging bear, so I hold it ready to spray and tell him to get out of my campsite. He doesn't really speak, just like, oh, I didn't see you guys. When he's leaving, I immediately wake up the other staff, and we make sure that he leaves. We use our satellite phone to call park rangers with our position, the guy's characteristics, and tell them the story. Without a doubt, the scariest moment I had on the job. I've learned not to fear animals, as for the most part they're predictable, dumb, and not malicious. But people, on the other hand, the scariest and most dangerous thing to encounter out in the wilderness is another person. My dad is a forestry technician, and this happened to one of his co-workers. They were up doing some sort of job in the very most northerly part of Ontario. Anyways, it was the middle of the night, and she was half asleep, and vaguely heard something outside of her tent. Then she felt something push against her tent, and the zipper was slowly opening. She opened her eyes, and saw the head of a polar bear in her tent. Polar bears are far from the cuddly toys that you see, and they're known to be super aggressive and will hunt and eat people. She laid there paralyzed with fear, thinking that it was the end, and then slowly, the bear retracted its head and left. Park ranger here. I work at a park just outside of a metro area. 5,000 acres and a 1.5 thousand acre lake. Super busy park, but we have some areas of the off-beaten path. I've stumbled on some really creepy animal sacrifice stuff once because I happened to follow the crows. You barely have to worry about animals. It's the people that we share this world with. My brother has a winter job closing parks. He drives around in a county vehicle and makes sure that no one is in the parks before closing the gates. He does this from about 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and it's pretty dark out. The other day, he was closing one of the parks and saw a man hopping through the woods. The man then saw him and crouched down and just watched my brother do his closing duties. My brother left and went on to another park, where he found a dead coyote frozen solid, standing up as if it were alive. One winter, while patrolling trails, I came across a homeless guy who passed out, drunk in the snow. He had been there for about a week in below freezing temperatures. He was frozen solid and still had a bottle of Mad Dog 2020 in his hand. I was a ranger at Yosemite and passed every day through the gate along the Merced River. One day there was a commotion which caused a slowdown, but didn't involve us, so we crept by, just slow enough to hear a man in anguish trying loudly to explain something. It was early summer, but the river was still raging from a solid snowpack that year, and we found out later that the guy was just trying to take a picture of his wife with the torrent as a backdrop. Apparently, he'd kept telling her to back up just a bit further when she disappeared. Us and the firefighting guys were tasked with finding her body. Nobody made much of a pretense that she might have survived. She turned up 2 months later, after the river had settled enough that we'd started swimming in it, just upstream from our swimming hole. There's this old lighthouse at the park that I work at. People from northern Jersey might be familiar with it. Next to it sits our visitors center, formerly the lighthouse keeper's quarters. Last summer, I got put on the graveyard shift for a pay period. While out tooling around the fort, the park is an old army base, around 2 a.m., changing all the Pokemon gyms to Team Mystic, I noticed that there was a light on in the second floor of the quarters. One of the Interp Rangers must have forgotten to turn it off, I said to myself. So I head in, do a quick sweep of the building and turn it off. I go back outside, get in my car, and I'm about to drive away when I look back up to the second floor. The light is back on, and something just moved across the window. My mind's eye saw a human figure, but I honestly just noped out of there so fast that it could have just been a bat or something like that. I'm not a park ranger, but my friend was. And the worst thing that he found was a dead body of a runner that had collapsed near a trail. It was an older guy that must have had a heart attack and had fallen to the side of the trail so people hadn't seen him. The worst part was that when he called 911, they demanded that he try to do CPR, while he tried to explain that the dude's eyes were open and covered in flies. and his body was stone cold. So no, he was not going to do that. This is my dad's friend's story, not mine. It was around 10 p.m., and my dad's friend was driving around locking all the gates so that people can't drive on certain roads. And he's on a gravel road. All of a sudden, he sees a cloud of dust as if someone just drove past him, but it came from the direction that he just locked a gate in, so nobody should have been able to get in. He got out of his car and started walking down the road to see if he saw any tracks. He didn't, but he saw this old truck that looked like it was just sitting there for years. Keep in mind, this is the direction that he just came from. He's starting to get sketched out, so he turns around to head back to his car, and when he does, he sees a body hanging. No joke. Someone hung themselves in the park. He called the police and the guy had no family. My dad claims that he actually saw the body. Apparently it was all skinny and blue, and stunk as if it had been hanging for a couple of days. Some people say that they see the guy walking around. But yeah, pretty much, the road is haunted now. I wasn't a park or forest ranger, but I was a historical docent, basically a historical tour guide, and this happened when I was about 15. First, a little bit of background. I worked at a place called Blennerhassett Island in Parkers, West Virginia. Blennerhassett Island is infamous because of Aaron Burr went there with a whole plot to take over the U.S. after he killed Alexander Hamilton. And it's actually a very interesting story, but it's not relevant to this one. The island is said to have been haunted by various people/entities because many people died there, including members of the Blennerhassett family, and sailors would bury bodies on the island if someone died in their ship. Some of the most commonly seen ghosts are the ghosts of Margaret, Harmon, and their daughter, nicknamed Baby Margaret Blennerhassett, an Indian and a groundkeeper. The Blennerhassetts are often seen in their home on the island or walking around. The Indian is seen on the south tip of the island, and the groundkeeper is seen in the Putnam Hauser house. Margaret is seen most often and is seen in a white flowing gown, and people say they smell lilac before they see her. On to my story. One day, I was walking towards a clump of trees with a bench so I could eat for my lunch break when I saw something white out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was just one of the other docents because some people had on aprons, but when I turned and looked, it was a woman in a white gown. I knew that people had seen Margaret, but usually they saw her near dusk, and this was in the middle of the day. I stopped walking and just looked at her. I started to say something to her, but when I blinked, she vanished. I immediately went back to where the others were and told them what I saw, but they didn't believe me. To this day, I'm convinced that I saw her ghost, and it was really terrifying. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.